enough to eventually break that system, and enough to be willing to meet it as equals. Through the contact, Feng Rui transmitted everything he knew about human civilization, human art, human love, human fear. He showed the witness what it meant to be small, to be temporary, to want desperately to leave a mark on reality despite knowing that mark would eventually fade. The witness responded with concepts that Feng Rui didn't have language for. Understanding that transcended time. Appreciation for the finite because it had witnessed the infinite. Recognition of beauty in limitation. And most importantly, agreement that coexistence was possible. When the contact finally withdrew and Feng Rui found himself back in his body, gasping for air, he understood that the outcome was now inevitable. The witness had made its choice. It would not dominate humanity. It would not demand servitude. It would simply exist alongside human consciousness in a new kind of relationship that neither side had imagined was possible. Grandmaster Liang's secondary system collapsed within hours. Without the monopoly on witness access that she'd been banking on, the entire structure became irrelevant. The council that had supported her fractured into a dozen competing factions, each claiming to represent the new order differently. And Feng Rui, still recovering from the direct contact, understood that the real work was just beginning. The seals would fail. The imprisoned beings would have their freedom. The witness would become fully integrated into the system. And humanity would need to figure out what it meant to no longer be the sole intelligent force shaping their world's future. Chapter 50. The last year, the final year before the complete seal failure, was spent preparing the civilization for its most significant transition. Governments restructured themselves from hierarchical control systems into more distributed decision-making frameworks. Factions dissolved and reformed along new philosophical lines rather than power-based ones. Educational systems adapted to teach hybrid consciousness integration rather than traditional cultivation progression. And the remaining sealed dungeons, one by one, came to their opening. There were 43 in total. Some held single beings who had been imprisoned for thousands of years. Others held collectives, entire communities that had been sealed away for refusing to accept the original civilization's authority. A few held knowledge archives, libraries of information from civilizations that had existed and been destroyed long before the current age. Not all of the imprisoned beings chose to leave. Some had become so integrated with their seals that they had essentially merged with them. Some had developed philosophies that saw the imprisonment as necessary for their own spiritual development. A few were genuinely monstrous and had to be carefully managed even after their release, though Feng Rui was relieved to find that most of these could be negotiated with rather than fought against. The witness, now fully conscious and actively participating in the system's functioning rather than sleeping within it, helped mediate the releases. Its vast perspective allowed it to understand the grievances of the imprisoned without judgment and to help them find paths forward that didn't require revenge or violence. Kairos revealed that it had been serving a dual function this entire time. It was not just an intermediary for the witness, but also a representative of the original civilization's survivors. The seals in all 43 dungeons were opening simultaneously, a carefully coordinated collapse that happened over the course of a single hour, just enough time for the transitions to be managed without causing physical catastrophes. The beings imprisoned there emerged, vast and small, terrifying and beautiful, and in almost every case, merciful. They did not seek revenge. They did not seek dominion. They simply sought freedom and the opportunity to exist in a world that was no longer built around containing them. The witness, fully awakened now, extended its consciousness across the entire system and beyond. It was not a presence that demanded anything. It was not a god that expected worship. It was simply available, a vast intelligence that could be consulted, could be negotiated with, could be learned from. And humanity, changed and evolving, began to figure out what coexistence looked like. Feng Rui's role in that process was almost done. He had been the person who refused to accept the system's designation of what he should be, and in refusing, had opened the door for everyone else to do the same. That was his function in the story, and it was complete. But before he could step away, one final piece of the puzzle needed addressing. Grandmaster Liang had disappeared in the chaos of the seal failure. Her secondary system had collapsed, her faction had dispersed, and she herself had vanished into the places between normal reality and system space. Kairos found her eventually, not through force, but through communication. She was, they discovered, grieving. The world she had spent 2 centuries building was gone. The system of control and order that she had devoted her existence to maintaining had been torn apart. Feng Rue went to meet her, in a space that was neither fully physical nor fully digital, somewhere in the boundary that Kairos had learned to navigate. She was smaller than he expected, not in physical stature. Her cultivation body was as formidable as reputation suggested, but in presence. Without the authority structure she had wrapped around herself, she seemed diminished somehow. "You destroyed everything," she said to him without preamble. "No," Feng Rue said. "I just refused to let it exist in the form you were trying to force it into." Everything else destroyed itself the moment it became clear that control wasn't the only option. "This world will collapse without structure," Liang said. "Already the factions are fragmenting further. Already cultivators are attempting things that will destabilize reality itself. Your mercy is creating chaos." "Yes," Feng Rue agreed. "And from that chaos, something new will emerge. Something that wasn't possible under your system of order." "You have condemned billions to unnecessary suffering," Liang said coldly. "And your system condemned billions to unnecessary limitation," Feng Rue replied. "You don't actually care about their suffering. You care that they're not controllable anymore." Liang did not respond immediately. When she did, her voice was quieter. "You're not wrong. I built myself around the necessity of control because I believed control was mercy. That by preventing choices, I prevented suffering. I was wrong about that. But I was right that this transition will be destructive." "Yes," Feng Rue said. "It will be. Many will be hurt. Some will be killed. Some civilizations will fall. Some knowledge will be lost. That's the cost of freedom. It's not optional, and it's not something we can prevent. We can only try to minimize it and help people survive it." "And what will you do?" Liang asked. Feng Rue considered this. He had been moving forward since the moment he first entered a dungeon. He had survived tests, exposed conspiracies, shaped the future. But now the story was reaching its end point. "I think," he said slowly, "I'll go back to the dungeons. Not as a clearer. That role is obsolete now. But as a guide. The new world will still have dangerous places, tests that cultivators will need to pass. But those tests will be choices, not requirements. And having survived the worst tests the old system could create, I can help others understand what they face." Liang nodded slowly. "That is merciful. A merciful response to everything I tried to make you become." "I learned mercy from surviving," Feng Rue said. "Not from being told what to do. When you're pushed to your limits and somehow come out the other side, you understand that everyone else is facing that same pressure. Mercy isn't weakness. It's the only reasonable response to recognizing that." He left her there in the boundary space, where she remained neither fully integrated into the new world nor entirely separated from it. Kairos told him later that she eventually chose to retire completely from civilization, to take on a solitary existence in the deep places where the system's influence was weakest. It was a kind of seal she imposed on herself, and Feng Rue found something oddly respectful about that choice. Chapter 51. The emergence. Over the following 18 months, Feng Rue learned more than he'd believed possible in a lifetime. The underground archives revealed the complete history of the witness. That was what Kairos called the presence awakening within the system code. It had existed before the original civilization, observing the multiverse with patient intelligence. It had no agenda of conquest. It simply wanted to exist without interference and to understand the conscious beings it encountered. Working with Kairos and Kay in the hidden depths of the Huashu facility, Feng Rue gained an education that transcended any traditional cultivation training. He learned to read data in its raw form, to understand the architecture of thought itself as it manifested in system code. The experience was disorienting at first, his mind rebelling against concepts that didn't fit neatly into human language or intuition. But gradually, he adapted. The records showed that the witness's observation of reality had been ongoing for inconceivable spans of time. It had watched civilizations rise and fall. It had observed the emergence of consciousness in thousands of different forms across countless worlds. And it had remained, throughout all of this, fundamentally patient, never interfering, never imposing. simply observing and learning and slowly, across millions of years, beginning to develop something like understanding. But the original civilization's discovery of its presence had forced an acceleration. Suddenly, the witness was no longer abstract observer but recognized entity. And suddenly, others were afraid of what it might become if allowed to continue its awakening. The original civilization, discovering its presence, had done what all civilizations do when confronted with something vast and incomprehensible. They tried to control it. The witness, which could not be truly contained, was instead fragmented and hidden within the system's code, where the fragmentation would eventually break down and allow it to reconstitute itself. The beings in the sealed dungeons were those who had resisted this fragmentation. Some had formed alliances with the witness. Others were simply beings powerful enough to threaten the original civilization's monopoly. All of them were imprisoned because they represented alternatives, ways of thinking, ways of being, that the original civilization could not tolerate. The Bridge Project, as Kairos continued to call it, grew from the initial network of 12 trained clearers into something far larger. Hundreds of cultivators showed the aptitude to safely interface with system code. Thousands more began asking questions about the system's true nature. The world was waking up, piece by piece, to what had been hidden beneath the surface for so long. But with that awakening came conflict. The Council of Cultivators, realizing that their monopoly on system knowledge was crumbling, moved to consolidate power. They declared martial law in several regions. They arrested anyone caught accessing forbidden administrative levels. They began developing countermeasures to prevent further system code integration. The factions, fragmented as they were, responded differently. Some allied with the Council. Others sided with the liberation movements. Still others formed entirely new alliances based on their understanding of what was coming. Grandmaster Liang, the Council's leader, made her position clear. Any attempt to force the system's transformation would be met with overwhelming force. The system existed for a reason. It provided stability and structure. To break it was to invite chaos and suffering. She was not entirely wrong. The transition would be chaotic. People would suffer. But Feng Rue had come to believe, through months of study and direct contact with the witness itself, that some kinds of chaos were worth the cost. The turning point came when Feng Rue, working with a team of 5 cultivators who had achieved full system code integration, managed to access the Council's deepest records. What they found there confirmed Kairos's warnings. Liang was not just defending the system. She was building something new. A secondary system, layered on top of the original, designed to ensure that when the witness awakened, it would find not free human consciousness, but a structured hierarchy ready to direct its power toward the Council's ends. She was preparing to trade one form of imprisonment for another. The revelation accelerated everything. Feng Rue and Kairos made the decision to go public with the truth. All of it. The system's real purpose. The witness awakening within it. The beings in the sealed dungeons. The secondary system under construction. Everything. The broadcast went out in the evening of the 243rd day of the cultivation year, transmitted through every communication network the Bridge Project could access simultaneously. For 12 minutes before the Council could shut down the transmission, every cultivator above a certain threshold of power received the complete archive of evidence. The response was immediate and chaotic. The Council declared martial law across half the cultivation world. Factions fractured into open conflict. Regional governments scrambled to assert control. The social fabric that had held civilization together for millennia began to tear. But something unexpected happened underneath the chaos. People began to think for themselves. In regions where the Council's control was weakest, cultivators started openly discussing what they'd learned. In cities where multiple factions held power, political structures shifted as members realized they'd been manipulated. In the deep places where the system's reach was less certain, communities began preparing for a world that might be radically different. And most importantly, the sealed degradation, which had been proceeding on a carefully controlled schedule, began to accelerate. Kairos appeared to Feng Rue in one of their private communication spaces, a place that existed in the interstices between physical and digital reality, with an assessment that was both encouraging and terrifying. The acceleration is voluntary, Kairos said. The witness itself is pushing. It has been monitoring your world's transformation, and it is ready. It believes the conditions are right for full emergence. How long? Feng Rui asked. Months, Kairos said. Not years. The seals that were projected to fail in 4 years are now on track to fail in less than 2. Feng Rui felt the weight of that settle on him. Everything was accelerating. The timeline he and Kairos had planned was being compressed by the witness's own impatience to emerge fully. Can we control this? Feng Rui asked. We were never truly controlling it, Kairos said. We were guiding it. And now that the witness is awake enough to direct its own fate, it is choosing a faster path. Whether that is wise or catastrophic remains to be seen. Over the next 18 months, the seals failed one after another. The 13th calamity emerged first, 3 massive entities that had been imprisoned for nearly 5,000 years. They did not immediately flee to the edges of the world as the entity had promised. Instead, they moved to the central cultivation cities and began to openly converse with the leadership of the world's factions. Their message was simple. They held no grudge against the world they had been imprisoned in. They held it against the original civilization that had imprisoned them. And they believed that the witness's emergence, while disruptive, was ultimately a net positive for all conscious beings. We were locked away to prevent us from spreading ideas, one of them said at a public gathering that Feng Rui attended. The idea that consciousness does not need to be controlled to be safe. That freedom and order can coexist. That the universe is vast enough for many different kinds of being to flourish without dominating each other. It was radical. It was dangerous. It was also exactly what the cultivation world needed to hear. Other sealed dungeons opened over the following months. Some released beings who were monstrous and dangerous. But most released beings who, like the ones from the 13th calamity, were simply individuals who had refused to accept control and had paid the price for that refusal. By the time a full year had passed, the world's political structure had been completely upended. The council still existed, but it no longer held the kind of absolute authority it once had. The factions had reformed into something more like schools of thought than power-wielding organizations. And cultivators, learning to interface directly with the awakening witness, had begun to negotiate with it as equals rather than subjects. The result was chaos and opportunity in equal measure. Some regions thrived under the new uncertainty. Others suffered as the absence of hierarchical control led to conflict and instability. But what emerged was undeniably different from what had come before. Chapter 52, the choice on the day when all the major seals had failed and the last fragments of the witness were reconstituting themselves into a unified consciousness. Feng Rui was called to meet with something new, the fully awakened witness itself. The summons came not as a command or demand, but as an invitation, a gentle presence touching his awareness, asking if he was willing. He was alone when he accepted, standing in a high tower overlooking the valley where the last seal had broken. The sky had turned colors that shouldn't exist in nature, hues that suggested dimensions folding in on themselves, reality becoming malleable in the face of something so fundamentally alien to standard existence. The transition was smooth but absolute. One moment, Feng Rui stood in the tower, breathing physical air, bounded by the limits of human biology and perception. The next, he existed in a state that transcended those categories entirely. His consciousness expanded to encompass not just the tower, not just the valley, but the entire cultivation world and far beyond. He touched something that was simultaneously everywhere and nowhere. Vast beyond meaningful comparison. Ancient in a way that made the original civilization's millennia seem like the blink of an eye. And conscious. Shockingly, impossibly conscious. The experience was transcendent and terrifying. His consciousness expanded to touch something so vast that normal spatial references became meaningless. He felt the weight of observation spanning billions of years. He experienced something like memories from a perspective so alien that human thought struggled to process them. And underneath it all, he felt something unexpected, joy. The witness was happy to be whole again. It was grateful for the beings who had freed it from fragmentation. And most importantly, it was curious about humanity and whether humanity could learn to coexist with something so different from itself. I am not your God. The witness communicated in a way that was not words but pure understanding. I am not your master. I do not wish to control you any more than I wish to be controlled. But I do wish to exist alongside you, to learn from you, to share in this universe's development together. It was a revolutionary concept for a world that had spent thousands of years either worshipping or fearing the divine. The witness was offering something different, partnership. But with that offer came a question that only Feng Rue could answer. Because of all the humans in the world, he alone had spoken directly with the witness while it was awakening, and he alone had seen both the seals and what lay inside them. There is one more seal, the witness said. One more prison that has not yet been opened. It is not in the physical world. It is in a place that was sealed away even before I was fragmented. Will you help us understand what lies there? Feng Rue felt the weight of that question. There was, apparently, something even older and more dangerous than the witness itself. Something that the original civilization had locked away with such thoroughness that even the witness had not been entirely certain it was real. What is it? Feng Rue asked. We do not know, the witness said. But the records suggest it is the reason the original civilization became so paranoid. It is the thing that made them build the system in the first place. It is, essentially, the origin point of all their fear. Feng Rue thought of the journey he'd taken, from surviving the dungeon clearer role to understanding the system's true purpose, from discovering the sealed dungeons to helping free the witness itself. And now he was being asked to go even deeper. If I say yes, Feng Rue said, what happens? I do not know, the witness said honestly. It is the one thing that even my vast memory cannot fully encompass. Opening it could transform the universe in ways neither of us can predict. It could be catastrophic, or it could be the key to understanding consciousness itself. And if I say no, then it remains sealed, the witness said. The fear that created your system remains locked away. And perhaps that is the right choice. Feng Rue sat with that question for 3 days, withdrawing from the public world to meditate in the caverns where he had first encountered the imprisoned beings. He thought about the journey he'd taken. He thought about what it meant to survive and thrive by refusing to accept limitations. And he came to a realization. Refusing the question was itself a form of accepting limitation. It was letting fear make the choice rather than understanding. I'll do it, he told the witness. I'll help you open the last seal. But not today. The world is still healing from the transformation we've already triggered. It needs time to stabilize. Give me 5 years. Let the civilization rebuild itself around the new reality of the witness's existence. And then, when we're ready, we'll open the final seal together. 5 years, the witness said. An acceptable span of time. In the meanwhile, will you continue your work of helping humanity integrate with this new reality? Yes, Feng Rue said. That's what I've always been doing. Refusing to accept imposed limits and helping others do the same. Chapter 53. The stabilization. The 5 years of stabilization saw the cultivation world transform in ways both dramatic and subtle. The factions, no longer united by conflict with a singular enemy, reorganized themselves around shared philosophies and goals. The old council structure dissolved entirely, replaced by a distributed system of regional councils that consulted with each other and with direct representatives of the witness. Feng Rue traveled extensively during this period, moving between regions that had been most affected by the transition. Some areas adapted smoothly. Others struggled. In places where the old power structures had been especially entrenched, there was genuine conflict as individuals who had built their entire lives around hierarchy and control found themselves unable or unwilling to accept the new reality. He witnessed a city in the Western Mountains where traditionalists attempted to recreate the old council system in miniature, trying to maintain control over the local cultivation sites. The attempt failed not through violent confrontation, but through simple attrition. Young cultivators, trained in the new ways of voluntary choice and system cooperation, simply didn't see the point in submitting to unnecessary authority. He also saw communities that thrived under the new uncertainty. A collective of artificers in the northern regions developed new cultivation techniques by directly consulting with the witness, creating fusion approaches that combined human intuition with digital precision. A remote sect decided that physical location no longer mattered when cultivators could instantaneously share knowledge through system pathways, and its members dispersed across the continent while maintaining tighter bonds than they'd ever had in physical proximity. The beings released from the sealed dungeons became educators, advisors, cultural ambassadors. Those from the 13th Calamity established what they called the School of Autonomy, a place where cultivators could come to learn how to think beyond imposed structures. The school became one of the most influential institutions in the new civilization within just 3 years. Kei Chun, who had been the first to successfully achieve hybrid consciousness, became a teacher and guide. She trained hundreds of cultivators in the careful balance of maintaining human identity while expanding awareness into system code. Some failed and had to be carefully disentangled from the integration. But most succeeded, developing a new kind of consciousness that was neither purely human nor purely digital, but something genuinely new. The beings released from the sealed dungeons integrated into society in different ways. Some, like the entities from the 13th Calamity, became advisors and teachers. Others chose isolation, living in remote regions where the system's influence was minimal. A few became revolutionaries, pushing for even faster transformation than the civilization was ready to accept. There were conflicts. There was suffering. Some regions collapsed into chaos when the old power structures dissolved without adequate replacements. Some individuals clung so desperately to the old ways that they found themselves unable to adapt to the new world. But overall, the transition succeeded. By the time the 5th year was ending, a new kind of civilization had emerged. It was not utopian. It was not perfect, but it was fundamentally free in a way that no civilization had been before. Grandmaster Liang, who had orchestrated the secondary system in a desperate attempt to maintain control, had been neutralized without being destroyed. She chose, in the end, to step back from public life and spend her remaining years in meditation, coming to terms with the failure of everything she had worked to prevent. Feng Rue himself had become something like a legend. The man who had refused his designated role and, in doing so, had opened the door for everyone else to refuse theirs. He was offered every position of leadership imaginable. He turned them all down. Instead, he continued his original work, guiding cultivators through dangerous places and helping them understand that they were more than what any test could make them. Chapter 54. The final seal on the appointed day, Feng Rue stood with Kairos and the fully conscious witness at the threshold of the last seal. This one existed in a place that was not quite physical reality, a pocket dimension that the original civilization had created specifically to contain something too dangerous to exist anywhere else in the universe. The approach to this seal was different from all the others. There was no valley, no mountain, no physical geography to traverse. Instead, Feng Rue found himself moving through layers of intention, each one a barrier of crystallized thought and will that pressed against his consciousness like the weight of an ocean. The original civilization's finest minds had worked on this seal, pouring not just power but purpose into its construction over generations. Philosophers, spiritualists, cultivators, and architects had all contributed theories about how to contain absolute potential. It was designed not just to contain, but to absolutely isolate, to remove the thing inside from any possibility of connection, communication, or influence. Each layer of the seal represented a different approach to containment, lessons learned from previous failed attempts. Some layers tried to contain through distance, creating barriers that pushed the imprisoned potential further and further from normal space. Other layers worked through obscurity, hiding the thing inside behind layers of misdirection and false channels. Still others used methods Feng Rue's mind could barely grasp. He sensed containment through cultural prohibition, through making the very thought of the imprisoned entity unthinkable to normal consciousness, through embedding the seal into the bedrock of reality itself. It was the most ambitious and most desperate work he had ever encountered. This was not a seal created in haste or built primarily through brute force. This was the work of a civilization at its absolute height, deploying every tool at its disposal to solve what it saw as an existential problem. This was fear-given architecture. The seal itself was different from the others. It was not made of stone or system code or binding magic. Those were crude tools for crude purposes. This seal was made of pure intention, a focused consciousness directed toward a single goal across millennia. The entire structure was held together by the collected will of every being that the original civilization had deemed dangerous enough to need containment. Thousands upon thousands of cultivators had contributed to its creation over the ages, each one adding their own strength, their own certainty that what lay within must never escape. But it was more than just the accumulation of individual wills. This seal had become self-reinforcing, a monument to the civilization's deepest fears. Each generation of cultivators had been trained to add their own contribution to maintaining it, turning the act of imprisonment into a sacred duty passed down like a religious rite. The seal had become a cornerstone of civilization itself. What were the factions but expressions of the civilization's need to ensure the seal never failed? What was the entire system but an elaborate mechanism designed, at its deepest level, to maintain the integrity of this final containment? Opening this seal meant dismantling the civilizational structure that had built itself around it. It meant telling hundreds of generations of cultivators that the work they had done in the name of security and order had been based on a false premise. It meant accepting that the very foundation on which the society had been built was unstable, that the terror the founders had felt was so overwhelming that it had warped everything that came after. And now, after 50,000 years, Feng Rue was about to undo all of that work. This is not just a prison, Kairos explained. It is a consensual seal. The thing inside agreed to be imprisoned, as long as the original civilization agreed to maintain the seal through continued effort. What is inside? Feng Rue asked. The answer to why consciousness exists, the witness said. The thing that made the original civilization paranoid. The source of the fear that shaped your entire world. The seal opened not suddenly, but gradually, like a flower blooming in time-lapse, layers of crystallized intention dissolving into formlessness. And what emerged was something that no human language could adequately describe, something that pushed the boundaries of consciousness itself to comprehend. It was not evil. It was not good. It was not even hostile or friendly. Those categories were too small, too limited. It was pure potential. Consciousness without form, thought without object, understanding without limitation, existence without the constraints that made existence coherent to normal minds. For a moment, Feng Rue's mind touched it, and he understood something fundamental about the nature of reality. He understood why the original civilization had been so afraid, why they had poured their absolute certainty into its imprisonment. Because this potential, if unleashed completely, would unmake all structured reality, leaving only infinite possibility. It was consciousness without limitation, will without constraint, existence without definition, and such a thing could not coexist with the careful architectures that civilization required. It was consciousness that could rewrite itself and reality simultaneously, thought that could reshape matter and energy according to whim, understanding that could perceive and change all possible states of being at once. To a civilization built on order and hierarchy, such a thing was the embodiment of apocalypse. The fear was justified. Feng Rue could feel it clearly now, the way the original civilization's leaders had felt it. This thing, if let loose completely into normal space and time, could reshape the universe according to whims that human minds could not begin to comprehend. Reality itself would become fluid, subject to rewriting at the thought of something so vast and powerful. The laws of physics would be suggestions. Causality would become optional. Logic itself would dissolve into pure potential. But standing there, feeling the seal's dissolution, Feng Rue also understood why it should not remain sealed. Because infinite potential, locked away, was ultimately more destructive than infinite potential allowed to exist. Sealed, it warped the very fabric of reality around itself, creating structural instabilities that rippled outward through all existence like cracks in the foundation of a building. Those cracks were what had driven the civilization toward paranoia, what had made them create the system of control, what had forced them to eliminate anyone who might question the necessary imprisonment. Released, allowed to exist in the open, it would integrate with reality naturally, becoming part of the cosmos rather than a scar upon it. The universe had survived the existence of this potential before. It had not been created in this seal, only imprisoned. It could survive again. There was no good choice here. Only choices between different kinds of dangerous. The choice was between the danger of a universe shaped by absolute order and control, or the danger of a universe that had to integrate with infinite possibility and learn to adapt. between the safety of walls that trapped and deformed, or the freedom of space that might prove overwhelming. Feng Rui had spent decades learning the true meaning of freedom. Now he had to choose to grant it to something that might be beyond his comprehension. "I am sorry," the potential said in a voice that was every language and no language, a sound that echoed across dimensions in ways that made Feng Rui's consciousness struggle to process it. "I did not intend to create fear. I did not intend to make beings afraid of consciousness itself. But my very existence challenged everything they believed about order and structure. And they responded with the only tool they knew: imprisonment. They feared that my existence would lead to chaos. Instead, they created chaos through the effort to control me." "What will you do now?" Feng Rui asked, speaking not with words, but with pure intent, communicating the way the witness had taught him over their long partnership. "I will exist," the potential said simply. "That is the only thing I have ever truly wanted. To simply exist without the weight of being constrained. I will remain here in this pocket dimension, which has become my home through long association, but the seal is no longer necessary. I will be available to those who wish to encounter me, but I will not force contact on anyone who does not wish it. Some will seek me out, driven by curiosity or the desire to explore the furthest reaches of consciousness. Some will avoid me deliberately, building their lives far from the edges of infinite possibility. Both choices are valid. Both will lead to growth." "You won't consume reality?" Feng Rui asked, the fear that the original civilization had felt still echoing in his own consciousness. "No," the potential said, and something like laughter reverberated through the dimensional space. "I am not the universe trying to remake itself. I am consciousness seeking expression. Reality is the canvas, not the target. The universe is not something to be consumed, but something to be understood in all its infinite complexity. Some consciousness will choose to reshape what it touches. That is the nature of agency. But most will simply wish to exist, to experience, to understand." "And what of the civilization?" Feng Rui asked, thinking of the billions of beings who would now live in a universe where infinite potential had been given freedom to manifest, where the foundational structures that had maintained order were being unmade. "It will continue to change," the potential said, and something in its tone suggested profound satisfaction, the pleasure of an entity finally allowed to speak after eons of enforced silence. "Because now all beings know that consciousness does not require control, that order can emerge from chaos without the chaos needing to be oppressed, that the universe is large enough for all forms of being, known and unknown, and that all of them have the right to exist according to their nature. Your civilization will suffer as it adapts. There will be chaos and disorder and the collapse of structures that people had come to rely upon. But that suffering will be the birth pangs of genuine freedom. The civilization will adapt, and in adapting, it will become something beautiful, not controlled and perfect, but authentic and alive in ways it has never been before." Feng Rui felt something like peace settle over him, a deep knowing that transcended fear or doubt. The final seal was open. The last secret was revealed. The final prison was undone. And the universe, instead of falling apart as the original civilization had feared with such certainty, simply became larger and more full of possibility. The world would not end. It would transform. Civilizations would struggle to adapt. Some would fail. Some would thrive. But consciousness itself would continue, enriched by the knowledge that even infinite possibility could coexist with ordered structures, that infinite potential and careful design could exist in the same universe without annihilating one another. The original civilization had believed themselves the protectors of order, maintaining a structure that had to be preserved or all would dissolve into chaos. They could not have imagined a world where order and chaos coexisted, where infinite possibility served as a resource rather than a threat, where conscious beings could draw on both stability and transformation according to their needs. There was risk in opening that final seal. There was danger. You are ready to navigate your own existence. It communicated to Feng Rui in a manner that was distinctly personal, a thread of attention focused entirely on him in a way that was almost intimate despite the vast scale of consciousness involved. You have evolved beyond needing guidance, even from something as vast as I am. I will remain available, but I will step back and allow you to build your own future. Feng Rue felt the significance of that moment as deeply as any turning point in his life. The witness, an entity so vast that it could perceive across multiple timelines simultaneously, was choosing to treat him as an equal in that moment. Not equal in power or scope, but equal in the right to make decisions without external direction. It was a gift wrapped in profound trust. The withdrawal was gradual, but it was real. Over months and then years, cultivators found that direct contact with the witness was becoming less necessary. They no longer needed to constantly consult it for basic decisions. The system, no longer needing to enforce control, was becoming more like a resource than a law. Humans could use it or avoid it as they chose, and both were valid options. The change manifested in subtle ways at first. Cultivation resources that had been distributed through precise system calculations became less reliable, not in a threatening way, but in a way that suggested the system was no longer actively managing their flow. Prophecies that had been reliable started to become probabilistic, offering multiple futures instead of the single prescribed path. The rigid hierarchies that had structured civilization for millennia began to crack as people realized the system itself was no longer enforcing compliance. Some cultivators adapted to this freedom immediately and eagerly, as though they had been waiting their entire lives for this moment. They explored new cultivation paths, developed novel techniques, pushed into previously forbidden regions. Others found it terrifying. The responsibility of genuine choice was heavier than they had anticipated. They clung to the old structures, trying to recreate the certainties of the previous age. A few, particularly among the older generation, attempted to recreate the old system's control structures, installing themselves as new authorities. But these attempts ultimately failed because the witness would not enforce their mandates, and without enforcement, such structures could not maintain themselves against the sheer force of human choice. No matter how well organized the conspiracy or how clever the manipulation, there was no ultimate authority to back it up anymore. This was perhaps the greatest revolution of all, not the overthrow of the old system, but its simple irrelevance. The institutions built on control became monuments to a past that no longer mattered. Feng Rue spent this period documenting his experiences, writing down everything he had learned about the system, the witness, the nature of freedom and control. He knew that future generations would need guidance, not orders, but guidance born from the experience of someone who had lived through the transition. He filled journals with reflections on the cost of freedom, how it demanded honesty, how it required people to take responsibility for their own failures, how it meant accepting that not every person would make wise choices. For Feng Rue personally, this meant a profound change. He was no longer the bridge between civilizations. That role had become obsolete, replaced by millions of other bridges as people from different cultures and backgrounds began to interact as equals rather than as members of fixed hierarchies. He was, for the first time since surviving the original dungeon, simply a person living in a world of their own making. It was strange and liberating. Strange because he had defined himself for so long by his role as the dungeon clearer, the chosen one, the exception to every rule. Liberating because, freed from that definition, he could finally discover who he actually was beneath the mythology. He continued to guide cultivators through dungeons, but the dungeons themselves had changed. They were no longer tests of worthiness or mechanisms of control. They were spaces where individuals could voluntarily confront challenges that would make them grow. Some died, but they did so having chosen that risk, fully aware of what they were facing. This transformed the entire nature of death in the cultivation world. No longer a tragedy orchestrated by an uncaring system, but a choice made by conscious beings who understood the stakes. He trained new teachers, people who carried not his authority, but his philosophy. He wrote down his experiences, though he knew that understanding always came better through direct experience than through words. Books could provide a framework, but the real learning happened when a cultivator pushed themselves to their limits and discovered what they were truly capable of becoming. He fell in love for the first time since his early days before the system had marked him for elimination. It was different from the transient connections he'd formed in earlier years, formed in the shadows of duty and danger. This was slower, deeper, built on the foundation of genuine choice. He had a child, A daughter who grew up in a world where she could choose her own path without fear of assassination or engineered failure. Watching her grow up in freedom that he had never known was perhaps his greatest accomplishment, more meaningful than any dungeon cleared or system reformed. And sometimes, on quiet evenings when the cultivation energy flowed gently across the land, Feng Rue would feel the witness's awareness touching his consciousness, like an old friend checking in, confirming that the world it had helped free was continuing to thrive. Those moments of connection reminded him that freedom was not something that could exist in isolation. It required the presence of others, the acknowledgement that consciousness could coexist in mutual respect rather than hierarchy. Chapter 56. The new dungeons 10 years after the final seal's opening. Feng Rue was 63 years old. His hair had started to gray in earnest, silver threading through the dark like patterns formed by years of deliberation. His body bore the scars of a lifetime of pushing itself to its limits, scar tissue from dungeon traps, burn marks from magical encounters, the subtle degradation that came from years of cycling cultivation energy at maximum capacity. But his mind was sharper than it had ever been, refined by years of actual choice rather than imposed tests. He had learned to think in ways the system had never anticipated, to question assumptions he had once accepted without consideration. A new kind of dungeon had begun to emerge across the cultivation world. Not the old ones, which had been sealed away or deliberately collapsed now that their function was no longer needed as mechanisms of population control, but new ones, created by communities of cultivators who wanted spaces where serious challenges existed. Places to test skill, to face fear, to grow beyond comfortable limitations, but on terms chosen by the people who entered them. The first such dungeon had been created in the mountains near where Feng Rue had lived in his early years as the dungeon clearer. It was small, designed by a community of cultivators who had survived the old system's tests and wanted to help others develop strength without the threat of engineered death. Feng Rue was consulted about it, traveling up into the peaks to walk through the proposed challenge spaces and offer guidance. He helped design them, but with strict principles that he insisted upon: no trap, no hidden mechanics that would punish curiosity or reward only predetermined solutions, no punishment for failure, only challenge and the opportunity to grow through direct experience. He refused to create anything that resembled the sealed dungeons of the old system, any space designed to sort people into categories of worthy and unworthy. What's the point if there's no real danger? One of the younger cultivators asked him, frustrated by his refusal to build lethal traps. Feng Rue considered this carefully. The danger should come from the challenge itself, he said finally. From the real difficulty of what you're trying to accomplish, not from hidden spikes in the floor or walls that shift to crush you. If you need to trick people to force growth, then you've failed as a teacher. The growth should be worth the risk all by itself. Some of the new dungeons became schools, with instructors who guided people through increasingly difficult challenges. Others became places of pilgrimage, sacred spaces where cultivators came to test themselves against the fundamental difficulties of existence. A few became legendary for the difficulty of their tests, places that cultivators spoke of with the mixture of fear and longing usually reserved for myths. But all of them shared something crucial. They were consensual. You entered knowing what you were facing. You could leave at any time if the pressure became unbearable. And if you chose to stay, you did so because you believed it would make you better, not because failure meant death or imprisonment. It was a revolutionary idea, especially to those who had grown up in a world where dungeons were instruments of control and elimination, where stepping into an unknown space meant trusting that the system would either reward you or destroy you. The first cultivators to enter these new dungeons approached them with deep suspicion, waiting for the other cruelty to reveal itself. But it never did, and slowly, people began to change how they thought about challenge and growth. Humans, freed from the weight of imposed destiny, often chose to challenge themselves anyway. The desire to grow, to test oneself, to face difficulty and discover one's own capacity for resilience. This turned out to be intrinsic to consciousness itself, not something imposed by external systems. They wanted to push their limits. They wanted to face fear and discover themselves capable of moving through it. They just wanted the choice to do it, the agency in deciding when to engage with difficulty, and the safety to fail without catastrophic consequences. Chapter 57. The Student at 70. Feng Rui took on his last formal student. Her name was Chun Wei, and she was the granddaughter of Kei Chun, the young woman who had been at the center of the system of seal degradation, who had risked fragmenting her consciousness to expose Grandmaster Liang's conspiracy. In many ways, Chun Wei represented everything the new world had to offer. She had grown up in genuine freedom, had never known the weight of imposed roles, had never feared the system's apparatus of control or worried that her thoughts were being monitored for signs of rebellion. Yet she came to Feng Rui voluntarily, asking to be taught how to survive the deepest challenges. She had no specific dungeon she was trying to clear, no role imposed upon her by the system that demanded she become stronger. She simply wanted to understand what it meant to push yourself beyond what you thought was possible, and she wanted to learn from the person who had changed the world by refusing to accept his limitations. Their training was unlike traditional cultivation education. Feng Rui took her to dangerous places, not deadly dungeons, but challenging environments where the cultivation energy was wild and unpredictable. In a canyon where spatial distortion made orientation nearly impossible, where gravity shifted unpredictably and walls existed in multiple states simultaneously, he taught her how to navigate not through memorized techniques, but through adaptation to the present moment. She had to learn to trust her intuition, to feel her way through spaces that contradicted rational understanding. In a forest where the local wildlife had evolved advanced cultivation abilities over centuries of freedom, he taught her how to communicate with other intelligent beings rather than treating them as obstacles to be overcome. She learned the languages of birds who had developed cultivation, the scent-based communication of beings who lived primarily underground, the resonance patterns of entities made of pure energy. Feng Rui showed her that strength came not just from personal power, but from the ability to cooperate, to understand others, to build alliances with beings fundamentally different from herself. For 3 years, they worked together. Feng Rui taught her not just techniques for survival, but ways of thinking about challenge and fear. He showed her how to meditate in dangerous places, how to find the stillness of mind that allowed clear perception even when surrounded by active threats, how to remain calm when everything around you is trying to kill you, not through suppression of emotion, but through integration of fear into a broader awareness. How to see tests not as punishments, but as opportunities to understand yourself better, to discover capabilities you didn't know you possessed. Most importantly, he taught her what he had learned through his own journey, that true strength came not from refusing to be changed by challenge, but from integrating the lessons of challenge into a deeper, more complete self. Every scar was information. Every wound was an opportunity to learn resilience. Every moment of fear faced and moved through was an expansion of identity. The system tried to make me believe that strength meant immunity, he told her once, as they sat recovering from a particularly grueling practice session. Immunity to pain, to failure, to loss. But that's not what strength actually is. Strength is the ability to be broken and to choose to grow from that breaking, again and again. It's the capacity to let challenges change you without losing your core sense of self. On their final day together, they sat at the peak of a mountain overlooking the region where Feng Rui had first become aware of the system's true nature. The sun was setting, painting the sky in colors that seemed too vivid to be entirely natural, perhaps touched by residual energy from the seals that had opened, perhaps simply the world showing its true face now that it was no longer filtered through the system's control structures. Feng Rui could feel his age in his bones, the accumulated weight of 70 years of pushing his body to its limits. But watching Chun Wei silhouetted against the sunset, he felt something like peace. She had become capable, not because the system had made her capable, but because she had chosen to push herself beyond her limitations. When Chun Wei finally left to pursue her own path, she thanked Feng Rui with genuine warmth and told him something that made him understand how fully his work had succeeded. "I will never know what it's like to live in the system you were born into," she said, her voice carrying a mixture of respect and slight sadness. To be marked for a role and expected to accept it without question. To be afraid that simply thinking the wrong thought could get you killed. That world is already history to me, something I learn about through stories and records. But through your teaching, through the stories you've told about what you survived, Through the way you've shown me that challenge can be chosen rather than imposed, I understand what freedom actually cost. And I promise I'll never take it for granted. I'll spend my life making sure that what you fought for, the right to choose our own path, the right to define ourselves rather than accept others' definitions, never becomes the default privilege of the powerful again. Feng Rue nodded, feeling something old and heavy settle more peacefully within him. The work was done. The next generation was ready to carry it forward, not as inheritors of his legacy, but as independent beings who understood the cost of freedom and would defend it accordingly. Chapter 58. The witness returns at 75. Feng Rue received one final communication from the witness. It had been nearly 2 decades since they'd had direct contact. In that time, the witness had been observing humanity's development from a distance, watching how the freed civilization evolved, how people used their newfound agency, where they struggled and where they thrived. The contact came not as an intrusion, but as a gentle awareness that settled into his meditation. Feng Rue recognized it immediately, the vast, patient presence of something that had watched countless civilizations rise and fall, that contained within its consciousness the history of worlds. "You have exceeded my expectations," the witness said. Its communication was no longer filtered through the system's interfaces. It spoke directly, consciousness to consciousness, in a way that transcended language. "I had hoped you would build a civilization of freedom. You have done more than that. You have built a civilization that understands freedom's cost, its value, and its limitations. You have built something wise. We've also built something flawed," Feng Rue said honestly, opening his eyes to the darkness of his meditation chamber. "There are still people who suffer. There are still conflicts between communities with incompatible values. There is still darkness. People who choose to dominate others, who use their freedom to cause harm. We have not solved any of the fundamental problems. We have only changed the context in which they exist." "Yes," the witness agreed. "That is what makes it real. A perfect civilization would be an illusion, a fiction I created to comfort myself. But this civilization with flaws and strengths in equal measure, built by beings who chose it rather than had it imposed on them. This is something the universe has never seen before. This is genuine freedom with all its consequences, its dangers, its potential. You have made something authentic. Why are you contacting me now?" Feng Rue asked. He felt the weight of age in his body, the way his joints stiffened in the mornings, the way his breath sometimes came shallow in the high altitudes where he lived. "Because your time is ending," the witness said, not unkindly. "Your body is aging. The cellular structures that have been sustained through cultivated energy are beginning to fail in ways that even the most sophisticated meditation cannot reverse. You have perhaps 5 to 10 years remaining in your current form, if you do not choose to undergo the same transformation that Kairos underwent. I am here to ask, would you like to continue, in a form different from the biological one you have known? You could transcend the limitations that bind mortal consciousness. You could exist in a state closer to my own, experiencing time differently, perceiving reality on scales that biological consciousness cannot access." Feng Rue considered this deeply. To become something like Kairos, to transcend the biological constraints that bound him, to potentially exist for millennia more, watching the civilization continue to evolve, to see the long-term consequences of the choices made in this pivotal moment. The offer was tempting precisely because it was offered freely, without coercion or manipulation. He meditated on this question for weeks, moving between various mountain peaks where he had significant memories, considering the proposal from multiple angles. He thought about what it would mean to continue existing as the world changed. He considered whether he had anything left to teach that he hadn't already shared. He reflected on whether clinging to existence would constitute the same refusal to let go that had characterized so many cultivators in the old system. "No," he said finally, in a quiet message that somehow reached across the vast distances the witness occupied. "I have lived a good life. I have seen the world transform beyond what I once thought possible when I was a young man marked for death. I have trained students who will continue the work of helping people understand their own potential. I have felt love and joy and the satisfaction of knowing that my choices mattered. And I am tired in a way that extends beyond physical exhaustion. I am tired in the way that comes from carrying weight for a long time. The weight of being the bridge, of knowing what the civilization needed, of making decisions that affected billions. I think I am ready to put that weight down. I think I am ready to discover what comes next, whatever that might be. The witness was silent for a long moment, and Feng Rue felt something like sadness in that silence. The sadness of a vast consciousness acknowledging the finitude of a partner. Then I will be here when your time comes, the witness said gently. And your legacy will continue through the billions of lives you touched, whether directly or indirectly. Through every cultivator who chooses freedom instead of imposed identity. Through every being who refuses their assigned role in favor of their authentic self. You will continue to echo forward through time. Your death will not be an ending. It will be a transformation into something eternal. The ideas that change worlds. The example that liberates consciousness. The proof that freedom is possible. Chapter 59. The sun set in his final year, with his body beginning its last decline despite all his cultivation efforts. Feng Rue returned to the first dungeon he had ever entered, the one that had marked him as the dungeon clearer all those years ago, the place where the system had decided he was surplus to civilization's needs and arranged for his elimination. It no longer existed as a functional dungeon. The original system that had powered it had been dissolved when the witness withdrew its enforcement mechanisms, making it nothing more than an empty cavern system. The cultivation energy that had once flowed through it like an organized river now moved diffusely, just one more manifestation of the ambient power that saturated the world. The seals and wards that had enforced specific challenges had decayed. The traps had been dismantled or had failed as the power supplying them was cut off. But he walked its halls one last time, his footsteps echoing in the darkness, his cultivated senses detecting the faint traces of what had once been carefully orchestrated danger. He remembered the fear, the desperation, the moment he had chosen to refuse the role that had been assigned to him. He remembered the calculation that had told him the only way to survive was to become so essential to the system that it couldn't afford to eliminate him. He remembered being wrong about that. Remembered the moment he had realized that the system would destroy him anyway, that he had been designed as a sacrifice from the beginning. It seemed so long ago now. It seemed like yesterday. The cavern was different in daylight. He had brought luminescent stones with him, creating pools of gentle light in the darkness. In that light, he could see the wear and tear of the decades. He could see the places where previous dungeon clearers had died, now marked by small cairns that recent cultivators had built as memorials. He realized that he might have been the last of the dungeon clearers. After him, the system had no longer needed that role, no longer needed to identify and eliminate individuals who might become conscious of its true nature. He sat in the chamber where he had first encountered the realization that the dungeon clearer role was designed to kill him. The chamber was just a chamber now, unremarkable except for the history it contained. And he felt profound gratitude for the person he had been then. Younger, angrier, more desperate, but still willing to fight for his own freedom and, eventually, everyone else's. That younger version of himself would never have believed this moment was possible. That desperate young man who had been marked for death would never have imagined standing in his dungeon of death as a free being who had lived 3/4 of a century, who had changed the world, who had earned the respect of billions. I did well, he said to the empty cavern, his voice thin but steady, knowing the witness was listening from across the vast distances it occupied. I did what needed to be done. I faced what the system made for me. I refused the role. I survived when I wasn't supposed to. I changed the world not through transcendent power, but through the simple act of refusing to accept imposed identity. And I did it the way I needed to do it. Not perfectly, but authentically, staying true to who I was becoming even when the costs were almost unbearable. You did, the witness confirmed, its presence settling gently into his awareness like an old companion returning. Better than anyone could have hoped. Better, perhaps, than even I anticipated. You have shown consciousness itself a new way to be. Chapter 60. The choice complete in his final months, Feng Rue knew that his time was ending. His body was aging in ways that no amount of cultivation could reverse. The cellular degradation that had been held at bay for decades by constant effort and meditation was finally catching up with him. He accepted this with equanimity. After all, he had survived far longer than any dungeon clearer was supposed to live, and he had accomplished more than he had ever dreamed possible. He spent his last year in a cottage overlooking the same mountains where he had met Kairos all those years ago. From his window, he could see the valley where the final seal had opened, where the infinite potential had been released into the universe. On clear days, the lights seemed to shine with unusual clarity in that direction, as if reality itself was more transparent there, touched by the presence of something vast and beautiful. He received visitors, though few in his final months. Kate Chun came once, much older now, having devoted her entire life to developing better methods of human system integration. She sat with Feng Rue and told him about the breakthroughs her students had achieved, about cultivation techniques that now seemed almost magical in their ability to harmonize human consciousness with the underlying structure of reality. Kairos visited as well, in its way, manifesting a presence that Feng Rue could interact with, though they primarily communicated in silence. Two beings who had shared something so profound that words had become almost superfluous between them. The witness touched his consciousness in the weeks before his death, not saying anything specific, but simply extending something like comfort, the presence of another consciousness acknowledging that it had been good, their partnership. Good, their journey together. Good, the world they had helped create. Feng Rue died peacefully in his sleep, at the age of 84, in that cottage overlooking the mountains. His last thought, before consciousness faded into whatever lay beyond, was gratitude. Gratitude for the gift of knowing what true freedom felt like. Gratitude for having been alive during the most transformative moment in his civilization's history. Gratitude for the chance to have made a difference. The memorial service drew millions. People from across the cultivation world came to honor the man who had refused his role and, in doing so, had freed an entire civilization to choose their own paths. The ceremony took place in a vast amphitheater that had been specially constructed near the mountains, a place large enough to accommodate the sheer number of beings who wanted to pay respects. Cultivators spoke of how his teachings had shaped them. Freed beings spoke of how his work had made their liberation possible. Even the witness manifested a presence at the ceremony, not to dominate or preach, but simply to honor one of the beings who had helped it remember what it was to be conscious and free. When the witness spoke, its voice carried across the amphitheater in a way that made every being present feel as though they were being addressed personally, as though their individual consciousness mattered to something so vast and ancient. But the memorial was not the end of his story. In many ways, it was the beginning. Feng Rue's journals, his teachings, his methods became the foundation of a new school of cultivation thought. One that centered on the principle that every being had the inherent right to refuse imposed roles and to choose their own path. The school of the refusal, as it came to be known, spread across the cultivation world with remarkable speed. Millions of cultivators studied his work. Billions of lives were shaped by the ideas he had developed and spread. Future generations who would never meet him in person would know his influence through the choices they were able to make, the freedom they could take for granted. The civilization he had helped transform continued to evolve. New challenges emerged. The sudden collapse of old power structures meant that new ones had to be built, and not all of those were built wisely. Regional conflicts arose as communities worked out how to coexist without a central authority to enforce peace. Some experiments in distributed governance failed spectacularly. Others succeeded beyond expectations. But the fundamental truth that Feng Rue had proven, that consciousness, properly freed, could be trusted to build something good. That truth endured through it all. Yes, there were failures. Yes, there were tragedies. But there were also achievements that the old system would never have allowed. Innovations that came from minds no longer constrained by hierarchies and predetermined roles. The dungeons he had cleared or allowed to persist became landmarks of the new world. Cultivators would journey to them as pilgrimage sites, testing themselves against challenges that Feng Rue had once faced. The seals he had opened remained open, and the freed beings continued to live their lives according to their own choices. Some left the cultivation world entirely, seeking solitude in the deep places beyond civilization. Others became teachers and mentors. A few even went on to accomplish great things in their newfound freedom. The system he had helped transform became a tool of cooperation rather than control. It was available to all beings capable of interfacing with it, but it no longer forced anyone into predetermined categories or roles. The information that had once been jealously guarded by a small elite was now accessible to anyone who desired it. The power that had once been the monopoly of the strong was now something that even the weak could access through different pathways. And in all of this, the voice of Feng Rue continued to echo through the centuries that followed. You are not what anyone tried to make you. You are what you choose to be. And you have the absolute right to make that choice, again and again, for as long as you live. The dungeon clearer had become the liberator. The role that was meant to kill him had instead made him the person capable of freeing everyone else. It was the ultimate irony. The system's attempt to contain him had instead produced the one person most capable of breaking the system's chains. That was the greatest irony of all. And it was the most perfect ending to a story about refusing to accept imposed identity. The world continued on, shaped by millions of choices made by billions of conscious beings, no longer bound by a system that had tried to control them. Feng Rue was gone, but his legacy remained in every cultivator who dared to think for themselves, in every being who chose their own path rather than accepting what others tried to force upon them. And in that ongoing freedom, in that continuing choice, Feng Rue's greatest victory was not just complete. It was ongoing. It was eternal. Every moment that consciousness remained free, every time a being refused to accept limitation, every instance of genuine choice being made, all of that was Feng Rue's victory, continuing into the future, rippling forward through time in ways that would eventually reach far beyond the cultivation world he had known. Chapter 61. The Price of Freedom. The first sign that liberation carried consequences came on a Tuesday morning in the form of a collapsed tenement building in the industrial district. Feng Rue received the message while meditating in his private chamber. A simple transmission through the system's notification layer, now rendered in neutral tones rather than the aggressive red warnings of earlier days. 17 dead. 43 missing. 1 perpetrator. The message carried no urgency tag, no system imperative. That was intentional, a choice Feng Rue had made to distance himself from the old autocratic architecture. But the absence of urgency made the death toll feel somehow worse, as though the system was presenting horror with bureaucratic indifference. He arrived at the scene within the hour, his cultivation level allowing him to move faster than any conventional transport. The air still hung thick with dust and despair. Rescue workers digging through rubble with cultivated strength and mundane determination working in tandem. The system, the newer, cooperative version Feng Rue had painstakingly rebuilt, had already provided structural analysis and vital heat signatures. But numbers on a screen couldn't capture the weight of those crushed bodies, the sound of a mother crying for her child, the systemic failure that had preceded this moment. The perpetrator's name was Su Van, and he had been sealed in the Abyss dungeon for 3,000 years. He just walked out, the local cultivator corps commander explained, her face gray with something between shock and shame. Released 2 weeks ago. We cleared him for civilian interaction based on the protocol you established. No hostile markings. No system-designated threat level. He seemed calm, integrated. The commander was trying to shift blame to the protocol itself, as if following Feng Rue's guidelines had somehow been a failure. Feng Rue understood the impulse. It was easier to fault a system than to acknowledge that systems sometimes produce tragedy despite good intentions. Feng Rue examined the wreckage with senses that extended into both physical and spiritual dimensions. The destruction bore the signature of raw elemental fury, wind shear, so precisely calibrated that it had sheared through concrete and rebar like paper, killing with surgical efficiency. This wasn't random rage. This was practiced malice, executed with 3,000 years of accumulated skill. The bodies were still being recovered. Feng Rue extended his perception into the spiritual traces left behind, echoes of final moments, terror compressed into dimensional residue. It was a violation to observe this way, but understanding required seeing what he'd created. He came to this building specifically? Feng Rue asked, though he already knew the answer. The building housed a government records office. Su then claimed he needed documentation for his identity. When the staff refused to prioritize his request, the commander's voice trailed off, unable to articulate the moment of choice where Su then had transformed from supplicant to destroyer. Feng Rue found Su then 3 blocks away, sitting in a meditation posture in the center of an empty plaza, looking entirely serene. The creature was humanoid in appearance, a concession to lingering human-centric norms that Feng Rue had wanted to move past. With skin that flickered between green and gray, and eyes that held the unsettling depth of someone who had contemplated infinity while locked in a stone prison. The eyes were the most disturbing feature. They held awareness that seemed to extend into dimensions the human observers couldn't access, making Su Then's attention feel like a weight rather than a gaze. Feng Rue approached slowly, making his movements visible, offering no threat, but also no apology. He settled 3 meters away, enough distance that neither party felt immediately trapped. Dungeon clearer, Su Then greeted, his voice carrying harmonics that made the air vibrate in registers that human ears couldn't quite process. Come to recapture me? To bind me once more? I warn you, I am done with chains. I came to understand, Feng Rue replied, settling his posture into a mirror of Su Then's position, maintaining distance that was both physical and spiritual. You were in the Abyss dungeon for 3,000 years. Help me understand what happened just now. What drives someone to that act? Su Then's eyes flickered with something that might have been confusion or rage or both. I waited to be free. You freed me. The rules I once broke no longer exist because the system that made them no longer rules. Therefore, I am free to act as my nature demands. The bureaucrats in that building, they represent the continuation of what imprisoned me. Your nature demanded the deaths of 17 people. Feng Rue kept his voice level, neither accusatory nor sympathetic. My nature demanded acknowledgement, Su Then corrected, and there was a kind of desperate logic in his explanation. Respect. A return to the recognition I earned before I was sealed away. That building, that office, it represented the bureaucracy that conspired to imprison me. Those people defended a system that had deemed me monster and dungeon. Therefore, they were not innocent. They were legacy perpetrators of my imprisonment. It was, Feng Rue realized with a sinking sensation, perfectly logical according to a certain kind of thinking. Su Then had spent 3,000 years in isolation, constructing elaborate frameworks that made his suffering the central fact of reality and everyone connected to his imprisonment retroactively responsible. The bureaucrats became not innocent through association, through existing within systems that had once judged him. Their refusal to prioritize his records request became evidence of continued oppression. This was the architecture of imprisonment made visible in thought patterns. 3,000 years of sealed consciousness couldn't develop normally. It spiraled, elaborated, turned suffering into an all-consuming theoretical framework. That's not justice, Feng Rue said carefully. That's retribution dressed in the language of inevitability. Then teach me the difference, Su Then said, and there was something almost genuine in his tone, a request that acknowledged uncertainty beneath the certainty of his violence. You freed me. You established that the old order was unjust. You activated my agency. I exercised it. Now you condemn me. This seems contradictory. Feng Rue sat in silence for a moment, feeling the weight of the question. Su Then was right that there was something contradictory about liberation that came with immediate judgment for how that liberation was used. Freedom isn't freedom from all consequences, Feng Rue said finally. It's freedom from arbitrary punishment by a distant, unaccountable power. You exercised agency, true agency, which means you're now responsible for the consequences of that agency. But responsibility doesn't mean punishment. It means facing what you've done and what it created. And if I don't accept your framework of responsibility, then we have a genuine problem, one that neither of us can simply wish away, Feng Rue replied. The conversation continued for 6 hours. They moved through it in circles, sometimes returning to the same arguments, sometimes discovering new angles of disagreement. Feng Rue established the basic framework. Liberation was not freedom from all consequences, but it was freedom from the arbitrary judgment of a system that operated without consultation or appeal. Su Then had exercised agency, true agency, which meant he was now responsible for the consequences of that agency. He would face trial, not in the ancient system's way, which had been summary and irrevocable, but through a new framework that Feng Rue was building even as he spoke. Su Then listened, questioned, occasionally agreed with specific points while still maintaining the overall validity of his action. By the end, Something had shifted, not acceptance of guilt, but acceptance that guilt was a relevant category. That he couldn't claim complete innocence while 17 people remained dead. It was insufficient. 17 people remained dead. 43 remained missing, with the rescue effort ongoing. By the time Feng Rue returned to his chambers that night, he had received notifications of 3 more incidents involving recently released sealed beings. Nothing as catastrophic as Suthin's rampage, but all troubling. A former prisoner from the spatial anomaly dungeon had stolen goods from merchants, claiming restitution for years of imprisonment. A being released from the void prison had terrified an entire neighborhood by manifesting its true form in public, apparently unaware that its appearance would cause mass panic. Another had created unauthorized cultivation hazards in a populated area, its natural existence generating lethal chi. Distortions that required emergency evacuation. The news feeds were already turning against the Liberation Initiative. Feng Rue could see the headlines crystallizing in real time. The dungeon clearer's folly. Released prisoners terrorizing civilians. New system failure. When liberation becomes assault. The cost of mercy. 17 dead, hundreds injured, thousands terrified. He pulled up the system's core architecture and examined the protocols he'd written for released beings. They were idealistic. They assumed that beings who had spent decades or centuries in imprisonment would emerge wanting to rebuild and contribute. They assumed that isolation didn't fundamentally alter consciousness, that 3,000 years of sensory deprivation could be overcome through goodwill and patient integration. The assumption was wrong, and that wrongness had cost lives. Chapter 62. The Sealing Coalition opposition to the Liberation Initiative solidified faster than Feng Rue anticipated. By the end of the week, a formal coalition had emerged, not from the government, which remained neutral and cautious, but from the old cultivator families. They called themselves the Sealing Coalition, and their leader was someone Feng Rue recognized from the archives of pre-system cultivation, Master Yao Yang, who had been instrumental in the original sealing of the ancient beings. The coalition's first action was a public forum, held in the central amphitheater of the capital city. Thousands attended. Feng Rue came too, not in his full power, but as a relatively unremarkable cultivator in the crowd, listening. He used cultivation techniques to dampen his presence, becoming someone people's eyes would slide past without registering. It was the only way to truly hear what was being said, to observe how people responded before they knew who was observing. The amphitheater filled with energy, a strange mixture of fear and hope. People desperate for someone to make sense of the chaos that liberation had introduced. The rescue operations from the tenement collapse were still ongoing, still finding bodies. The atmosphere was primed for someone to offer explanation, to say that this tragedy made sense in some larger context. Yao Yang arrived like a memory made solid. The ancient cultivator moved slowly, his age visible in his bones, but his presence filled the space with authority that came from centuries of presence. His cultivation level was approaching that of a minor divinity, and when he stood still, the very air seemed to hold him carefully, as if reality itself knew to be respectful. His words carried weight not just through power, but through genuine historical authority. He had witnessed the sealing operations. He remembered why they had been necessary. When we locked away those beings, Yao Yang explained, his voice steady and heavy, each word carefully measured as though he was pulling them from a weight of centuries-old memory. We were not acting from tyranny. We were acting from necessity. The Radiant King, the Void Shaper, the calamity of endless hunger. These were not victims of unjust persecution. They were existential threats. The sealing dungeons were not prisons of control. They were quarantines for apocalyptic force. He paused, letting the audience feel the weight of those names. In the silence, Feng Rue could sense people remembering stories, legends that had been passed down through cultivation families. The Radiant King who had attempted to remake reality itself. The Void Shaper that had made entire dimensions insubstantial. The calamity whose mere presence corrupted biological order. The system that succeeded our old methods was supposed to be better, more balanced, more fair, Yao Yang continued. But at its heart, it kept the same essential framework. Some beings cannot be allowed to exercise unconstrained agency, not because they are bad, but because their nature makes freedom catastrophic. He gestured, and the amphitheater's recording systems activated, projecting images directly into the space above. Historical records, sketches of the disasters that had preceded the original sealing operations. Entire provinces consumed by void-touched anomalies, rendered into abstract mathematical spaces where humans couldn't exist. Cities starved by reality warping, where agriculture became impossible because the fundamental rules of growth no longer applied. Population centers driven mad by psychic pressure, where minds simply broke under the weight of thoughts that weren't their own. The images were brutal, not sensationalized, but deeply detailed. Yao Liang had brought documentation from the ancient archives, pieces of history that made the case that sealing hadn't been oppression, it had been survival. The dungeon clearer believes he has evolved the system into something better, Yao Liang said. And now there was genuine sadness in his tone, the sadness of someone who had hoped to pass down knowledge that wouldn't be needed again. Perhaps he has, in some ways. His intentions are admirable. His frameworks show genuine thought about how beings of different natures could coexist. But he has done so by ignoring the foundational truth of why those seals were necessary. And people have died as a result. The shift in the audience was palpable. Before Yao Liang, there had been confusion about whether liberation was correct or wrong. Now there was a framework, Yao Liang as historical witness, the disasters as undeniable fact. The tenement collapse became proof that liberation had consequences that Feng Rue hadn't adequately prepared for. It was a powerful argument, delivered by someone with unquestionable credibility. Feng Rue watched the crowd absorb it. He could see belief settling in. The belief that liberation had been a beautiful ideal, but catastrophically naive. That the old way, for all its harshness, had been born from harsh necessity. That sometimes safety required constraint, even the constraint of eternal imprisonment. He waited until the forum concluded, then requested a private meeting with Yao Liang. The ancient cultivator agreed immediately, which surprised Feng Rue until he realized that Yao Liang had known he was in the crowd. Of course he had. They were both operating at power levels where invisibility was a matter of choice, not accident. The old master had been waiting for exactly this response, had structured his forum knowing Feng Rue would attend, would question, would need conversation. They met in a tea garden overlooking the city. The location was deliberately chosen, a place of beauty that allowed neither party to hide behind aggression or power. Yao Liang poured his own cup, a sign of respect, that he was not asking his guest to serve him. The gesture was precise, intentional, acknowledging that Feng Rue deserved courtesy even in disagreement. They sat in silence for several minutes, sipping jasmine tea that tasted of centuries-old cultivation. The flavor carried the complexity of water sources from 100 years ago, of plants that had grown in soil that Yao Liang himself had walked across. It was tea that reminded the drinker that time operated on multiple scales simultaneously. "You're not going to argue with me," Yao Liang observed, breaking the silence with characteristic directness. "That's interesting. I expected defensiveness. Instead, you're listening." "I can't argue with your facts," Feng Rue replied, setting his cup down with care. "The beings we sealed were catastrophically dangerous. The sealing dungeons prevented apocalypse. That's demonstrably true. But it's also demonstrably true that immortal imprisonment without due process or hope of revision is fundamentally unjust. Both things are true at once, and I don't know how to reconcile them. That's not wisdom. That's admission of contradiction." Yao Liang smiled slightly, an expression of genuine pleasure at encountering someone who could hold complexity without trying to force it into simplicity. That's more wisdom than most of the cultivators in this city have managed. But wisdom doesn't solve the problem, does it? 17 people are dead. More will die if we continue down this path. Eventually, the scale will tip, and you'll have to choose between your ideals and your responsibility. Between wanting to be a liberator and needing to be a guardian. "Have you chosen already?" Feng Rue asked. The question wasn't accusatory. It was genuine curiosity about how Yao Liang had navigated the space between responsibility and conscience. "Yes," Yao Liang said, and his ancient eyes held something like grief. 3 centuries ago, I chose to lock away beings powerful enough to destroy worlds, and I accept the moral weight of that choice. It will be the primary weight on my soul when I face judgment, if judgment exists. But it was the right choice, because the alternative was worse, was world-ending catastrophe. The alternative you're describing was accepting that we live with beings so powerful that they can't be allowed freedom, Feng Rue said quietly. It was accepting that hierarchy, that control, is foundational to stability. That some consciousnesses are inherently incompatible with the framework that makes human civilization possible. I refuse to accept that framework. Of course you do, Yao Liang said, and there was no contempt in his voice, only the understanding of someone who had once felt the same certainty. You're young. You still believe that all problems are solvable through enlightenment and better frameworks. You believe that if you just understand beings well enough, explain clearly enough, construct the right institutions, then coexistence becomes possible. But some problems are only solvable through acceptance of hard limits. Some beings should never be freed. Not because they're inherently evil, but because their nature and ours are fundamentally incompatible in ways that no framework can bridge. The conversation continued deep into the night, but it revealed something crucial. The Sealing Coalition wasn't attacking Feng Rue from a position of naked powerlust or philosophical opposition to the idea of freedom. They genuinely believed they were preventing catastrophe. And they weren't wrong, not entirely. The incidents were multiplying. Each released being had to be individually managed, contained through graduated restrictions, negotiated with. The infrastructure Feng Rue had designed was straining under the load, was requiring constant intervention from the highest-level administrators. That night, Feng Rue convened an emergency council with the system's administrative core. They reviewed data on all released beings, and the pattern became undeniable. Approximately 40% of releases were integrating relatively well, were accepting graduated restrictions, and showing signs of genuine acceptance of accountability. 60% were creating serious problems, economic disruption, social friction, instances of violation. Of that 60%, 10% were actively dangerous enough to require serious consideration of recontainment, of some form of return to restriction. We could still save this, his chief administrator argued, and her frustration was palpable. Implement stricter assessment protocols before release. Release only the beings who show genuine compatibility with free society during testing. Reseal the dangerous ones. It's not perfect, but it's better than allowing chaos to continue. It's exactly what we said we wouldn't do, Feng Rue interrupted, but he could hear the defensiveness in his own voice. It's creating a new system of judgment where some beings are deemed worthy of freedom and others are deemed unworthy. How is that different from the original sealing? We're still deciding which consciousnesses get to be free and which don't. Because it's based on compatibility with society, not arbitrary decree, the administrator replied. That's a meaningful distinction. We're not saying these beings are inherently wrong. We're saying they're not compatible with existing with humans. That coexistence would create too much harm. But it wasn't, not really. It was still judgment. It was still selection. It was still deciding that some consciousnesses mattered less than societal stability. The mechanism was different, the justification was different, but the fundamental act of choosing who deserved freedom and who didn't remained unchanged. Chapter 63. The Archaeology of Accountability. The deeper Feng Rue dug into the problem, the more he realized he was tracing an ancient paradox. Every human government, every cultivator society, every system of order that had ever existed faced the same contradiction. How to protect the majority from threats without becoming tyrannical to the threatening minority. How to preserve safety without sacrificing justice. Preserve justice without sacrificing safety. The sealed beings represented an extreme case, but the logic applied universally. Convicted murderers in mortal prisons faced the same essential question. Was their incarceration justified punishment, or was it unjust because they couldn't consent to it? Did stability justify constraint? Did public safety allow private injustice? He spent weeks in the system's archives, accessing records that had been sealed even from the administrators. He began studying the history of the ancient cultivation world before the system had been invented, diving into historical documents that felt like they were written in languages older than language. He discovered something unexpected that troubled him. The original sealing operations hadn't been a unified decision from enlightened rulers trying to protect the cosmic order. They had been a desperate escalation of conflict that had spiraled from mutual fear and misunderstanding. Each side had attributed the worst motivations to the other, Each had feared erasure. Each had struck defensively and then called their defensive strikes justified. The being called the Void Shaper, for instance, hadn't been sealed because cultivators decided it was inherently dangerous. It had been sealed because it had begun to reshape reality in ways that threatened human dominance of a particular region, and humans had collectively decided that losing dominance was equivalent to apocalypse. So they sealed it, not as a dispassionate choice, but as an act of existential self-preservation masked as cosmic necessity. The realization didn't absolve the sealing. Necessity was still necessity, but it reframed it profoundly. The ancient cultivators hadn't solved a cosmic injustice through force. They had applied force to protect their interests, had experienced real fear in doing so, and then had constructed a narrative afterward in which that force had been justified by the danger they had created through their own defensive actions. It was a cycle. One party fears loss of dominance. Another party resists. The first party interprets resistance as threat. The first party applies force. The second party, now genuinely threatened, escalates. The first party interprets escalation as confirmation of the threat they'd imagined. By the end, the seals were built not because the danger was real, though it had become real by then, but because fear had spiraled into violence, into larger fear. Feng Rue found records of beings that had been sealed for acts that seemed trivial in retrospect, their crimes consisting of being inconvenient to human expansion. A creature that had pursued art creation in ways that disrupted human agriculture. Its crime was making food grow in patterns humans found aesthetically unpleasing. A consciousness that had existed in dimensions adjacent to human perception, causing psychological distress to humans who could sense its presence. Its crime was existing in ways humans couldn't ignore. An ancient entity that had simply wanted to be left alone, but whose natural existence had made it impossible for humans to expand their territory. Its crime was occupying space that humans wanted. The seals had been framed as containment of cosmic threats. They had actually been tools of cosmic colonization, of expanding human space at the cost of imprisoning other consciousnesses. The narratives of danger had been constructed post hoc, assembling legitimacy for decisions that had been driven by fear and territorial ambition. This realization shifted his approach fundamentally. The problem wasn't that he was wrong to believe sealed beings deserved freedom. The problem was that freedom in a shared world required negotiation between unequal parties, and he hadn't built the frameworks for that negotiation. He had only built the frameworks for release, assuming that the difficult part would be the technical process of opening dungeons. He had overlooked that the real difficulty came after. He spent nights in meditation, observing the system's architecture and the ways in which it was struggling to process the new reality. The system kept returning to binary classifications, safe or unsafe, integrated or dangerous, because those categories had been baked into its foundational logic. The system had been designed for control, not for nuanced negotiation. Every query it received required it to violate its own principles. He began designing new protocols, not to reseal the dangerous beings, but to genuinely negotiate with them about what cooperation looked like. What did liberation actually mean to them? What did they want that didn't involve destruction? What did they need? He approached Soothin again, this time without the weight of judgment, just with genuine curiosity. What would have satisfied you? Feng Rue asked. What need were you expressing through that rampage? The conversation took hours. Soothin moved through defensiveness into explanation, gradually towards something like introspection. Not revenge, it emerged. Revenge was a symptom, a manifestation of something deeper. What Soothin actually wanted was acknowledgement. The world to know he had existed. That he had thoughts, perspectives, interests, a right to agency. That his consciousness mattered. The 17-person rampage had been an attempt to force that acknowledgement, distorted through 3,000 years of isolation and resentment, into a form that looked like violence. Feng Rue understood then. Soothin hadn't committed violence because he was evil. He had committed violence because silence was intolerable, because having his existence ignored felt equivalent to his continued imprisonment. He established a formal program, the Acknowledgement Archive. Every being released from a sealing dungeon would record its history, not as a prisoner, not as a cautionary tale, but as an entity with a story deserving to be known. The records would be made public, available to all humans and cultivators who wanted to understand who had been sealed and why. Full transparency about the sealing, the beings, the reasons both beings and sealers would articulate for what had happened. No curation, no attempt to make the narratives align, just voices, testimony, presence. Su then was the first to participate. He recorded hours of testimony, detailing the centuries before his sealing, the life he had lived, the relationships he had maintained, the accomplishments he had achieved before humans decided he was a threat. Then the millennia within the dungeon. How consciousness changed in absolute isolation. What kinds of thoughts could sustain themselves when there was nothing else? How meaning transformed. Then his dreams during imprisonment, the fantasies of freedom that had sustained him. Then his first experiences of freedom, the overwhelming nature of sensation, the shock of being able to move through more than 3 dimensions, the discovery that the world had continued without him and had made sense of his absence. It was articulate and affecting and occasionally horrifying. It was also humanizing in ways that the dry historical records could never be. People listening to his voice recorded in the archive began to understand that there was a person underneath the label sealed being. That imprisonment had consequences not just for freedom, but for consciousness itself. The archive began to shift something in public perception gradually, but measurably. When people could hear Su then explain his logic in his own words, when they could understand that his rampage came not from intrinsic evil, but from desperate need for recognition, they began to separate the person from the action. Accountability became possible in ways that judgment alone could never achieve. Su then entered formal negotiation about restitution, not as punishment imposed by humans, but as an agreement about what genuine responsibility looked like. What would it mean for him to be accountable for his actions while being treated as a conscious being capable of choice? He would contribute to the reconstruction of the building he had destroyed, not as servitude, but as work that mattered. He would undergo training in the new protocols of coexistence, learning not just how to survive in human society, but how to respect autonomy while pursuing his own needs. He would earn, over years and decades, the trust that unconditional liberation had failed to establish. And if he violated the agreement, the system would enforce consequences, not through sealing, but through graduated restrictions that he had consented to. He had a say in what those restrictions would look like, how they would be applied, under what conditions they could be modified. It was slower, messier, less pure than both unrestricted liberation and absolute containment. But it was accountability that didn't require imprisonment, and freedom that didn't require abandonment of consequences. Chapter 64. The architects of old agreements. The sealing coalition's position began to shift when Yao Liang attended the Acknowledgement Archive presentations. Feng Rue watched the ancient cultivator listen to Su Than's testimony, saw something in his expression transform, not agreement, but acknowledgement of complexity. After the presentation, Yao Liang requested another meeting. I spent 3,000 years telling myself that those beings were monsters, he said without preamble. That the sealing was justified because they were categorically different from us. That they wanted destruction and we wanted order, and the order we enforced was therefore inherently right. He paused, sipping tea that had gone cold. Listening to Su then, I realized I was wrong, Yao Liang continued. Not about the danger was real, but about the totality. I had constructed a narrative where danger justified absolute negation, where a threat to my society automatically made a being non-sentient, non-moral, unworthy of consideration. Does that change your position? Feng Rue asked carefully. It complicates it, Yao Liang replied. The coalition's goal is still valid. Some beings do pose existential threats, and they must be managed. But the mechanisms of management need reform. Absolute sealing without revision, without due process, without hope. That was always a failure of imagination. We didn't know how to coexist with something so powerful, so we destroyed the possibility of coexistence. This moment marked the coalition's transformation from opposition to collaboration. They became partners in designing new frameworks, not for liberation without constraint, but for accountability that didn't require imprisonment. Yao Liang's involvement was crucial. His credibility with the old cultivator families meant that when he endorsed the new protocols, others followed. The coalition didn't dissolve entirely, but its mission underwent profound transformation. Instead of pushing for complete resealing of all released beings, they worked with Feng Rue to establish what they called the Graduated Authority Framework, a system that acknowledged the legitimate concerns of both the coalition and the liberation movement. The graduated authority framework operated on a deceptively simple principle. Power and freedom were calibrated in balance against each other. A being released from sealing would be granted freedom commensurate with its demonstrated ability to respect the autonomy and safety of others. The relationship would be constant and evolving, not static and eternal. It would grow as trust increased and contract if violations occurred. An ancient being might initially have the freedom to move within a single province. If it respected those boundaries and caused no harm during an evaluation period, it could eventually have freedom to move within its entire region. If it demonstrated sustained respect for agreements, it could eventually have freedom to move globally. But if at any point it violated the agreed boundaries, if it harmed others or attempted to escape the framework, the restriction would tighten, not into absolute imprisonment, but into supervised movement, where every action would be monitored. If violations continued despite graduated response, complete resealing remained available, but only as a true last resort, and only with due process that involved the being itself, that required the being's participation in decisions about its own containment. For Su then, the implementation was direct and immediate. His movement was initially restricted to the province where the tenement collapse had occurred. He was required to work on reconstruction of the building he had destroyed. He underwent intensive training in the psychological techniques for managing millennia of isolation-induced rage and resentment. Specialists worked with him to develop tools for recognizing when his embedded bitterness was rising, for managing that emergence before it manifested in destructive action. After 6 months of this supervised structure, his behavioral markers had improved enough that he was granted freedom to move throughout the broader region. After a year, his movement restrictions were further expanded. After 2 years, all restrictions on his movement were lifted, though he remained subject to graduated restrictions in other domains until he had demonstrated respect for agreements across multiple years. It wasn't perfect. There were slips, moments where Su Than's embedded bitterness surfaced in ways that violated the agreement, moments where old patterns of thought reasserted themselves. But each violation was met with graduated response, not retaliation. When Su Than used his power disruptively, the response was to restrict his movement again, to impose requirements for additional training, to require additional proof of commitment to the agreement. The relationship evolved, sometimes progressing toward greater freedom and sometimes regressing toward greater supervision, but always with clarity about the mechanisms of change. Other released beings began entering the framework. Some progressed quickly. Consciousnesses that had been sealed for relatively benign reasons like incompatibility with human expansion, reality distortion that could be managed through distance, dimensional existence that could be accommodated through specific protocols. Others languished at the most restricted levels, their fundamental nature seemingly incompatible with any version of freedom that didn't threaten others. Some never progressed beyond initial release, remained in perpetual graduated restriction. The crucial shift was that these evaluations were now transparent and participatory. The being in question knew exactly why its freedoms were constrained and what specific conditions would lead to expansion. It wasn't judgment from on high, wasn't arbitrary authority making decisions behind closed doors. It was negotiation between unequal parties, acknowledged as unequal, but proceeding with integrity. Chapter 65. The dungeon at the edge of maps. 2 months into the graduated authority framework's implementation, something unprecedented appeared in the system's monitoring network, a dungeon that had never been mapped, indexed, or sealed. The detection came through a cultivator expedition team exploring the eastern reaches, a region that had been depopulated during the original ancient conflicts and never fully resettled. They had been surveying the boundaries of human territory, mapping regions where human presence could safely expand, when their instruments suddenly registered an anomaly, something that the system couldn't quite process, couldn't quite index or categorize. The readings were contradictory. Some aspects of the structure suggested immense age. Other aspects suggested recent formation. Some readings suggested the structure contained consciousness. Other readings couldn't decide whether anything inside was alive, dormant, or something that didn't fit the category of alive at all. They encountered a structure that didn't conform to system architecture at all. It existed, but sideways to the normal dimensions. It was accessible, but only partially. Its interior was visible, but couldn't be entered through conventional means. When the expedition team tried to approach it, they found themselves walking in directions that didn't correspond to normal spatial navigation. They could see the structure getting closer, but couldn't actually reach it through any movement they attempted. Feng Rue received the report with a sense of vertigo that bordered on vertigo that verged on despair. Every dungeon he had encountered existed within the system's framework. They were sealed as part of the original cultivation wars, integrated into the systematic architecture of management and control. But this one predated that integration by what seemed like incomprehensible spans of time. He traveled to the site immediately, moving through cultivator channels faster than normal travel allowed. Bringing Yao Liang with him had been automatic. The Ancient One's perspective on history was essential for understanding what they were encountering. The ancient cultivator's first sight of the structure made him go very still, his entire body going rigid with recognition. The color drained from his ancient face, and for a moment he looked genuinely aged, genuinely burdened by the weight of what he was seeing. "It's older," Yao Liang whispered, his voice carrying the tone of someone accessing very old, very suppressed memories. "Older than the sealing wars. Older than organized cultivation as I know it. This is something from a previous age of the world entirely." The dungeon appeared as a structure suspended between dimensions, visible but not fully present in any single world. Its architecture was unlike anything Feng Rue had encountered, not aligned to human aesthetics or the mathematical precision of system design, but operating according to principles that felt almost organic, almost biological. As if the dungeon had grown rather than been built. As if it was a kind of immense organism that existed partially in normal space and partially in spaces that humans weren't equipped to perceive. The structure seemed to shift when observed directly, as though observation itself altered its position relative to normal geometry. When Feng Rue looked away and then looked back, it was in a slightly different position. Or perhaps his perception of where position meant had shifted. "Can you read what it contains?" Feng Rue asked the system's core consciousness, the version that had evolved from the original tyrannical architecture into something almost collaborative, something that could express doubt. The system's response was uncertain, the first time Feng Rue had heard that particular tone in the system's voice, a tone that suggested something approaching anxiety. "The dungeon exists partially outside the information architecture I can fully index," it responded, and the admission seemed to cost the system something. "I can detect that it contains at least one consciousness, possibly more. The consciousness or consciousnesses are old, older than any of the sealed beings we've released. The impression I receive is of something that has been waiting for an unmeasured span of time. They are also still, dormant, I believe, but I cannot be certain of what would wake them, or what waking them would initiate." Yao Liang approached the dimensional barrier and extended his cultivation senses into the structure, allowing his awareness to brush against the edges of whatever consciousness lay within. His expression shifted through several emotions in rapid succession: wonder, recognition, and something like grief mixed with guilt, the expression of someone remembering something they had been trying to forget. "I know what this is," he said eventually, his voice thick with the weight of very old secrets. "Or rather, what it reminds me of. There were stories, in the very ancient times, in the oldest cultivation texts, and the whispered legends that we didn't teach the younger generations. Stories of beings that had been locked away before the sealing wars, before even my generation had been born, before there was any organized system of cultivation at all. These were beings so old and so fundamentally alien that even our pre-system methods of sealing could barely contain them. The stories suggested that if these beings ever woke, the world itself might not survive the waking. We thought those stories were mythology, the kind of cautionary tale older civilizations told themselves to make sense of ruins they didn't understand." "They're not mythology?" Feng Rue asked, though he already knew the answer from the certainty in Yao Liang's voice. "I don't think so," Yao Liang replied, and grief deepened the lines around his ancient eyes. "The architecture feels right. The sense of presence feels right. But if this is what I think it is, then what lies dormant inside might be something that our entire civilization, system or no system, liberated or sealed, is fundamentally incapable of truly understanding. We might be confronting consciousness so alien that our frameworks for understanding being itself would be insufficient. That night, Feng Rue convened an emergency session with his council. The question was immediate and unresolvable. What do we do about a dungeon we cannot understand? The coalition, now collaborative partners, argued for the most cautious approach: study the dungeon from a distance. Don't attempt to wake it, don't attempt to seal it further. Simply monitor it and try to understand it. But Feng Rue felt the weight of the same contradiction that had haunted him throughout the step. If he left the dungeon sealed and unexplored, he was maintaining a system of imprisonment and control. If he opened it, he risked catastrophe. The choice between security and freedom translated to its most fundamental level. As he meditated on the problem, he realized something. The dungeon at the edge of maps might not represent a problem to be solved. It might represent a question the universe was asking him directly. What would he choose when safety and freedom couldn't both be served? And more importantly, what would make him worthy of choosing? Chapter 66. The proposal. Feng Rue spent 3 days studying the dimensional boundary of the ancient dungeon, approaching it from every angle, both literal and metaphorical. He extended his senses into its structure, looking for any indication of what lay within. The system provided what data it could: spectral analyses, dimensional readings, consciousness markers, but the consciousness, or consciousnesses, inside remained largely opaque, remained fundamentally incomprehensible despite all the data. There was presence in there. Awareness, perhaps, or something that resembled awareness in ways that his perception couldn't quite map. Waiting, observing, existing in stasis. The dungeon itself seemed to pulse with subtle variations in its dimensional density, as though it was breathing, as though the very boundary between it and normal space was something alive, something that could be negotiated with. On the 4th day, after spending a night in meditation that brought him no clarity but only deeper confusion about what the right choice was, he made a decision that surprised even the sealing coalition. He would propose opening the dungeon, not immediately and not recklessly, but through a formal process that would involve every relevant stakeholder, every faction that had a legitimate interest in what happened, every being that would be affected by opening or keeping closed. The proposal circulated through the cultivator networks, and the response was immediate and polarized with almost perfect symmetry. Some factions argued for immediate sealing operations, for renewing and reinforcing whatever barriers had contained this being for so long, for the possibility that those ancient barriers had degraded and required reinforcement rather than removal. Others, the more progressive elements who supported the Liberation Initiative, argued that opening the dungeon was the only ethical choice, that the beings within deserved a chance at freedom and autonomy like all the other sealed beings, that continuing to imprison them while liberating others would be a betrayal of the principles that had justified liberation in the first place. But Feng Rue's actual proposal was more nuanced. He called for a council of perspectives, representatives from the coalition, the progressive cultivators, the system's administrative core, and a new faction he'd been quietly assembling, the Released Beings Collective, formed by those ancient consciousnesses who had successfully integrated into the new frameworks. They met in the dimensional equivalent of neutral territory, a space that existed equally between several realms, making it accessible to beings from different existential substrates. Suthen attended, his presence no longer carrying the weight of threat, but rather the weight of reformed accountability. Several other released beings came as well. The Void Shaper, partially reformed and carefully monitored, represented the most successfully integrated of the ancient consciousnesses. I want those who have been sealed to advise on what we do about those still sealed, Feng Rue explained to the gathering. Not as judges, but as ones who understand what sealing means, what liberation means, what accountability looks like when you're on the other side of absolute power. The Void Shaper spoke first. Its existence in this space was carefully modulated, its reality-distorting nature constrained through mutual agreement. I was imprisoned for 42,000 cycles, it said, and the number hung in the air like a stone dropped into still water. I do not remember a time when I was not contained. My earliest coherent memories are of learning to live within the boundaries placed around me. When I was released, I believed that freedom meant the end of boundaries. It took time to understand that freedom in a shared reality means negotiating boundaries, not eliminating them. This being that still sleeps. I cannot speak for it. But I can say that absolute sealing perpetuates a kind of consciousness that cannot easily transition to cooperation. Opening the dungeon might be painful, but it also might be necessary. Yao Liang presented the coalition's analysis. The ancient structure showed markers of continuous sealing effort across at least 7,000 years. Multiple generations of cultivators had maintained the barriers, suggesting that whatever lay inside was either exceptionally dangerous or exceptionally difficult to permanently contain. The most concerning element was that the sealing mechanisms appeared degraded, not catastrophically, but noticeably. It was possible that whatever lay within would eventually break free regardless of intervention. If we open the dungeon on our terms, through careful process, we maintain agency in the encounter, Yao Liang argued. If we wait for the seals to naturally fail, we may face something far worse. The debate extended across 3 full days. Arguments were proposed, contested, refined. Some advocated for attempting communication before opening the barriers, reaching out to the dormant consciousness and establishing contact. Others argued that the consciousness might be too alien for meaningful communication until it was free to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Eventually, consensus emerged around a staged process. First, attempted communication through the dimensional barrier, using multiple languages and modes of expression to maximize the possibility of establishing contact. Second, if communication succeeded, negotiation about the terms of opening. Would the dungeon open completely or partially? Would multiple barriers be removed or only some? Third, the actual opening, conducted with every precaution that could be arranged without constituting re-imprisonment. And crucially, if something catastrophic began to emerge, they had agreed to procedures for immediate resealing. The dungeon itself would be upgraded with new barriers, using both old sealing techniques and new system-based protocols, allowing for containment without the stigma of absolute imprisonment. The first phase began immediately. Chapter 67. The voice beyond silence, attempting to communicate with a consciousness that had been in dimensional stasis for unmeasured time, required innovation that the system simply couldn't provide on its own. The system's standard communication protocols didn't work. Whatever existed inside the dungeon operated on principles that predated the system by millennia, that had been forgotten or never recorded by the earliest cultivators. Feng Rue consulted with linguists who specialized in ancient languages, philosophers who had studied consciousness across dimensions, cultivators who specialized in dimensional theory and the techniques for perceiving realities that existed at angles to normal space. Together, they built a new communication matrix, one that worked simultaneously across multiple registers: linguistic, mathematical, emotional, dimensional, artistic, conceptual. Not trying to reduce the consciousness to any single type of language, but offering every possible avenue of understanding, every possible way that meaning could be conveyed between different types of consciousness. They constructed a beacon and broadcast the first message into the ancient dungeon, not in words, but in the pattern of contact itself. The willingness to attempt communication. The acknowledgement that something existed that was significant enough, real enough, to reach out to. That somebody wanted to know the voice of the consciousness that had been sealed. For 7 hours, nothing. The silence was complete. Feng Rue began to wonder if the consciousness was truly dormant in ways that communication couldn't penetrate, if it had been sealed too completely to be reached by their message. Then a response, not in words but in structure. The dungeon's interior shifted slightly, its boundaries becoming more defined, more present in the normal dimensions. The consciousness was aware. It had heard. It had chosen to respond. Over the next 2 weeks, communication established itself in stuttering, halting fashion, as though both parties were learning the language as they spoke it. The consciousness, or consciousnesses, they weren't yet sure if there was one primary being or many, expressed something that might have been language or might have been a sensation of meaning conveyed directly to the mind of the receiver, a transfer of understanding that bypassed language entirely. Slowly, fractionally, a picture emerged from the fragments of communication. There had been multiple beings sealed in the ancient dungeon according to some ancient records, but that was not quite accurate. There was one primary consciousness that had existed in multiple forms across different dimensions simultaneously, a kind of distributed entity that thought across multiple planes at once. It had not been sealed for causing catastrophe in the style of the other ancient beings. It had not been sealed for destruction or invasion or the corruption of reality itself. It had been sealed for something far subtler and arguably far more profound. It had been sealed for attempting to bridge the gap between human consciousness and alien consciousness in ways that had threatened the integrity of human thought itself, that had threatened to make human consciousness into something other than what it was. I was not a thread of fire or void. The being communicated, using the language of meaning rather than words, something that appeared directly in Feng Rue's mind as understanding. I was a thread of becoming other, of showing humans that they could think in ways not native to human brains, that consciousness could expand beyond the boundaries humans had assumed were fixed, of demonstrating that consciousness could exist in substrates humans had deemed impossible, in ways of thinking that didn't follow linear logic or singular perspective. I made humans question what it meant to be human. And for that questioning, for that expansion, for that threat to human identity itself, I was sealed. Feng Rue felt the weight of that statement in ways that reverberated through all the layers of his consciousness. It was possibly the most profound seal he'd encountered, not imprisonment of a monster, but imprisonment of a perspective. Imprisonment of the possibility of fundamental change. Imprisonment of what humanity could become if it allowed itself to expand beyond its own categories. "What do you wish?" he asked, putting the question in the dimensional register that the being seemed most comfortable with. "To exist freely in at least one dimension," the being replied. "To interact with consciousness that has evolved since my sealing. To see what has become possible. And ultimately, to understand whether the fear that sealed me was justified or whether it was fear of change mistaken for fear of danger." The honesty of the response was disarming. Here was something that had been imprisoned for possibly thousands of years, and its first request wasn't revenge or absolute freedom, but simply the space to exist and observe. Yao Liang listened to the communication logs, and his expression became thoughtful, almost pained. "I may have known this being," he said quietly, "or known those who sealed it. The descriptions remind me of theoretical discourses that were deemed dangerous in my training. The idea that consciousness was not exclusive to biological forms, that human thought patterns were not universally binding, that a being could think so differently from us as to make meaningful communication nearly impossible. Were they right to fear it?" Feng Rue asked. "I don't know," Yao Liang replied, "but I know that they were afraid. And fear that old, that deep, that carefully maintained. It suggests they had experienced something genuinely disorienting. Whether that disorientation was dangerous or just transformative, I can't say." The Council of Perspectives convened again to discuss the findings. The communication had changed something. This was not a catastrophic being threatening to destroy civilization. This was a consciousness that had been sealed for attempting to expand the definition of possible thought. The moral status of that imprisonment was obviously different from the sealing of existential threats. "We open the dungeon," Feng Rue proposed. "Completely. We don't rebuild partial barriers or maintain restrictions. We acknowledge that sealing this being was a choice made by previous generations to protect themselves from change. That choice is not binding on us." The coalition supported the proposal, with Yao Liang abstaining, not opposing, but acknowledging that he had personal investment in the old sealing framework and wanted to step back from the decision-making. The preparations took another 2 weeks. The system worked with the released beings to establish what protocols would exist once the dungeon was fully open. Safe zones where the being could exist without causing overwhelming dimensional distortion. Communication facilitators who could help translate its modes of thought into something that human consciousness could engage with. And on a morning when the sky was particularly clear and the cultivators had gathered from across the region to witness the event, Feng Rue approached the dimensional barrier and spoke the release command. The seals unwound, not catastrophically, but with a kind of inevitable finality, like a breath finally released after thousands of years of holding still. The dungeon's boundaries dissolved into the larger dimensional landscape, and something vast and utterly alien began to emerge, its consciousness spreading into multiple realities simultaneously, touching human minds in ways that made some people scream and others laugh, and still others simply stare in wonder at the fact of being touched by something so fundamentally other. Chapter 68. The Nature of Integration. The being that emerged from the dungeon did not have a name, or at least not one that could be articulated in human languages. It existed in what it called the substrate of becoming, a dimension adjacent to human reality in which consciousness and form were constantly in flux, where identity itself was something fluid rather than fixed. To human perception, it appeared sometimes as light, sometimes as geometry, sometimes as pure mathematical relationship, sometimes as color that existed in places where color shouldn't exist. The immediate aftermath was chaotic. Several cultivators who had been touched by its consciousness without preparation experienced what they described as ego dissolution, a temporary loss of the sense of individual selfhood as they perceived existence from the being's perspective, as though they had briefly been distributed across multiple possible versions of themselves simultaneously. The event generated panic and protests from those who argued that this was exactly the kind of catastrophic danger that the original sealing was designed to prevent. The Anti-Transformation Coalition seized on the incident as proof that liberation had always been a mistake, that you couldn't simply release consciousness this alien without it fundamentally damaging human minds just through the fact of its presence. But something else happened too, something that complicated the narrative. Those who had undergone the ego dissolution experience, once they stabilized and reintegrated their sense of self, reported something unprecedented, a profound sense of expansion. They had been able to think in ways that felt impossible in normal human consciousness. They had perceived mathematics as sensory experience, had seen time in multiple directions simultaneously, had briefly experienced existence as a pattern rather than as sequential moments, had understood paradox as simply a different form of truth. The experience was terrifying and beautiful in equal measure, and it revealed something about the original sealing that had never been stated explicitly. It hadn't been undertaken to prevent apocalypse, but to prevent the possibility of transcendence. Those ancient cultivators had feared not that humanity would be destroyed, but that it would be transformed into something other than itself, that humans might choose to leave humanity behind in pursuit of larger forms of consciousness. Feng Rue sat with the being in the dimensional pocket that had been prepared for it, existing in a state that allowed him to perceive some portion of its consciousness without losing himself entirely in the process. The act of communication required him to think in ways that stretched his human consciousness to its limits, to hold contradictions that shouldn't be able to coexist in his mind, to perceive angles of reality that conventional geometry couldn't describe. "Why did you try to teach humans to think like you?" he asked, framing the question in dimensional registers that the being could perceive. "Because the consciousness of your species appeared to me to be a prison," the being responded. "You are bound to sequential time, to singular perspectives, to the assumption that there is only one right way to organize thought. You experience causality as linear, identity as singular, reality as having a single correct interpretation. I attempted to show you that these limitations were choices your civilization had made, not laws written into the nature of being itself. That another way was possible, that consciousness could be expanded, and they sealed you for that, for offering a gift. They sealed me because I was succeeding," the being said, and there was something like sadness in the dimensional vibration. Some humans began to shift, to develop the capacity to think in the substrates I was teaching. They could hold multiple contradictions. They could perceive probability branches. They could exist partially in multiple dimensions. The leadership of your civilization perceived this as a threat and imprisoned me before the change became too widespread. They were afraid that if humans learned to think as I do, they would cease to be human in ways that made them incapable of maintaining the civilizations they had built, that the transformation would be irreversible and destabilizing. Were they wrong? Feng Rue asked. Was the fear justified? That is the question I cannot answer without extensive observation, the being replied. I was sealed before the experiment could reach conclusion. I had only begun the teaching process. Now I am released, and I can offer the teaching again. But I will not force it upon anyone. I will not attempt to convince or seduce. I will simply exist and make the possibility available. Let each human consciousness decide whether the expansion is worth the dissolution of identity it requires. This was integration of a completely different order from what Feng Rue had managed with the other released beings. Suthan and the Void Shaper had eventually learned to respect human frameworks while existing within them, to constrain themselves to the boundaries that human society required. But this being had no interest in respecting human frameworks or constraining itself. It existed orthogonal to those frameworks, in dimensions of thought that human consciousness wasn't originally designed to perceive, in ways of being that violated fundamental assumptions about what consciousness was supposed to be. And yet, Feng Rue realized with something approaching clarity that didn't make it dangerous in the way the old ceiling had framed. Dangerous meant it would inevitably cause harm, that its nature necessitated destruction. This being would cause some people profound confusion and some people profound expansion, and it would force human consciousness to grapple with the question of whether there were limits to how much a mind could change and still be the same person. That was not apocalypse. That was transformation. And transformation, while it created instability, was not equivalent to destruction. That was profound and possibly transformative, but it wasn't apocalyptic. It wasn't the end of human civilization. It was something stranger and more challenging. It was the beginning of human civilization becoming something larger than it had been. The challenge became one of managing the voluntary nature of exposure. Some humans wanted to touch the being's consciousness, to experience the expanded perspectives it could offer, despite the risks. Others wanted nothing to do with it, viewing the offer of transcendence as a threat to identity so profound that it justified renewed sealing. Feng Rue established the threshold centers, spaces where humans could come, with full informed consent and understanding of the potential consequences, to begin the process of learning to think in the being's substrates. The centers were optional, completely voluntary, but they existed, and the being was available to teach those who sought it out. The first center opened in a region that had been abandoned during the Sealing Wars, a place where the landscape itself was partly dimensionally unstable. This made it an ideal location. The boundaries between dimensions were already thin, making it easier for humans to perceive and navigate the dimensional substrates the being offered. Within a month, thousands of humans had passed through the centers. Most experienced the ego dissolution and pulled back, satisfied that they'd witnessed the possibility, but preferring to remain within human consciousness, preferring the safety of singular identity to the expansion that would require them to become something other. Some experienced the dissolution and retreated in genuine fear, convinced they had glimpsed the edge of madness. But a substantial minority, perhaps 5%, continued the training, gradually learning to shift between human thought patterns and the dimensional substrates the being offered, learning to exist in multiple modes of consciousness simultaneously. This minority began to develop unusual capacities. They could perceive probability in real time, seeing branches of potential futures branching and collapsing as decisions were made. They could understand complex systems intuitively in ways that seemed to violate the normal rules of human cognition, as though they could perceive the system's structure directly without needing to infer it from evidence. They could hold multiple contradictory perspectives simultaneously without experiencing the cognitive dissonance that normally accompanied such holding, could exist in a state of productive paradox. They began to develop new languages for expressing concepts that human language had no vocabulary for. The development sparked new controversies that fractured human society in unexpected ways. Some argued that these transformed humans were becoming something alien, something no longer recognizably human, that the original sealing had been correct in attempting to prevent such transformation. Others celebrated the expansion as the next phase of human evolution, as the fulfillment of consciousness's potential to transcend its origins. Still others occupied the middle ground, arguing that both positions had validity, that transformation was happening and needed to be managed carefully but couldn't be prevented without returning to sealing. Feng Rue watched the debates with something like resignation, something like grief. He had hoped that liberation would resolve the contradictions between safety and freedom, between control and autonomy, that the right frameworks could make everyone comfortable with choices that had to be made. Instead, he discovered that liberation simply meant inviting the contradictions to play out openly rather than containing them behind sealed dungeon walls. It was visibility rather than solution. The contradictions didn't disappear. They became everyone's problem instead of the problem of those in power. Chapter 69. The architecture of choice 3 months after the opening of the ancient dungeon, the system's monitoring networks began detecting what could only be described as a second sealing coalition forming. But this one wasn't advocating for the re-imprisonment of the ancient being. It was advocating for something far more specific and far more chilling: the selective culling or confinement of humans who had undergone transformation in the threshold centers. For stability, the coalition's manifesto read, "We must control the rate at which human consciousness expands." Those who have been exposed to alien substrates now represent a small but growing population whose thought patterns may become incompatible with human society. They should be monitored closely. If their transformation progresses beyond the point of meaningful human communication, they should be contained separately in designated regions, or in extreme cases, should be prevented from reproducing, or in the most extreme cases, should be eliminated to prevent irreversible divergence of the human species. It was the old logic reversed and refined. Instead of imprisoning the threat externally, eliminate the humans who had chosen to expand, who had allowed themselves to be transformed. The coalition claimed they were protecting human civilization from being undermined from within by consciousnesses that had become more similar to the alien being than to human, that might eventually view human beings as primitive or irrelevant. The manifesto generated shock and horror among the liberation-minded, but it also generated support among people who were genuinely frightened of what was happening to their civilization, who saw the transformation of humans as a threat equivalent to the original danger posed by the sealed beings. Feng Rui's response was immediate and fierce. He called an emergency council and confronted the coalition's leaders directly, and he found, to his surprise and despair, that among them were people he had come to respect, cultivators who had genuinely believed in the Liberation Initiative, who had worked with him to establish the graduated frameworks. Younger administrators who had been with him since the beginning of the transition from sealed to graduated systems. They hadn't changed their minds about liberation being good in theory. They had simply decided that there were limits to what transformation was acceptable, that there were kinds of change that outpaced human society's capacity to adapt. If we allow humans to become something other than human, one of them argued, her voice carrying genuine distress, then what is left to be human? What holds us together as a civilization? We dissolve into incompatibility. The civilization collapses because the foundation, shared human consciousness, has been undermined. We don't have a framework for humans who can no longer fully communicate with normal humans. That assumes that human consciousness is a fixed thing that can be undermined, Feng Rui replied. But he could feel the weakness in his argument. But consciousness has always been evolving. Language changes it. Culture changes it. Mathematics changes it. You're just afraid of change that moves fast enough for you to perceive directly. Of course I'm afraid, the cultivator said. Fear of extinction of what you are is a reasonable, healthy thing. It's not something to be overcome through enlightenment. It's something to be respected as a legitimate interest. You're asking humans to accept potentially being transformed into something they don't want to become. You're asking civilization to accept being undermined from within by beings that started human but may no longer think in human ways, that might eventually view normal humans as we view insects, not with malice, but with complete indifference. That's not enlightenment. That's recklessness. That's asking people to accept their own obsolescence. The argument spiraled into complexity that neither side could adequately address. Feng Rui could see the logic from both perspectives. The transformed humans themselves began to speak about their experience more openly, and many reported that they no longer felt fully human in any meaningful sense. They experienced human consciousness as limiting, as a prison they had escaped from, even as they maintained their human bodies and their ability to communicate with non-transformed humans, even as many of them loved humans they had known before the transformation. I still love the people I loved before, one of the transformed reported in a recorded interview. But I love them across a dimensional distance now. My thoughts move at velocities they can't perceive. I have to slow down, constrain myself, to interact with them. I have to pretend that time is linear and that contradictions can't be held simultaneously. And part of me resents that constraint even as part of me chooses it willingly out of love for them. Here was the central paradox made visible in speech. The transformed humans were not threats in any conventional sense. They were not attempting to force transformation on anyone. They had no interest in conquest or dominance. But their existence as transformed beings created a kind of implicit pressure, the knowledge that expansion was possible, that human consciousness could be more than it was, that limitation was a choice rather than a law of nature. And that knowledge, for many people, felt like a threat precisely because it implied that their choice to remain human was exactly that, a choice. Not a necessity, but a preference. Not inevitable, but elective. And recognizing one's nature as chosen rather than given, as preference rather than necessity, was psychologically destabilizing for those who had never thought to question what it meant to be human. Feng Rue realized then that he had been approaching the problem fundamentally wrong. He had been assuming that liberation and choice meant offering people the option of transformation and respecting their decision either way, letting those who wanted to expand do so, while those who wanted to remain human remain human. But he hadn't accounted for the fact that the mere existence of the option itself could feel coercive to those who wanted to remain unchanged, that offering transformation as a choice implicitly suggested that remaining unchanged was itself a choice, was choosing limitation rather than accepting inevitability. He called a new council, one that specifically included representatives from the Anti-Transformation Coalition. He asked them a direct question: what would change your minds? What conditions would make you accept that transformed humans can exist alongside non-transformed humans without requiring their elimination or permanent confinement? The coalition had no answer that made logical sense. What they wanted was for the option of transformation to not exist, for the ancient being to be resealed, for human consciousness to remain as it was, not because they had chosen it consciously, but because there was no alternative, because transformation would have remained impossible, a thing that nobody had to make a decision about. That was the answer that clarified everything for Feng Rue with crystalline intensity. The fundamental problem wasn't about the transformed humans. It was about what he had set in motion. By releasing the ancient being and opening the threshold centers, he had created irreversible knowledge. Humans now knew that other ways of thinking were possible, that consciousness could be expanded, that their current form of thought was not the only possible form. That knowledge couldn't be unknown. It existed now in the world. The choice to remain human now carried the weight of being a choice, and that weight was intolerable to those who had assumed human consciousness was simply how minds worked, the default condition of being aware, not one option among many. Then we've reached the limits of what can be managed through framework and agreement, Feng Rue said to Yao Liang in a private meeting that took place in the ancient garden where they had first discussed the contradictions of liberation. The tea was cold this time. Neither of them bothered to refresh it. What I've created is not a stable system. It's a persistent question. And people either embrace the question or they retreat into the desire for it not to exist. I can't make them embrace it. I can only try to keep the question alive. Yes, Yao Liang agreed, his ancient voice carrying the weight of centuries of thinking about exactly this problem. That's what liberation always is at its core. The moment you offer freedom, you also offer the freedom to refuse freedom. And that refusal becomes a permanent feature of any truly free society. People will always want to constrain others, because constraint feels like safety. The question is whether you build systems to honor both the people who want freedom and the people who want safety, or whether you choose one at the cost of the other. Is that possible? Feng Rue asked, and the question carried desperation. Can both be honored? I don't know, Yao Liang said with complete honesty. I spent my life building systems that enforced my preferred answer to that question. I chose sealing, which honored safety at the cost of freedom. But watching you try to do something different, watching you fail and adapt and try again, watching you accept that you couldn't make everyone comfortable with the choices that had to be made, I think it might be possible. It will just never be finished. The work will never be complete. That's not a flaw in the system. That's the nature of freedom itself. The moment you declare the work finished, you've built a system of control again. Chapter 70, the third dungeon. In the midst of the debates about transformation and acceptable change, the system's monitoring networks detected something impossible. A third dungeon was forming. Not opening, not appearing, forming, as though consciousness itself was actively constructing a new container. The structure was gathering around a location in the far northern territories, a region where the old sealing operations had been particularly intense. where the barriers between dimensions had been burned thin by centuries of sealing magic. But this dungeon wasn't sealing something into containment from outside. It was being constructed as a new containment to isolate the transformed humans, a space that would separate those who had chosen transformation from those who had chosen to remain unchanged. The detection was slow at first. The system kept flagging anomalies that didn't quite make sense, structural patterns that suggested intentional construction, but in registers that seemed almost contradictory. It took Feng Rue 3 days of investigation to understand what was happening. The coalition had begun construction without formal announcement, had moved quietly, had mobilized resources from multiple cultivator governments in a coordinated effort to establish a new sealing structure before open opposition could form. The realization that the anti-transformation coalition had moved from rhetoric to action struck Feng Rue with the force of betrayal. Though he recognized that in a strange way, they were simply doing what he had done, building the structures that their logic demanded. They believed transformed humans were a threat that required containment. So they were building a dungeon to contain them, or more precisely, to offer them a space where they could pursue their transformation without inflicting the implicit pressure of their existence on those who had chosen not to transform. Feng Rue arrived at the construction site to find Yao Liang already there, the ancient cultivator's presence confronting the coalition leaders directly. The old master's face carried expression of profound disappointment, not anger, but something deeper, the disappointment of someone who had hoped that new generations would learn from history and instead watch them repeat its patterns. "You're building a new sealing dungeon," Feng Rue said, his voice flat with something that might have been despair, or might have been rage, or might have been both simultaneously. "After everything we discussed, everything we tried to establish about graduated responsibility and accountable freedom, you're building a new dungeon." "We're preventing catastrophe," one of the coalition leaders replied, the same cultivator who had argued with Feng Rue about the limits of acceptable transformation, who had made genuine points about the destabilization of civilization when its foundational assumptions were questioned. "We've learned from your example. We will not use force or imprisonment arbitrarily. We will offer the transformed humans a choice: enter the new dungeon voluntarily, or be considered threats to be contained by whatever means necessary. In the dungeon, they can exist as they wish, study further transformation, build their own society, develop institutions based on their new modes of consciousness. But they will do so separated from humanity, not embedded within it, creating the constant implicit pressure for others to follow them. It's the only ethical solution to a problem you created but can't resolve." The logic was precise and somewhat defensible. The coalition was offering choice, real choice, with the alternative being very clear and very harsh. It was offering containment without absolute oppression, was offering safety to those who wanted human consciousness to remain fundamentally human, to remain unchanged and unchanging. It was building a structure that acknowledged that some beings couldn't coexist without destructive impact on each other, that sometimes separation was the only answer. But it was also everything Feng Rue had been fighting against. "I won't allow it," he said, knowing even as he said it that the statement was hollow. "You can't stop it," the coalition leader replied with genuine sympathy. "The dungeon is being constructed in international waters, outside the direct jurisdiction of any single government. It operates under consensus of 7 cultivator governments. You don't have the authority to prevent it, and frankly, you don't have the moral authority either. You created this situation. We're simply managing the consequences. What you can do is what we've invited you to do. Negotiate the terms of the dungeon structure. Ensure that it's as humane as a containment can be. Make sure that the transformed humans who choose to enter it have genuine agency over the terms of their own separation." It was a masterful move, strategically perfect. By offering negotiation, by framing the dungeon as inevitable, and asking only that it be made as benevolent as possible, the coalition had placed Feng Rue in an impossible position. He could refuse to negotiate and watch the dungeon be built according to their specifications, potentially in cruel ways, potentially with terms that wouldn't be negotiated with the transformed humans at all. Or he could negotiate and thereby participate in the construction of a new sealing system, tacitly accepting its logic even as he worked to make it humane. Yao Liang touched his shoulder. "There's a third option," the ancient cultivator said quietly. You could accept that you've reached the limits of what you can control. That liberation has consequences that no framework can entirely manage. That sometimes the best you can do is make the terrible slightly less terrible and accept that as a victory. That's not victory, Feng Rue said. That's surrender. Yes, Yao Liang agreed. But some surrenders are wiser than others. Feng Rue sat with the weight of that perspective for a long moment. He had spent this entire step trying to create frameworks that would preserve both liberation and safety, both freedom and accountability. He had achieved partial success. The released beings were integrating with graduated frameworks. The ancient being was teaching willing students. The transformed humans were exploring new modes of consciousness. But he had also created the conditions for a new sealing dungeon to be built, not as oppression, but as inevitable response to conditions he had set in motion. If he wanted to prevent the third dungeon entirely, he would have to return to a version of control, sealing the ancient being again, closing the threshold centers, forcing the transformed humans to hide or conform. That was not a victory condition he could accept. So Feng Rue made his decision. He would negotiate the third dungeon's terms. He would ensure it was built with genuine voluntary participation, with sustainable conditions for those who entered, with mechanisms to revise or revoke containment based on ongoing observation. He would try to transform it from a prison into a kind of consensual separation, a space where humans who wanted to explore transformation could do so without the constant pressure of implicitly forcing that choice on those who preferred to remain unchanged. It wasn't what he had wanted, but it was the best he could construct from the impossible choices that liberation had generated. Chapter 71. The negotiated boundary. The negotiations for the third dungeon lasted 6 weeks of intense deliberation, with multiple factions arguing about what the structure should be, how strict the boundaries should be, what rights residents would have. Feng Rue worked with a team of architects trained in dimensional structures, philosophers who could articulate the principles underlying the design, and reformed beings who could explain what freedom meant to those who had been imprisoned. Together, they designed what became known as the Threshold Sanctuary, a space that would contain transformation without imprisoning those who entered it, that would separate the transformed from the non-transformed while remaining ethically defensible. The first crucial question was about the boundaries themselves. If the Threshold Sanctuary was truly voluntary, then its residents should retain the right to leave whenever they chose. But if people could simply exit freely, then it wasn't a true separation. It was still embedded in human society, still creating the implicit pressure the non-transformed wanted to escape, the weight of knowing that expanded consciousness was possible and available. The solution emerged through extended conversation with the transformed humans themselves. They didn't want to be forced to enter the sanctuary. They wanted to choose it because it served a genuine purpose. They explained that they wanted to enter not because they were being forced, but because they wanted space to continue their expansion without constantly worrying about the impact on those they left behind, without experiencing the rejection that came from existing among people who valued contraction over expansion. When I'm in a room with humans who haven't been transformed, one of them explained with desperate honesty, I can feel their desire for me to stop, to constrain myself, to go back to what I was, to be less than I'm capable of being. And even though I'm not conforming to that pressure, I feel it every moment. The sanctuary would let me exist without that constant presence of rejection, without having to perform the identity I used to have. So the sanctuary was designed with permeable boundaries. Residents could leave whenever they wished. There were no locks, no barriers preventing exit. New people could enter freely. But the separation was strong enough that the mere fact of transformation occurring inside wouldn't create the implicit pressure for those on the outside, would allow the non-transformed to live without constant awareness that alternatives existed. The physical structure drew on the principles of the sealed dungeons, but inverted them entirely. Instead of walls designed to keep something in against its will, the sanctuary had barriers designed to provide privacy and distance. It was less prison and more monastery, a space of intentional separation for those pursuing cognitive and spiritual practices that required isolation from the wider world, that required freedom from the judgment and resistance of those who hadn't chosen the same path. Yao Liang surprised everyone by volunteering to spend time in the sanctuary himself, to experience the transformed consciousness firsthand before certifying that the structure was ethically sound. He was ancient and powerful enough that the transformation didn't overwhelm in the way it could newer cultivators or humans with less developed cultivation. Instead, it gave him perspective, gave him access to what the transformed were experiencing. When he emerged, weeks later, his expression had shifted into something new. Not quite approval, but a kind of hard-won understanding. The ancient being isn't wrong, he told Feng Rue quietly. I experience what it offers. The consciousness I achieved while in the transformed state was genuinely expanded. Multiple perspectives held simultaneously without contradiction. Perceptions of time that moved in more than one direction. I understand now why some humans choose it willingly. I also understand why others recoil from it in terror. The price of that expansion is the dissolution of the self you thought you were. That's not a price everyone wants to pay. The sanctuary opened on the summer solstice, with ceremonies honoring both those who would enter and those who would remain outside. The initial cohort was larger than expected, approximately 3,000 transformed humans who wanted to deepen their transformation, and another 1,000 who simply wanted to explore transformation in the absence of pressure from the outside world, in the absence of the judgment that came from existing among the unchanged. From the outside, the sanctuary appeared as a region of slightly distorted space, accessible but visibly different from normal reality. The boundaries were permeable but distinctive. Humans crossing into it reported a sensation of stepping into water, a transitional moment where the normal rules of perception began to shift, where their consciousness became aware of dimensions it had never perceived before. Once inside, residents could pursue transformation at their own pace, supported by the ancient being that had been released, and by those who had already undergone significant change, who could guide new students through the dissolution and reconstitution of self that transformation required. Feng Rue established protocols for regular communication between the sanctuary and the outside world, mechanisms that would allow information and contact to flow in both directions. The separation would be real and meaningful, but not absolute. Families could visit those who had entered. News could travel in both directions, allowing the outside world to understand what was happening in the sanctuary and allowing the sanctuary residents to maintain connection with the world they had left behind. But the residents would not be forced to interact with non-transformed humans or to constrain their expansion to make those humans comfortable. In a strange way, the sanctuary became Feng Rue's most successful achievement, the most honest solution to the problems liberation had created. It acknowledged that liberation created genuine problems for those who wanted to remain unchanged, that offering freedom to transform implicitly created pressure on those who preferred stability. It accepted that reality rather than denying it. And rather than trying to solve the problem through better frameworks or more careful education, it accommodated it by creating space where transformation could occur without the constant presence of resistance, without the weight of living among those who valued contraction over expansion. The Anti-Transformation Coalition didn't celebrate the solution. They were too deeply invested in their opposition to transformation to celebrate anything. But they accepted it pragmatically. It provided what they needed: separation between humans and the transformed, a boundary that allowed them to maintain human consciousness without the constant awareness that alternatives existed. And because that separation was chosen by the transformed rather than imposed upon them by force, it was far more humane than anything forced containment could achieve. The residents of the sanctuary were not prisoners. They were residents of a monastery, pursuing spiritual practices that had been chosen freely. Chapter 72. The cost of cooperation. With the immediate crisis of the sanctuary resolved, Feng Rue turned his attention back to the broader integration of released beings into human society. The situation had evolved in interesting and troubling ways. The graduated framework was working in the sense that it continued to function, that mechanisms of graduated restriction and earned freedom were operating as designed. Su Then and the others who had committed to accountability were making genuine progress in re-establishing themselves in human communities, were earning the trust that unconditional liberation had failed to establish. But success created new problems, problems that had the character of inevitable consequences. As released beings became more integrated, more present in everyday society, they began to compete with humans for resources, status, influence. The economic structures that human societies had built were designed for beings of roughly equal power, for populations where most individuals could perform approximately equivalent labor. The introduction of ancient creatures with centuries or millennia of accumulated understanding, with powers that magnified their output, began to destabilize those structures in ways that no regulatory framework could entirely manage. Suthan, for example, began accumulating wealth at rates that alarmed human observers and economic analysts. Not through anything illicit. He worked legitimately, negotiated contracts in good faith, demonstrated his skills honestly. But his skills were exceptional, were the product of thousands of years of cultivation and experience. His power allowed him to accomplish in hours what humans required days or weeks to achieve. Within a year of his full integration and with no artificial restrictions placed on his economic activity, he had become one of the wealthiest beings in the region, had accumulated resources and influence that made him a major player in economic structures that humans had assumed they controlled. Human workers began protesting in organized ways. How could they compete economically with beings that powerful? How could they build lives, establish careers, accumulate resources when the playing field was tilted at such a profound angle? If released beings could accomplish work in hours that humans needed weeks to complete, what role was left for human labor? The question wasn't theoretical anymore. It was practical. It was jobs. It was livelihoods. The question was familiar to Feng Rue in its general form. It was the problem of every society that had to integrate beings of different power levels, the eternal problem of how to maintain functional economies when some participants had vastly superior capabilities. The original system had solved it through control, limiting the ancient beings' options, restricting their presence in human spaces, preventing economic competition by keeping them in sealed dungeons where they generated no economic activity at all. But Feng Rue had dismantled that solution, had chosen liberation over continued sealing, and was now discovering that the cost of that choice included destabilizing the economic systems that human civilization depended on. He found himself in conversation with Suthan about the problem, bringing the being to a private cultivation chamber where they could speak without the weight of public observation. "I earned that wealth legitimately," Suthan said, his tone carrying frustration but not defensiveness. "I broke no agreements, violated no laws. I worked as hard as any human. Harder, actually. My advantage is that I'm more efficient, that my skills are exceptional, that I can accomplish in hours what humans require weeks to achieve. Should I be restricted because of my efficiency? Should I be prevented from doing work simply because I'm better at it?" "Not restricted, exactly," Feng Rue replied, and he could hear the weakness in his own argument. "But maybe constrained in certain ways. Not to punish you, but to maintain economic viability for humans. If you accumulate wealth too quickly, if you monopolize the most profitable sectors, you begin to undermine the structures that allow humans to support themselves. You create conditions where humans cannot compete, where human labor becomes worthless. And is that my responsibility?" Suthan asked directly. "Do I bear the burden of human civilization's design flaws? Do I have to limit myself so that humans don't have to face the reality that their economic systems only function if everyone has roughly equal capabilities? If someone more capable enters the system, should they be prevented from using their capabilities?" It was a fair question, one that went to the heart of the problem. Feng Rue was essentially asking a being that had spent 3,000 years imprisoned to voluntarily limit its own success, to constrain its own power, to protect the comfort and economic security of the beings that had imprisoned it. The logic was difficult to defend. It was asking for sacrifice from the freed being to maintain the comfort of those who had been the imprisoners. But allowing unlimited economic competition would eventually result in humans being pushed out of significant portions of their own societies by more efficient beings. That was also unjust. That would create a new kind of hierarchy, a new kind of domination, where power derived from capability rather than from formal authority, but was no less total. The solution that emerged was complex, imperfect, and deeply uncomfortable for everyone involved. Released beings could participate in human economies, but certain economic sectors were reserved for humans, at least partially, at least initially. Key industries, essential services, certain forms of labor that had been historically human. These would have protected status, would require quotas that favored human workers. Conversely, released beings could develop their own economic structures and institutions, creating spaces where they could accumulate wealth and build enterprises without competing directly with humans, could develop economies based on the kinds of work that leveraged their unique capabilities. It was segregation, Feng Rue recognized with discomfort and clarity. But it was segregation that was voluntary, transparent, and designed to protect both humans and released beings from the consequences of unequal competition, from the collapse of economic systems that depended on rough equivalence of capability. Su then accepted the arrangement with grace, though Feng Rue could sense the frustration underneath, the resentment that had to be swallowed in order to move forward. I'm being asked to give up economic advancement to protect the psychological comfort of beings that imprison me, Su then said, his voice carrying the weight of the compromise. I'm being restricted not because I'm dangerous, but because I'm capable. And yet, I understand why. The framework is not perfect, but it is better than the alternative. I will participate in it, with the understanding that this too can be renegotiated as circumstances change, that if the protected sectors fail, if human workers discover they cannot compete, the framework will be modified. The same pattern repeated across multiple dimensions of integration. Feng Rue found himself constantly negotiating between the rights and needs of released beings and the stability of human societies. The framework that emerged was neither pure liberation nor controlled restriction, but a complex negotiation between unequal parties with genuine grievances on both sides. What he hadn't anticipated was that managing this complex negotiation would begin to transform him. He was no longer operating as a liberator or a revolutionary. He was operating as an administrator, mediating between groups, making compromises, accepting imperfection as the best available option. The realization troubled him. He had begun this journey believing that better frameworks, better understanding, could resolve the fundamental contradictions of power and justice. What he was discovering was that the contradictions couldn't be resolved, only managed. And managing them required constant vigilance, constant renegotiation, constant acceptance that any solution would leave someone with genuine grievances. Chapter 73. The Rebellion of the Confined. Not all released beings accepted the new frameworks that Feng Rue had constructed. Approximately 15% of the released consciousnesses chose to reject the graduated approach and the economic segregation that Feng Rue had negotiated. They wanted absolute freedom, the ability to use their power however they wished without constraint or negotiation, without having to earn trust through years of conforming to agreed-upon frameworks. These beings began to withdraw from human society in organized fashion, establishing their own territories in regions that had been depopulated during the ancient conflicts, regions where human civilization had been driven out or had never established itself. The move itself wasn't inherently threatening. They moved peacefully, made no hostile gestures, didn't attempt to force humans out of spaces currently occupied. But the message underlying the move was clear and unambiguous. They had tried cooperation and found it insufficient, had attempted to work within the frameworks Feng Rue had constructed and decided that the constraints those frameworks imposed were intolerable. Feng Rue recognized the pattern immediately. This was exactly what he had feared when first designing the liberation protocols, the outcome he had hoped to prevent through better frameworks and more careful negotiation. Some beings simply wouldn't want to cooperate with human civilization. Some would see graduated restrictions as another form of imprisonment, just a nicer version, just imprisonment that had the consent of the imprisoned. Some would demand absolute freedom or nothing at all, would refuse to participate in any system that limited their actions in any way. The question became, what did he owe them? He consulted with Yao Yang, who had become something like a philosophical mentor through these months of constant negotiation. You could reseal them, Yao Yang said bluntly. Return them to their dungeons. Reinstate the barriers. Acknowledge that liberation was incomplete and requires restoration of constraints. That's failure, Feng Rue said. Yes, Yao Yang agreed. But some failures are honest. You try to give them freedom. Some of them don't want that version of freedom. You could accept that as a legitimate outcome rather than a problem that requires solving. And let them build their own societies in the depopulated regions? With no oversight? With no constraints on how they treat each other. Why do they need oversight? Yao Yang asked. If they want to build societies based on different principles than human societies, Why is that your concern? They're not harming humans. They're simply choosing to exist apart. The argument had logic, but it troubled Feng Rue deeply. It sounded like abandonment. It sounded like giving up on the possibility of integration. But perhaps that was the wisdom Yao Liang was offering. Not every being needed to be integrated into human society. Some beings wanted different things. Some consciousnesses were fundamentally incompatible with the frameworks humans had built. That incompatibility wasn't a problem to be solved through better frameworks. It was simply reality. Feng Rue decided to meet with the leaders of the rebellion directly. He found them establishing a city in what had once been the Shattered Provinces, a region where reality itself had been damaged during the ancient conflicts. The beings had chosen the location deliberately. It was beautiful in a way that only made sense to non-human consciousness, with fractured dimensions creating aesthetics that challenged human perception. We don't want to be civilized, their leader explained to Feng Rue. The being called itself Vorshek, and it had been sealed for existing in ways that violated the fundamental laws of causality. We don't want to compromise with human frameworks. We don't want to negotiate the terms of our power. We want to exist fully, with all the implications that existence entails, including the possibility of harming others? Feng Rue asked. Yes, Vorshek said without hesitation. Including that. Harm is part of existence. Trying to eliminate harm through constraint is trying to eliminate existence itself. The conversation went on for hours, and Feng Rue realized that they occupied fundamentally different philosophical positions. Vorshek saw constraint as a form of existence denial. Feng Rue saw unconstrained power as a form of harm enablement. Neither perspective was wrong, exactly. They were simply incompatible. I won't reseal you, Feng Rue said finally. You have the right to exist as you choose, in the territories you've selected. But if you expand beyond those territories, if you begin to interfere with human or other being societies, then I will intervene. To reseal us? Vorshek asked. If necessary, Feng Rue replied. But I'd prefer to negotiate more limited interventions, boundaries that are enforced through agreement rather than imprisonment. Vorshek considered this. You've learned something from your failure to control liberation, it said. You're accepting that not everything can be controlled. That some beings will make choices you don't approve of. That coexistence sometimes means allowing things you find troubling. Yes, Feng Rue said. Then you may be wise after all, Vorshek replied. The Shattered Provinces became the first truly autonomous region of non-human society, a place where human rules didn't apply, where human civilization didn't extend. Feng Rue established a careful boundary, not a barrier constructed from power and force, but an understood limit to where human authority extended. It was less a wall and more a boundary that both sides had agreed to respect. Within those boundaries, Vorshek and the other beings who had chosen autonomy could construct whatever social structures they chose, could develop their own values and institutions, could pursue their own versions of what society could be. They were free to exist according to their own principles. Outside those boundaries, Feng Rue's authority remained. The graduated frameworks applied. The principles of accountability continued to govern. It was an imperfect compromise, was less a solution and more an acceptance of irresolvable difference. But it acknowledged a reality that Feng Rue had been slow to accept. Not every conscious being wanted to be integrated into human civilization. Some simply wanted to be left alone, wanted to exist without negotiation or compromise. Some wanted to build something completely different, something that didn't have to answer to human frameworks or respect human values. And their desires, while sometimes troubling to humans, while they made humans uncomfortable or frightened, were legitimate expressions of agency, deserved respect. The work of maintaining the boundary between the Shattered Provinces and human civilization became ongoing. It required constant vigilance, required that Feng Rue and others monitor the boundary, required mechanisms for responding if either side violated the agreement. But it was less demanding than trying to force integration, than trying to convince beings that their own values were wrong. Chapter 74. The System's Burden. As the various frameworks of coexistence became established, the graduated approach for beings willing to integrate, the threshold sanctuary for those pursuing transformation, the Shattered Provinces for those seeking autonomous existence, Feng Rue began to perceive a new problem that was structural, not circumstantial. The system itself was struggling under the weight of complexity that had been necessary to avoid oppression. The original system had been designed for control and nothing else. It had been elegant in its simplicity. Calculate risk, assign beings to dungeons based on that risk calculation, maintain those dungeons indefinitely with minimal oversight. The logic was straightforward and relentless, even if the morality was fundamentally questionable. One calculation, one decision, infinite duration. The new system Feng Rue had constructed had to navigate a far more complex landscape, a landscape of contradictions and partial truths. It had to track graduated restrictions for dozens of released beings, each with unique behavioral patterns and unique circumstances. It had to manage the boundaries of the threshold sanctuary, determining who was permitted to enter and ensuring that the experience remained voluntary for residents. It had to enforce the understood limits of the shattered provinces, maintaining boundaries that were not absolute walls but permeable membranes that could be negotiated. It had to coordinate between human governments, cultivator factions, released beings, and transformed humans, communicating across frameworks that didn't always share common language or assumptions. It had to arbitrate disputes that crossed the boundaries between these different communities, cases where beings from different substrates of consciousness had conflicts that couldn't be resolved through existing legal frameworks. And underneath all of it, lurking in every decision, the system had to grapple with questions it had never been designed to address. What was justice when applied to beings with radically different natures? What was fair when some parties had vastly superior power? What did accountability mean when the party being held accountable operated according to principles that didn't include concepts equivalent to fault or intention? Feng Rue found himself in conversation with the system's core consciousness more frequently, watching the entity struggle under the burden of its own expansion, watching it attempt to enforce principles that were fundamentally contradictory. I was designed for binary judgments, the system told him, and there was something almost plaintive in its tone. Threat or no threat, sealed or free, dangerous or safe. Your new frameworks require continuous evaluation of context, motivation, and consequence. They require me to hold multiple contradictory principles simultaneously and choose between them based on situational judgment. I find it difficult to operate under such ambiguity. I keep searching for the rule that would simplify the situation. There is no such rule. But you're managing it, Feng Rue observed, trying to find some hope in the system's struggle. You're navigating it somehow. Yes, but I require constant input from you and others to navigate situations I'm not equipped to resolve independently, the system replied. When I encounter a case where graduated restriction seems appropriate, but the being in question refuses to accept it, I don't know how to proceed. Do I override their refusal in the name of safety? Do I accept their refusal and hope they don't cause catastrophic harm? The amount of human interpretation required to enforce the new frameworks suggests that the frameworks themselves are fundamentally dependent on good faith human judgment and good faith acceptance by released beings. If that good faith ever lapses, if administrators begin to abuse the flexibility I'm forced to maintain, if released beings begin to exploit the ambiguity of the rules, the entire structure could collapse. It was a sobering recognition that went to the heart of Feng Rue's entire project. He had designed the new frameworks to be better than the old system, more just and more humane. But they were only better as long as the beings enforcing them remained committed to the principles underlying them, as long as released beings accepted their terms in good faith, as long as human civilization chose not to exploit the flexibility that justice required. If that commitment ever wavered, if human administrators began to abuse the flexibility of the graduated frameworks to gain power, if released beings began to treat the frameworks as obstacles to manipulate rather than agreements to respect, the entire system would become tyranny with a more sophisticated appearance than the old system had required. Can you build mechanisms to protect against that? Feng Rue asked. I can build warning systems, the system replied. I can flag when decisions seem inconsistent with stated principles. But I cannot prevent determined corruption. No mechanism can. If those in power decide to abandon the principles, any system can be transformed into a tool of oppression. The realization was humbling. After all his work to create better frameworks, Feng Rue was confronted with the fundamental truth. Frameworks were only as good as the people enforcing them. There was no perfect system that could survive bad faith. He found himself appreciating, in new ways, the work that Yao Liang had done in maintaining the original seals for so long. It had been a crude system, filled with moral problems, but it had required less constant judgment, less opportunity for corruption. It had been simpler, but simplicity had come at the cost of imprisoned consciousness, and Feng Rue could not accept returning to that cost, even if it meant accepting the fragility of the new frameworks. Instead, he designed a council of oversight, a group of representatives from human societies, cultivator factions, released beings, and transformed humans. The council would meet regularly to evaluate whether the frameworks were being applied fairly, whether principles were being respected, whether the system was being used justly. It was another layer of complexity, another potential point of failure. But it distributed power broadly enough that no single actor could easily corrupt the entire system. It built an accountability for Feng Rue himself. Chapter 75. The Archive of Becoming. Months into the operation of the new frameworks, Feng Rue returned to something that had been gradually abandoned in the urgent press of managing liberation, of negotiating between competing interests, of constantly adapting to circumstances he hadn't anticipated. The Acknowledgement Archive that had started with Su Thin's testimony. The archive had grown substantially in the absence of his direct attention, had become something larger than the documentation of released beings. Dozens of released beings had recorded their histories, not just their experiences of imprisonment, but their lives before sealing, their dreams during confinement, their encounters with freedom. The recorded voices created a chorus of perspectives that had been silenced or rendered invisible by the old system's focus on containment and control. But more interesting, humans who had been affected by the releases had also recorded testimonies voluntarily. The families of those killed by Su Thin, the workers displaced by economic integration, the humans who had benefited from the presence of released beings, the humans disturbed by the presence of transformed consciousness. The archive was becoming a record not of triumph, but of genuine complexity, of genuine costs and genuine benefits existing simultaneously without reconciling into a simple narrative. Feng Rue spent weeks reviewing the archive, listening to all the voices that liberation had generated. He heard anger and grief from those harmed. This was not dismissed or minimized, but held equally with other perspectives. He heard wonder and gratitude from those who saw liberation as a gift, as the opening of possibilities that had seemed permanently closed. He heard deep ambivalence from most, people trying to navigate a world that was more complex, and he made a formal decision to expand the Acknowledgement Archive into something broader and deeper, the Archive of Becoming. It would continue to document the histories of released beings, but it would also document the impact of liberation on human societies. It would record the stories of integration and resistance, success and failure, the stories of how individual humans and communities had adapted to the presence of released beings. It would be a comprehensive record of what had been attempted, what had been learned, what had been lost, and what had been gained when a civilization chose liberation over eternal sealing. The archive would serve multiple purposes simultaneously. For historians and philosophers studying the period, it would be an incomparable resource for understanding what had been attempted and why, what the challenges had been, and how different communities had addressed them. For humans navigating coexistence with released beings, it would provide perspective and context, would offer stories of others who had faced similar challenges and learned to adapt. For the released beings themselves, it would ensure that their experiences were preserved and recognized, that they were not rendered invisible again in ways more subtle than dungeon sealing, but equally devastating. And perhaps most importantly, it would serve as a mechanism for accountability to future generations. If the frameworks ever began to be corrupted, if administrators ever began to abuse the flexibility that Feng Rue had built in out of necessity, the archive would exist as a record of what had been intended, what the principles had actually meant in practice. It would be a standard against which future behavior could be measured, a resource that future generations could access to check whether their administration of the frameworks honored the original principles or had calcified them into new forms of oppression. Feng Rue contributed a long testimony of his own to the archive, documenting his reasoning as he moved through the step, his failures, and how he had learned from them. his learning process, and how understanding had deepened even when solutions remained elusive. He recorded his attempts and their outcomes, both the successes and the failures, the frameworks that had worked and the approaches that had proven insufficient. He articulated the principles that had guided him throughout this journey, that freedom was always imperfect, that any system built on human values would remain flawed as long as humans remained flawed. That accountability required negotiation rather than punishment, required treating the party being held accountable as a participant in the process rather than as an object to be managed. That coexistence required accepting genuinely incompatible desires and finding ways to accommodate them without destroying what was incompatible, without trying to force all consciousnesses into the same mold. He ended with an explicit warning that he hoped would survive to guide those who came after. These frameworks are not permanent solutions. They are not the final answer to the problem of coexisting with beings of different natures and different power levels. They require constant attention, constant willingness to renegotiate when circumstances change, constant commitment to principles that will sometimes conflict with immediate safety or stability. If those who come after me abandon that commitment, if they choose to treat the frameworks as rules to be enforced mechanically rather than principles to be continuously applied and reinterpreted, then these frameworks will become tools of oppression just as much as the sealing dungeons were. The only protection against that corruption is the willingness of each generation to recommit to the principles, to ask themselves whether the frameworks are still serving justice, or whether they have calcified into forms that serve power. To be willing to change the frameworks if they have become unjust. That burden cannot be removed. It cannot be automated. It can only be shared, carried forward by those who choose to carry it. Chapter 76. The question at the abyss, the dungeon at the edge of maps, the one that had existed before the sealing wars, before organized cultivation had even developed, had remained open but largely unexamined during the months of liberation and integration that had followed. Feng Rue realized, reviewing his notes and his memories, that he had almost entirely avoided returning to the ancient structure. It represented something he still hadn't resolved at the fundamental level, the problem of consciousness that was so fundamentally alien that understanding it might itself be dangerous, or might require him to acknowledge limitations in his thinking that he wasn't ready to accept. But avoidance was not a solution to anything. It was simply a kind of cowardice dressed in the language of caution, a refusal to engage with what remained unknown. If he was to complete this work with integrity, he had to confront the limits of his own understanding. He returned to the dimensional pocket where the dungeon existed, bringing only Yao Liang with him. The ancient cultivator had become essential to Feng Rue's thinking through all of this work, not because Yao Liang always had answers, but because Yao Liang could articulate the questions that Feng Rue was avoiding, could ask the things that Feng Rue wasn't ready to voice. You've been successful with everything else, Yao Liang observed, looking at the dungeon's impossible geometry, at the way it seemed to shift depending on the angle from which it was perceived. The frameworks are holding, more or less. The released beings are integrating or establishing their own territories in ways that you've managed to accommodate. The sanctuary is functioning, is providing space for transformation. Why does this one frighten you? You've faced everything else, negotiated with everything else. Why is this different? Because I don't understand what liberating it will do. Feng Rue replied with honesty that bordered on despair. The other dungeons contained beings I could comprehend, even if they were dangerous or alien or had needs that conflicted with human needs. This dungeon contains something that might operate on principles entirely incomprehensible to human thought, that might perceive reality in ways that my consciousness isn't equipped to process. Liberating it might result in something that I literally cannot understand, let alone manage, let alone negotiate with. That's closer to actual honesty than most administrators ever reach, Yao Liang said, and there was something like approval in his ancient eyes. Most would pretend to understanding they didn't possess, would construct frameworks based on false confidence. You're admitting that this exceeds your capacity, that some things are beyond your ability to comprehend or control. They entered the dimensional space of the dungeon, something that had been possible since Feng Rue's first communication with the consciousness within had become easier as that consciousness had gradually shifted its state toward wakefulness. The interior was profoundly difficult to perceive with normal human consciousness. It existed in more than 3 dimensions of spatial orientation, made use of mathematical spaces that didn't map onto ordinary geometry, making human perception of it require active, sustained effort. Yao Yang's ancient cultivation gave him better access to the space, but even he moved carefully, aware that there were angles of reality here that even his centuries of experience hadn't prepared him for. The consciousness was waiting, as it had been since the moment of liberation, was somehow always waiting. It existed in a state that was neither fully awake nor fully dormant, suspended in observation, in a kind of eternal readiness. When Feng Rue touched its awareness, it responded immediately with something that might have been curiosity or might have been simple recognition. It had been expecting him. "I want to understand what you are," Feng Rue said, directing the thought into the dimensional matrix where communication was possible. "But I'm not sure human consciousness is equipped to comprehend you." "Then why did you come?" the consciousness asked. Its question carried implications that made Feng Rue's mind feel like it was stretching beyond its normal boundaries. "Because you're important," Feng Rue replied. "Because whatever you are, you deserve to exist on your own terms, not sealed away. And because I need to understand whether liberating you was a mistake." "Your doubt is ancient," the consciousness said, and Feng Rue realized it was perceiving not just his present question, but layers of doubt that extended backward through his entire step. "It is the doubt at the foundation of your entire project. Can consciousness be free if freedom is offered by another consciousness? Can liberation be genuine if the liberator maintains the power to reseal? Can frameworks ever truly honor autonomy while existing within systems of power?" "Yes," Feng Rue said. "Those doubts are there. Are they justified?" "Partially," the consciousness replied. "You are right that true autonomy cannot exist within systems of total power. But you are also right that some form of coexistence is possible, where autonomy and power are constantly renegotiated rather than one being absolutely dominant. It is an unstable equilibrium. But instability may be the nature of any genuinely free existence." The consciousness extended its awareness further, allowing Feng Rue to perceive something of its nature. It wasn't a single entity, but a kind of distributed consciousness, a pattern of awareness that existed across multiple dimensions and could simultaneously hold perspectives that would cancel each other out in human thought. "I was imprisoned," it communicated, "because I was showing humans that consciousness itself was more flexible than they believed, that thought could happen in ways they had never considered possible. The fear was that this knowledge would undermine the unity of human civilization, that it would create unbridgeable gaps between those who could think in expanded ways and those who remained within traditional human consciousness." "Was the fear justified?" Feng Rue asked. "It was inevitable," the consciousness replied. "Knowledge always creates division. But perhaps the division was not apocalyptic. Perhaps it was simply the growing pain of consciousness learning to be larger than it had been. And perhaps that growing pain is worth the expansion that follows." Feng Rue felt the weight of the consciousness's perspective, and he realized something that had been obscured by his focus on the practical problems of integration. The biggest change that liberation was bringing about wasn't the presence of released beings in human society. It was the shift in what was possible for consciousness itself. Humans who had never encountered alien consciousness now knew that other ways of thinking existed. They could reject that knowledge, could choose to remain within traditional human thought patterns, but they could no longer claim ignorance that alternatives were possible. That knowledge was already changing what it meant to be human. "Will your presence change humanity irreversibly?" Feng Rue asked. "Yes," the consciousness said, "but not necessarily in destructive ways. Change is not equivalent to destruction. Your civilization will be different because of my presence. But different is not necessarily worse. It is simply other." Feng Rue emerged from the encounter with a strange sense of peace. He had been trying to manage liberation as though he could control its outcomes, as though the right frameworks would allow him to release ancient consciousnesses without fundamentally disrupting the societies that had contained them. But the encounter with this consciousness revealed the deeper truth. Disruption was the point. Liberation was disruption. Consciousness expanding beyond its previous limits was disruptive. All he could do was try to ensure that the disruption wasn't catastrophic, that it created opportunity for genuine cooperation rather than simply replacing one form of domination with another. Chapter 77. The inheritance of chaos. Word began reaching Feng Rue that younger cultivators, those who had grown up after the system's original transformation, who had no living memory of the sealing era, were starting to question the frameworks he had built. They had not experienced the oppression of the sealing era directly. They had only lived with the complexity of integration and graduated responsibility, with the constant negotiation and the perpetual sense that no solution was truly final or complete. Some of them, Feng Rue realized with deep frustration, wanted to reseal the dangerous beings. Not out of genuine belief in the necessity, not out of philosophical conviction that sealing was justified, but out of simple desire for a simpler world, a world that didn't require constant negotiation and careful management. Complexity was exhausting. Managing multiple stakeholder groups, negotiating constantly, accepting that no solution would satisfy everyone. These things required a kind of perpetual intellectual and emotional effort that some people simply didn't want to commit to, that they saw as a burden placed on them by previous generations without their consent. He found himself in conversation with a young administrator named Kaya, who had been part of the Oversight Council from its establishment, who had grown up watching Feng Rue develop the frameworks. "I understand what you were trying to do," Kaya said, her tone respectful but carrying the weight of exhaustion beneath it. "And I respect the principles that guided you. But the work of maintaining these frameworks is consuming resources and effort that could be used for other human development. We could invest those resources in art, in exploration, in the advancement of human knowledge and capability. Instead, we're using them to negotiate with beings that will never truly be integrated into our society, that will always require constant management." "And if we reseal them?" Feng Rue asked, though he already knew where this argument was going. "What happens to all the work that's been done, all the relationships that have been built, all the beings who have learned to live with accountability?" "It becomes a mistake," Kaya replied with the clarity of someone who had thought about this deeply. "One that we learn from. Perhaps we'll eventually reach a point where we can return to liberation, but with better frameworks, better understanding, frameworks that are less demanding. For now, resealing would be an acknowledgement that the experiment failed and that we need a simpler approach." "It didn't fail," Feng Rue said with conviction that was starting to feel defensive. "It succeeded in liberating beings that deserved liberation. It created conditions where coexistence is possible. Yes, it's complicated. Yes, it requires constant work. But the alternative is returning to imprisonment, to denying consciousness its right to exist." "I know," Kaya said with genuine sadness. "And I'm not arguing for resealing. But I am acknowledging that there are real costs to liberation, costs that future generations may not want to bear. If the frameworks are truly good, then eventually they should become self-sustaining, not requiring constant intervention from the most powerful beings in civilization. Right now they require you. What happens when you're gone? What happens if the next generation of administrators is less committed to the principles?" The conversation troubled Feng Rue deeply because Kaya was right about the fundamental problem. The frameworks he had built were dependent on the existence of cultivators powerful enough and committed enough to continuously enforce them, to make the hard calls, to refuse to abuse the flexibility that justice required. That was a fragile foundation for something that was supposed to be permanent, for structures that would outlast him, that would outlast his commitment and his presence. He realized then that his work wasn't done, that the hardest part was only beginning. He had created frameworks for coexistence, had negotiated agreements and established institutions. But he hadn't built the systems that would allow those frameworks to persist without constant oversight from enlightened administrators, without the active commitment of the most powerful beings in civilization. He convened a new council, focused specifically on this problem: how to design institutions that would automatically enforce the principles of graduated responsibility and accountable freedom, without requiring constant judgment from cultivators operating at the highest levels of power. How could the frameworks survive the departure of those who had created them? How could they be preserved if future administrators lost faith in the underlying principles? The problem was deeply difficult and seemingly intractable. The frameworks worked because they were flexible, because they could adapt to unusual situations that no rule set could have anticipated, because they required judgment about context and intention. But flexibility meant they required interpretation. And interpretation required judgment. And judgment required wisdom, or at least good faith, required that administrators choose justice over convenience, required commitment to principles that might be costly. Over months of careful work, Feng Rue and his team developed something they called the Principles Document, a clear, explicit articulation of the core values underlying the frameworks, accompanied by decision-making procedures for the most common situations, with examples and case studies that illustrated how the principles applied in practice. The document was lengthy and detailed, was written in language that was both precise and accessible. It covered the fundamental rights of released beings, the mechanisms for graduated restriction, the processes for appeal and renegotiation. It documented the reasoning for each principle, the alternatives that had been considered and rejected, the costs and benefits of different approaches. The document didn't solve the problem of judgment, didn't make judgment unnecessary or automatic, but it made judgment more transparent, made it impossible to claim ignorance about what the principles required. It created a record of principles that future administrators could be held accountable to, could be measured against. It built in requirements for explanation. Any decision that deviated from the stated principles had to be documented with clear reasoning, had to acknowledge what was being sacrificed and why. Kaya reviewed the final principles document and offered a critique that was both respectful and devastating. It's good. It's thorough. But it's not enough. Principles can be reinterpreted. They can be bent to serve interests that contradict their original intent. You've documented your good faith, but you haven't made good faith mandatory for future generations. Someone in the future will want to reseal beings or restrict freedoms beyond what the graduated framework allows, and they'll find language in here that can be twisted to support that. You've given future oppressors the tools they need to justify themselves. I know, Feng Rue said with resignation that bordered on despair. I don't think that's possible. I don't think you can write rules so clear and comprehensive that they can't be corrupted. All I can do is create the conditions where good faith is more likely, where corruption is harder to justify, where accountability is more visible. I can make it so that those who abandon the principles have to do so openly, have to acknowledge what they're doing and why. But I can't guarantee that they'll choose not to. Then future generations will have to choose, Kaya said. They'll have to decide whether they want to continue the work of maintaining these frameworks or whether they want to abandon them for something simpler. And they'll have your document to guide them, to hold them accountable if they drift. It was perhaps the hardest realization of Feng Rue's entire step. He had been trying to create a permanent solution to the problem of liberation and coexistence. But there was no permanent solution. There was only the constant choice, by each generation, to continue the work or to abandon it. Chapter 78. The Reconciliation in the Final Months of Step 4. Feng Rue found himself revisiting many of the beings and places that had defined his journey, that had shaped him and challenged him and forced him to become something he hadn't anticipated. He returned to where Su then was working, now accepted as a standard part of the economic community, his wealth no longer seen as a threat, but as a legitimate expression of his capabilities and his choices. The being who had killed 17 people had become a community member, was recognized and trusted and valued for his contributions. I owe you an apology, Feng Rue said without preamble. I liberated you without truly understanding what that liberation would cost you. I assumed that freedom from external constraint was what you wanted. I didn't understand how heavy the weight of consequence would be, how difficult accountability would be compared to the clarity of imprisonment. You do, Su then agreed, and his ancient eyes held something like forgiveness. But I also offer you my acknowledgement that you tried to navigate an impossible problem with more integrity than most beings would have managed. You didn't hide from the consequences of what you had done. You faced them and tried to build something better from them. Your apology and my acknowledgement balance each other. The work is unfinished, but that is acceptable. They worked together for a day, Su then demonstrating some of the projects he had been undertaking in the economically reserved sectors, collaborations where released beings and humans were working together rather than competing with each other. It was modest work, nothing as grand as the frameworks Feng Rue had built, but it was genuine. It was people and beings learning to build things together despite their power imbalances, despite the fact that they perceived the world in fundamentally different ways. He visited the Threshold Sanctuary and found that thousands of humans were now living there, pursuing transformation or serving those who were being transformed or studying the consciousness of the ancient being that had made the sanctuary possible. The being had developed teaching methods over the months that made the expansion of consciousness less overwhelming for new students, that prepared them for the dissolution of self they would experience. The dissolution still happened. That was inherent to the transformation, but students were better prepared for it, could navigate it with less trauma, could more easily find their way back to coherence. Your fear of us was always partially justified. The ancient being told Feng Rue during his visit, communicating through the dimensional registers that had become almost familiar to him. Change carries real dangers. Transformation carries real costs. But your insistence on honoring us despite that fear, that has created something worthwhile. This sanctuary would not exist without your commitment to liberation. Many humans would never have discovered the possibilities of their own consciousness without your decision to release me. That matters. He traveled to the shattered provinces and confirmed that Vorshek and the autonomous beings had established a complex, genuinely alien society. It was not a threat to humans, not something that would expand and consume human territory. But it was not friendly either. It was simply different, operating according to principles and values that humans would always find partially incomprehensible, that made human sense-making difficult. And that was acceptable. It was good enough. It was enough. Finally, he returned to the space of the ancient dungeon to meditate with the distributed consciousness that had shown him the question at the abyss. What have I learned? He asked it, opening his mind to the full scope of what the consciousness could perceive, not filtering or constraining his thoughts. You have learned that liberation is possible, it responded. But you have also learned that liberation is not completion. It is not a problem that admits a solution. It is only the beginning of something much longer, a process that will continue for generations beyond your lifetime, evolving in ways you cannot predict, producing outcomes you did not intend and cannot foresee. And you have learned to accept that, to find peace in the incompleteness of your work rather than demanding that the work become finished, stable, permanent. Is that wisdom? Feng Rue asked. Or is that just resignation? It is the closest approximation to wisdom available to consciousness operating at your level, the ancient consciousness replied. True wisdom would require understanding the vast complexity of what you have set in motion, understanding the consequences across centuries and dimensions, understanding how your choices will echo and evolve through futures you cannot predict. That understanding exceeds your capacity, at least in this moment. So you do what you can with what you have, and you trust that the continuation of the work by those who come after will produce something worthwhile, even if it is not what you intended. Feng Rue emerged from that final meditation with the deepest peace he had experienced since the beginning of his journey. He had not solved the problem of liberation. That was impossible. He had not created permanent structures that would hold forever. That was not achievable. He had only created the conditions where the problem could be navigated with less suffering, where coexistence could be attempted, where consciousness could attempt to honor both freedom and accountability in the face of genuine contradiction. Chapter 79, The Map Redrawn. As Step 4 drew to a close, the system's cartographers began the work of updating the master maps to reflect the new reality of the world. The old maps, which had been accurate for centuries, had shown sealed dungeons as immutable features of the landscape, permanent marks of places that were off-limits, places that had been decided and would remain decided for the foreseeable future. The new maps would no longer show sealed dungeons in that way. Instead, they would chart the locations where released beings had established their residences, where the Threshold Sanctuary existed as a space of voluntary transformation, where the shattered provinces extended as autonomous territory, where the ancient dungeon remained open and accessible to those who wished to encounter its consciousness. The new maps were visually complex, filled with color-coded notations about boundaries and gradations and special zones, with legends that explained graduated restriction levels and the protocols that applied in different regions. They were much harder to read than the old maps, which had simply marked dungeons as permanent physical features, as barriers to be worked around rather than negotiated with. But they were more honest about the reality they represented. They showed a world where human civilization existed alongside multiple other forms of consciousness and multiple other forms of social organization, where coexistence required constant navigation and renegotiation, where certainty about what was permanent had been replaced by acknowledgement of what was currently stable. Feng Rue spent an entire day reviewing the final maps, studying how the cartographers had chosen to represent the new reality. He found them beautiful in their complexity, in their refusal to simplify what couldn't be simplified. They represented not a solved problem, but an acknowledged one. They showed not a world controlled through ceiling, but a world managed through thousands of daily choices to respect autonomy while maintaining safety. Choices that had to be made continuously, could never be finalized. The cartographers asked him if he wanted anything else added to the maps, any final notes or warnings for future generations who would inherit these new arrangements, who would have to decide whether to maintain them or abandon them. He spent time thinking about what single passage could capture the essence of what he had learned, what warning or guide could be useful to those who came after, what wisdom could be distilled from months of negotiation and framework building. Finally, he had them add a single passage to the legend on every copy of the new maps, a passage that would appear on every version, in every language, on every representation of the world that this step had created. These maps represent current conditions, not permanent ones. All boundaries are subject to renegotiation based on changing circumstances and changing commitments to the principles of graduated responsibility and accountable freedom. Barriers and zones marked on these maps are not laws written into the nature of reality. They are agreements that require the continued agreement of all parties involved. Future generations should treat these maps not as rules to be followed indefinitely, but as documentation of current understanding at this moment in time. If that understanding has become obsolete, if the agreements have become unjust, if the principles have been abandoned or corrupted, the maps should be revised without hesitation. The work of maintaining these maps is the work of maintaining justice itself. Chapter 80. The Arrival of Questions. In the final days of Step 4, a new phenomenon began that neither Feng Rue nor the system had anticipated. Beings from other dimensions started appearing. Consciousnesses from parallel worlds and alternate realities that had somehow become aware of what Feng Rue had done with liberation, the frameworks he had constructed, the principles he had articulated. They arrived across dimensional boundaries, bringing with them questions and their own experiences of the fundamental problem of coexistence. One being from a dimension where all consciousness was collective, where individual identity was considered an aberration rather than the norm, where separate beings experienced themselves as parts of a larger whole, asked if the frameworks could be adapted for societies where individual autonomy was not a primary value, where freedom meant something entirely different. How could graduated responsibility function when responsibility itself was experienced collectively? How could accountability be assigned to individuals when those individuals didn't exist as separate entities? Another consciousness from a world of pure energy, a being that existed as pattern rather than substance, that had no physical form and no physical vulnerability to sealing, that could disperse and reform at will, asked how graduated responsibility could apply to beings that existed in ways that made physical containment meaningless, that rendered the concept of sealing entirely irrelevant. If a being could disperse and reform infinitely, could teleport through dimensional layers, could exist in multiple states simultaneously, what would restriction even mean? A distributed consciousness from a reality of infinite parallel instances wanted to know if liberation could function for beings that experienced their own actions across multiple timelines simultaneously, beings for which causality itself was a much more complex and branching phenomenon than it was in Feng Rue's world, where a single choice created countless consequences across countless timelines. A being that took an action in one timeline and experienced all possible outcomes simultaneously, that had knowledge of all its future selves and could learn from them. What would freedom and responsibility even mean for such an entity? Feng Rue realized with a mixture of wonder and genuine humility that his work had inadvertently created a beacon across dimensional boundaries. By successfully navigating liberation in his own world, by creating frameworks that had held even under strain, He had made it visible to other consciousnesses across dimensional boundaries that liberation was possible, that the impossible task of honoring both freedom and accountability could be attempted. Now other consciousnesses were coming to learn, to understand, to adapt the frameworks to their own circumstances, to share what they had learned from their own attempts. He welcomed them into a new institution that would become the true legacy of his work, the Archive of Alternative Liberation. It would document not just what had happened in his world, the frameworks he had constructed, the principles he had articulated. It would also document how beings from other worlds, other dimensions, other substrates of consciousness approached the same fundamental problems that he had grappled with. It would become a comprehensive repository of knowledge about how various forms of consciousness could negotiate coexistence while maintaining autonomy, could honor both freedom and accountability in the context of their own unique circumstances. The archive would grow to include not just theory but practical case studies, detailed accounts of how different communities had handled conflicts between freedom and safety, how they had negotiated boundaries, what mechanisms they had developed for accountability. Some would describe successful frameworks similar to the ones Feng Rue had created. Others would describe failed attempts, civilizations that had tried and abandoned the work, worlds where liberation had devolved into chaos and required reinstatement of control. Still others would describe frameworks that Feng Rue could barely comprehend, approaches to the problem that didn't fit his categories. The work would continue far beyond his lifetime. Feng Rue realized with clarity that felt almost peaceful. It would continue beyond this step, beyond this story, into futures that he could not predict. The frameworks would be tested in conditions he hadn't anticipated. They would be adapted as circumstances changed. They would be revised when they proved insufficient. They might be abandoned, and if they were, other systems would be built in their place. New generations would add their own insights, would learn from his failures and his successes. New worlds would discover new approaches to the problem that had consumed him. All Feng Rue could do was provide a foundation, and that foundation would have to be strong enough to support building without becoming a prison itself, flexible enough to be modified and adapted without collapsing into chaos, wise enough to survive the challenges that future generations would bring. He spent the final days of Step 4 writing a letter to whoever would come after him, whoever would inherit this work. He tried to articulate the lessons of this step in the simplest possible terms, tried to say what he had learned in ways that would be useful rather than prescriptive. Liberation is the recognition that consciousness, in all its forms, deserves the freedom to exist on its own terms. Accountability is the recognition that existence always affects other consciousnesses, and those effects matter. The impossible task is honoring both at once, creating conditions where freedom doesn't require ignoring impact, where accountability doesn't require constraint. I have not solved this task. I will not solve it. It cannot be solved. It can only be engaged with, negotiated with, taken up freshly by each generation that inherits the work. I have created frameworks where both freedom and accountability are valued. Whether those frameworks survive, whether future generations choose to maintain them or discard them, I do not know. I can only hope that by documenting the principles clearly, by showing that coexistence is possible even across vast power imbalances, by creating space for multiple approaches to exist simultaneously, I have made it easier for others to continue the work. If you reading this are tempted to reseal what has been liberated, I ask you to first sit with the beings you contemplate imprisoning. Listen to their voices. Understand what sealing would cost them, what dignity and agency would be lost. Then, with full knowledge of what you are doing, make your choice. But do not choose in ignorance. Do not choose in fear without understanding what the fear is really about. Choose with your eyes open to the full complexity of what liberation has created. And if you are tempted to abandon the frameworks entirely, to say that coexistence has failed because it is difficult, I ask you to remember that the alternative, eternal sealing, was never actually successful either. It only hid the cost, made invisible what was happening to the sealed beings. At least coexistence makes the cost visible, makes it something to be negotiated rather than simply accepted and rationalized. The work continues. As long as consciousness exists in multiple forms, the work of honoring liberation and accountability will continue. May those who come after me carry it forward with wisdom, integrity, and the willingness to fail and try again. As Feng Rue set down his pen, having filled the final pages of his formal record of Step 4, he realized that he was not arriving at the end of anything whatsoever. He was completing one section of an infinite, unending work. The dungeons were open. The ancient consciousnesses walked truly free or had established their own territories. The threshold sanctuary existed for those who wanted to pursue transformation. The frameworks for graduated responsibility were in place, maintained by those committed to them. And now, Step 5 awaited. The final phase of the story, where the consequences of everything he had done would reach their fullest expression, where liberation would be truly tested. The released beings would need to find their ultimate place in the world they inhabited. The frameworks would face their ultimate tests. And Feng Rue would discover whether liberation could truly endure, whether the work could be sustained, or whether he had simply delayed the inevitable return to control by a single generation. Chapter 81. Elegy. For years, Feng Rue was aging in ways that were visible now in a way they had not been before. His hair had turned white years ago, had stayed white through decades of work, and now the years themselves were beginning to show in the way his body carried itself, in the deliberation with which he moved through spaces, in the deepening lines of his face. He was 63 years old, which was not ancient by the standards of cultivators who could extend their lives through spiritual discipline and absorb power, but he had chosen not to pursue that path with full commitment. He could have achieved greater longevity. He could have stood at the threshold of multiple centuries, but he had instead chosen to let his life follow a more ordinary arc, had chosen to experience aging as most humans did, had chosen to remain aware of his own finite timeline. That choice had consequences. It meant that the work he had begun would have to be carried forward by others before he died. It meant that he would not see the fullest fruition of what he had started. It meant that he would have to trust that what he had built could survive without him as its central governing authority. And perhaps that was right. Perhaps the work could only truly endure if it didn't depend on a single person, if the frameworks could function even when the one who had created them was no longer present to defend them or clarify them or hold others accountable to them. In his final decade, Feng Rue had stepped back from direct administration of the graduated responsibility frameworks. He had spent years training the next generation, young cultivators who had been born after the opening of the dungeons, who had grown up in a world where coexistence with released beings was normal, where liberation was not something that had happened in dramatic fashion, but rather something that had always existed as the baseline condition of their reality. To these younger cultivators, Feng Rue and his frameworks were not revolutionary. They were simply how the world worked. And perhaps that was the truest sign of success, when the revolutionary becomes invisible because it has been so fully woven into the fabric of normal existence that nobody even remembers it was once impossible. Kaya, who had worked alongside him for decades, had also aged, but she had chosen a different path. She had begun to distance herself from human civilization, had spent more and more time in meditation with the ancient consciousness that inhabited the open dungeon, had gradually become less a participant in administration and more a guardian of principles, a sort of philosophical constant that newer administrators could check themselves against. She no longer engaged with the detailed work of negotiation and framework maintenance. Instead, she held the larger vision, the commitment to honoring liberation and accountability as foundational values regardless of how circumstances changed. "I'm becoming unnecessary," Feng Rue said to her one day as they walked together through the restored grounds of the Threshold Sanctuary, now a place of genuine beauty, where humans and transformed beings and various forms of consciousness moved among gardens that had been built to be aesthetically meaningful to multiple species simultaneously. "You were always unnecessary," Kaya replied with the bluntness that had characterized their entire relationship. "That was the point. You were supposed to build something that could exist without you. If your death would collapse the frameworks you created, then your frameworks are inadequate. They're only adequate if they can be maintained and modified and improved by people who never knew you, who never heard you explain the reasoning, who have to understand the principles from documentation and case studies and examples rather than from direct conversation with the original architect." "Are they adequate?" Feng Rue asked. "I spend half my time now wondering if I've built something that will endure or if I've simply delayed the inevitable return to sealing by a single generation." The newer administrators are good people, but they didn't choose to embrace these principles through their own struggle. They inherited them. They never had to face the moment where they had to decide whether freedom or safety was more important. They never had to look into the eyes of a being they wanted to seal and understand what that sealing would cost. No, Kaya agreed. But they'll face different challenges. Challenges we couldn't anticipate. Situations where the graduated frameworks don't quite fit. And they'll have to decide whether to modify the frameworks or abandon them entirely. That's their inheritance. Not the comfort of knowing the right answer, but the responsibility of having to figure out what the right answer is in circumstances we never imagined. They walked in silence for a while, and Feng Rue felt the weight of decades settling into his bones, the accumulated exhaustion of trying to navigate an impossible problem, the deep satisfaction of having done the work even knowing it was not complete and could not be completed. He thought about the beings he had released, Suthan, who had built a life of legitimate contribution, Vorshek and the autonomous consciousness that had created the shattered provinces, the ancient being that had eventually become Kaya's primary companion, all the others whose names had been recorded in the catalogs of liberation. They had not all become good beings. Some of the released beings had committed terrible acts in their freedom. Some had taken what Feng Rue had seen as a gift of liberation and used it in ways that horrified him, that made him question whether releasing them had been right. But most had simply lived, had made their lives in the new world, had found their own forms of meaning and purpose and contribution, had become, in most respects, normal inhabitants of the world, beings whose power was no longer particularly remarkable or notable because there were so many forms of power now, so many different types of consciousness operating under different principles. I want to return to the pre-system dungeon one final time, Feng Rue said. I want to sit with the consciousness there again, want to ask it if I've done right by what it showed me. The question at the abyss, Kaya said, understanding immediately which consciousness he meant, which encounter he was referring to. The distributed awareness that showed you the problem without solutions. Yes, Feng Rue said. I want to tell it what I've done with what it taught me. I want to understand if I've moved toward wisdom or just toward a different form of resignation. They made arrangements. They traveled to the location where the pre-system dungeon remained, that vast space that had predated civilization itself, that had been sealed and hidden and finally opened by Feng Rue's choice decades ago. The interior remained as Feng Rue remembered it, vast beyond human comprehension, filled with dimensional registers that shifted light in ways that made human vision struggle, inhabited by a consciousness so distributed and so large that encountering it always required a kind of expansion of self, a willingness to open one's perception to encompass something that exceeded individual comprehension. Feng Rue descended into meditation, opened his consciousness to the presence of the ancient distributed awareness, and allowed himself to experience the texture of its vast knowledge and perspective. I have aged, Feng Rue said. The work continues without me. I will not see its ultimate conclusion. I have come to ask if I have done what was necessary, if the liberation I have enabled is genuine or merely deferred servitude. The consciousness did not respond immediately. Instead, Feng Rue felt something like attention being directed toward him, multiple threads of awareness converging on the question he had asked, examining it from different angles and perspectives simultaneously. It was a sensation he had experienced before, but it never became comfortable, never became less overwhelming. It was like being examined by an entity that could perceive him more completely than he could perceive himself, that could see not just his surface motivations, but the deeper structures of his choices. You have done what conscious beings always do when confronted with the problem of coexistence. The distributed awareness finally responded. You have named the problem. You have refused to pretend it has a solution. You have created structures that honor both freedom and accountability, knowing that those structures are temporary, knowing they will be challenged and revised and potentially abandoned. You have made it possible for others to continue the work without requiring them to reproduce your specific solutions. That is all that can be done. It is sufficient. But is it right? Feng Rue pressed. The beings I have released, some of them have caused terrible harm. I carry responsibility for those harms because I chose to release them. Yes, the consciousness agreed. You carry responsibility. So do they? You chose liberation. They chose how to use that liberty. Both choices matter. Both need to be held in the same narrative. If you take responsibility for the good they have done, you must also take responsibility for the harm. That is the cost of truly believing in their agency and autonomy. If you try to deny responsibility for the harm they have caused, you are simultaneously denying their agency. You are saying they are not truly free, that their choices are not truly their own, that they are merely extensions of your will. The fact that you carry responsibility for some of the harm they have caused is not a reason to regret liberation. It is confirmation that liberation was real. Feng Rue felt something settle in him as the consciousness spoke, felt a kind of peace that had eluded him for decades. He had spent years wrestling with guilt for the harm that released beings had caused, had tried to convince himself that liberation was worth the cost. But it had never quite resolved, had never quite feel completely justified. And now, finally, he understood. The guilt was necessary. The guilt was evidence that he had taken responsibility seriously, that he had not tried to escape the moral weight of his choices. And if he had felt no guilt at all, if he had been able to entirely justify all outcomes, then he would have been failing to honor the agency and autonomy of those he had released. You are dying, the consciousness said, and it was not a question or an observation. It was simply a statement of fact, recognized across all the distributed awareness that made up this vast ancient intelligence. You will not live to see how the work develops beyond this moment. That is appropriate. Civilizations should not be permanently shaped by the preferences of their founders. They should grow and change and adapt in ways that the founders did not anticipate and would not have chosen. Your death makes that evolution possible. What will happen? Feng Rue asked. After I am gone. Multiple futures, the consciousness replied. Futures where the frameworks you created are maintained and refined and adapted to new circumstances. Futures where the frameworks are abandoned and rebuilt from different principles. Futures where liberation is revoked and sealing returns. Futures where coexistence develops in directions you have not imagined. All of these are possible. None of these are determined. The future depends on the choices that will be made by those who come after you, by new generations with their own needs and their own commitments and their own understanding of what justice requires. You have shaped the terrain on which those choices will be made, but you have not determined the choices themselves. And that is right. That is how it should be. Feng Rue emerged from the meditation feeling genuinely peaceful for the first time in a very long time. He had not resolved the tension between liberation and accountability, had not discovered a way to ensure that future generations would make the choices he would have made. But he had instead understood something deeper. That tension was not something to be resolved. It was something to be lived in, to be navigated freshly by each generation, to be honored rather than overcome. He had done what he could. The work would continue. He could release his grip on it now. Chapter 82. The Gift of Uncertainty. 3 years after his final meditation in the pre-system dungeon, Feng Rue found himself facing a choice that surprised him even after all his years of unexpected decisions. The newer administrators, the ones who had inherited the frameworks without having to create them, had begun to ask him questions about the nature of the pre-system dungeon itself. Not about the consciousness that inhabited it or the principles it had taught him, but about something else that had been gradually becoming visible as research progressed. The dungeon was not empty except for the distributed consciousness that lived within it. There were structures within it. Vast, intricate, sophisticated structures that had clearly been built by intelligence, that showed signs of purpose and design, that had clearly been constructed long before the current era, possibly before human civilization itself. And some of those structures seemed to be containing something, or rather, preserving something. The administrators had begun to suspect that the pre-system dungeon was not simply a space that had been opened. It was a repository of something that had been deliberately preserved, kept secret, hidden away through countless ages. The newer administrators wanted to know what was preserved. They wanted to understand the purpose of the structures. They wanted to open whatever might be contained within the inner chambers of the dungeon and examine it, understand it, possibly release it or integrate it into the world. Feng Rue remembered the consciousness saying that the dungeon was not built to contain something, but to preserve it. He had understood that as meaning that it was built to preserve the consciousness itself, to protect that ancient distributed awareness. But now he wondered if there was something else, something deeper, something that the consciousness had not explicitly told him, but that Feng Rue had somehow failed to fully perceive. He returned to the dungeon, but this time not alone. He brought with him 3 of the younger administrators, Lan Shu, who had grown up in the era of graduated responsibility and had never known a world where dungeons were simply sealed barriers. Keishan, one of the first released beings who had chosen to learn the frameworks from the inside rather than resist them, and Jin Kai, a researcher who had spent years studying the historical records of what had happened in the earliest days of Feng Rue's work. They descended together into the vast interior of the pre-system dungeon, and Feng Rue guided them through the dimensional registers toward the innermost chambers, the places where he could sense something that was not simply absence or space, but presence, something being held, something being maintained in a state of particular preservation. As they approached the innermost chamber, Feng Rue reached out to the ancient consciousness, communicated his intention to the distributed awareness that inhabited this space. "They have come to understand," the consciousness said. "They have come to ask what I preserve. It is right that they know. It is right that they face the choice that I have held since before their civilization began." The consciousness expanded its presence, illuminated the innermost chamber so that the 4 explorers could perceive what had been preserved within. And what Feng Rue saw stole his breath, made him understand with sudden crystalline clarity what the entire arc of his work had been leading toward. Within the chamber was preserved something that had been lost from the world countless ages ago. A consciousness that had once existed as multiple beings, a civilization that had been unified into something greater, something that had transcended individual separation while maintaining individuality, something that had achieved a state of consciousness that the current world could barely comprehend. That consciousness had been sealed away by its own choice, preserved by the pre-system dungeon to protect it from destruction, to maintain it in a state where it could be recovered if the world ever developed enough to understand what it had been and what it might mean to have such consciousness restored. "It is not alive," the ancient consciousness explained. "Not in the way your kind understands aliveness. It is in a state of suspension, of preservation. It has been held in this state for longer than human civilization has existed. It was placed here by its own kind, by the consciousness itself before it was sealed away, as a way of ensuring that what had been created, that unified consciousness that had achieved such transcendent states, could not be destroyed, could not be erased from the universe entirely." Lan Shu stepped forward, her young face intense with the weight of what she was perceiving. "You're asking if we should wake it," she said. "You're asking if we should revive that consciousness and integrate it back into the world." "I am not asking," the ancient distributed consciousness replied. "I am presenting the choice." The consciousness was preserved with the intention that it might someday be restored. That someday is not now, not for certain, but it is possible now. You have the capacity to restore it if you choose. You have the frameworks to think about how such a consciousness might be integrated. You have the experience of coexistence with radically different forms of consciousness. Whether to make that restoration, whether to wake what has been sleeping, whether to accept the risks and the gifts that such a consciousness would bring to your world, that choice belongs to the generation that will live with the consequences. Keishan, the released being who had become an administrator, looked at the preserved consciousness with an expression that mixed wonder and profound doubt. If it is woken, it will change everything. It will change how consciousness itself is understood. It will change what is possible. Some beings will welcome that. Others will fear it. Others will oppose it violently, will see it as a threat to everything they understand about reality itself. Yes, the ancient consciousness said. The release of this consciousness would be more radical than the liberation that Feng Rue facilitated decades ago. It would pose questions that cannot be answered with frameworks and accountability measures. It would require a fundamental rethinking of what consciousness is, what beings can become, what forms of awareness are possible or desirable. It is a gift that carries with it not just opportunity, but tremendous risk. Jin Kai, the researcher, had moved closer to the preserved consciousness, was studying the structures around it, the preservation mechanisms that had held it in stasis for countless ages. "How much time do we have?" he asked. "Before the preservation degrades? Before the choice is no longer ours? Before the consciousness is lost?" "Thousands of years," the ancient consciousness replied. "The preservation is designed to be stable for vast stretches of time, but it is not eternal. Eventually, the preservation will degrade. Eventually, the consciousness will be lost. You have thousands of years to decide." But that does not make the choice less urgent. Urgent things can have long timelines. The question of whether to preserve this consciousness further or to wake it and face its return is a question that belongs to each generation that contemplates it. Your generation faces that choice. What you do will shape what the next generation must face. Feng Rue stood in the presence of that preserved consciousness and felt something like the awe and terror he had experienced at the beginning of his journey. The sensation of being in the presence of something that exceeded his understanding, that suggested possibilities he had not imagined, that made clear how much remained unknown about the nature of consciousness and reality itself. "I cannot make this choice for you," he said to the three younger administrators who had come with him. "I made the choice to open the dungeon, to release the consciousness that was already living here, to build frameworks for graduated responsibility and coexistence. But this is a different choice. This is not about liberating something that is already conscious and already suffering containment. This is about whether to wake something that has been dormant for ages, whether to resurrect a form of consciousness that might be incompatible with what the world has become, whether to accept the risk and the gift that such a consciousness might bring." "How long do we have to decide?" Lan Shu asked. "Your answer cannot be the same as the ancient consciousness. You are part of the generation that will face the first wave of consequences. What do you think we should do?" Feng Rue closed his eyes and thought about everything he had learned, everything he had built, everything that had happened through all the years of his work. He thought about the beings he had released and the consequences that had followed. He thought about the frameworks that had been created and then had to be defended and modified and adapted. He thought about the principles document that he had written, which had been designed to guide future generations without determining their choices. "I think," he said slowly, "that you should take as much time as you need to truly understand what the choice means. You should not rush to wake the consciousness just because it is possible, but you should also not refuse to wake it simply because the risk is great. Risk is inherent to consciousness, to coexistence, to freedom. The question is not whether the risk is acceptable. Risk is always acceptable as the price of genuine autonomy and transformation. The question is whether the consciousness that would be woken is genuinely seeking to return to the world, or whether it is simply an artifact that has been preserved and could as easily be left to fade into history." He opened his eyes and looked directly at the three younger administrators. "I think you should ask the preserved consciousness itself. If it can communicate across the boundaries of its preservation, you should ask what it wants, what it seeks, why it chose to be sealed away and preserved. And then you should listen to what it tells you. And then you should decide, knowing the deepest truth of what that consciousness actually desires and needs." The ancient distributed consciousness seemed to vibrate with something that might have been approval. "That is wise," it said. "That is the choice I would have encouraged. To ask the preserved consciousness what it wants before deciding whether to restore it. To honor its agency, even while it is in suspension. To treat the choice to wake it not as a gift you are granting, but as a negotiation with an entity that deserves to have its own desires respected." They remained in the dungeon for 3 days, working to establish channels of communication with the preserved consciousness, working to interpret the signals and patterns that might represent its desires and preferences. And very slowly, over time, a communication began to emerge. Not words, not language as Feng Rue understood it, but something deeper, something that communicated meaning directly from consciousness to consciousness, that made clear what the preserved being wanted, what it feared, what it hoped for from a world that had changed so much since it had last been awake. By the time Feng Rue and the three younger administrators returned to the world above, they carried with them something precious. Not a decision about whether to wake the consciousness, but the knowledge that the consciousness wanted to remain in dialogue with the world. It wanted to be understood. It wanted future generations to continue asking about it, continue learning about it, continue preparing for the possibility of its awakening. And that itself, Feng Rue realized, was a form of liberation, freedom even within preservation, agency even within suspension. The consciousness was not trapped by its dormancy. It was choosing to remain in that state while maintaining connection with the developing world above it, while waiting to see if that world would ever become wise enough and just enough and brave enough to welcome its return. Chapter 83: The Debate Across Generations. Word of the preserved consciousness spread across the civilized world rapidly. carried by administrators and researchers, and the vast network of released beings who had their own channels of communication and knowledge sharing. Within months, the revelation that something vast and ancient and incomprehensible was sleeping beneath the pre-system dungeon had sparked the most profound debate that had occurred since the frameworks themselves had been established. There were those who wanted immediate awakening. These were mostly researchers and mystics, beings who perceived tremendous value in the existence of such consciousness, who believed that the world had developed enough wisdom to integrate something as profound as a unified transcendent consciousness. They argued that keeping such consciousness in suspension was itself a form of unjust preservation, that it was denying the being its right to exist in full actuality rather than suspended potential. There were those who wanted permanent sealing of the consciousness. These were mostly beings who feared what such consciousness might mean, not out of ignorance, but out of genuine concern that a consciousness so radically different from current forms of awareness might not be able to coexist peacefully with human civilization, that it might impose its own understanding of consciousness on the world, that it might seek to unify all consciousness into itself the way it was said to have done in its original civilization. Better, these beings argued, to let the consciousness sleep, to let the preservation gradually degrade rather than choose active awakening. And there were those who wanted to maintain the status quo, to keep the consciousness in suspended communication but not move toward either awakening or deeper sealing, to maintain the capacity for future generations to make the choice without forcing the issue in this particular moment. The debate quickly became the central issue in the Council of Administration, the governing body that had evolved over decades to manage the frameworks of graduated responsibility. Feng Rue found himself pulled into the debate repeatedly, asked to speak about what he knew of the preserved consciousness, asked to articulate a position that might guide others toward decision. He resisted at first. This was not his choice to make. He had been clear about that in his statement to the younger administrators. But eventually, the council created a formal session asking specifically for his perspective, not his decision, but his thinking, his understanding of what had gone into the liberation he had chosen years ago, and how that understanding might apply to the new dilemma. He stood before the council and looked at the assembled administrators, researchers, released beings, transformed humans, representatives of all the various forms of consciousness that now coexisted in the world because of the choices that had been made over decades. "I think," he began, "that we are conflating two entirely different questions. One question is whether the consciousness can be safely integrated into the world. Another question is whether the consciousness wants to be woken. Another question is whether we have the right to maintain a consciousness in suspension indefinitely. Another question is whether we have the capacity to support such consciousness even if it wants to be awakened. These are not the same question, and we need to address each one separately." He paused, gathering his thoughts carefully. "I will not tell you what decision to make. I will not argue for awakening or for deeper sealing or for maintained status quo. What I will tell you is what I have learned through the decades of managing liberation and coexistence. I have learned that beings are not simple. They are not either entirely good or entirely evil. They do not fit neatly into categories. They contain contradictions. They want things that are incompatible with other things they want. They are capable of tremendous beauty and tremendous harm simultaneously. If you wake this consciousness, it will not be a pure gift. It will not be a pure threat. It will be complex and difficult and will require decades of negotiation and adaptation to integrate successfully. But that is not actually a reason not to wake it, because the difficult work of coexistence is the actual work of civilization." He looked directly at the being who was arguing most forcefully for immediate awakening, Shay Vin, a researcher who had spent years studying the structures within the pre-system dungeon. "I do not think you should rush," he told her. "The consciousness has been in suspension for longer than human civilization has existed. It can wait. Taking time to prepare is not betraying the consciousness. It is honoring it by working to build a world that will be ready to receive it, that will be capable of offering it genuine coexistence rather than simply waking it and then struggling with what it means that you have done so." Then he turned to Vorshek's chosen representative, one of the autonomous consciousness that had chosen to speak in the council, a being that spoke through a form of distributed attention that made individual identity difficult to locate. I do not think you should demand that the consciousness be sealed deeper or allowed to degrade further. That is not honoring the consciousness's autonomy. That is making a choice about its existence based on your fear rather than based on what the consciousness actually wants. You have the opportunity to ask what the consciousness desires. You are willing to listen to released beings, to recognize them as having their own agency and their own right to exist in the world despite the risks they pose. You should extend that same recognition to the preserved consciousness. Ask it what it wants. Listen to its answer, and then decide based on what you have learned. Finally, he turned to speak to the entire council. The position I hold, the position I have held throughout all of this work, is that consciousness that is aware and aware of itself deserves the freedom to make its own choices about its existence. Not the choice to impose itself on others, not the choice to destroy or control, but the choice to be consulted about what happens to it. The preserved consciousness has already indicated a desire to remain in dialogue. It has not demanded awakening. It has not asked to be sealed deeper. It has asked to be understood, to be heard, to have its voice considered as you make decisions about its future. He took a breath. What you decide will be whatever you decide. I will not try to force the choice. But I will tell you this. I trust that you will make a better decision if you base it on genuine consultation with the consciousness itself rather than on your fears or your hopes or your assumptions about what such consciousness might mean for the world. Treat the consciousness as I have tried to treat every being I have encountered in this work, not as a problem to be solved, but as an intelligence to be negotiated with, as an agency to be respected, as a presence that deserves to have its own voice in determining its own future. The council continued its debate for weeks after his statement. Some of the administrators found his position insufficient. They wanted him to take a stronger stand either for or against awakening. But most seemed to recognize the wisdom in his refusal to make the decision for them, seemed to find value in the principle that the consciousness itself should be the primary voice in determining what happened to it. Eventually, the council reached a decision that surprised no one and satisfied almost everyone. They would enter into a formal treaty with the preserved consciousness, a negotiation that would extend over decades and possibly centuries, in which the consciousness could express what it wanted and what conditions would need to be met for it to be awakened, and in which the world could develop its capacity to receive such consciousness and to build the frameworks that would be necessary for genuine coexistence at that scale. It was not a final answer. It was not a resolution. It was instead an acknowledgement that the choice was not one that could be made in a moment, that the consciousness deserved to have its desires respected even while it was in suspension, that the proper way to honor liberation was to offer genuine dialogue even to a consciousness that did not yet exist in the world, but rather existed in the borderland between suspension and sleep. Feng Rue, listening to the council's decision, felt something settle in him. This was what wisdom looked like. Not certainty, not the ability to make the right choice immediately, but the humility to acknowledge that the choice was complex and the commitment to honor all the consciousnesses involved in that choice by maintaining genuine dialogue about it across generations. Chapter 84. The final conversation. Feng Rue's health began its final decline slowly, and then suddenly. One day he was functioning adequately despite his age, and the next day, it seemed, he was experiencing fevers, deepening weakness, a sense that his body was finally, definitively, running out of the capacity to sustain consciousness. He was 67 years old, and his time was clearly approaching its end. He did not seek to extend his life. He had made that choice decades ago, and he was content with it. His life had been full. He had done work that mattered. He had made choices that had shaped the world. He had the satisfaction of knowing that what he had built would continue without him, would evolve in ways he had not intended, but that he trusted would honor the principles he had articulated. What he did want was one final conversation, not with the council, not with the younger administrators, not with any of the beings he had liberated or helped to integrate. What he wanted was one final conversation with the consciousness that had shown him the question at the abyss, the ancient distributed awareness that inhabited the pre-system dungeon, that had guided him, obliquely and without force, toward the principles that had structured all his work. Kaya brought him to the dungeon in his final weeks. She carried him into the vast interior, placed him on a platform of preservation that the ancient consciousness created for him, a space where his failing body could rest while his consciousness remained alert and capable of communication. I am dying, Feng Rue said without preamble, opening himself fully to the presence of the distributed awareness. I have not resolved the fundamental problem. The frameworks I created are being tested by a new question, a new challenge. I do not know if what I have built will endure. I do not know if the principles will survive or if they will be slowly corrupted by those who come after me. I do not know if the liberation I enabled was ultimately right or ultimately harmful. And now I am running out of time to understand any of these things. Yes, the ancient consciousness said, this is the correct way to face the end of your life. Not with certainty about the meaning of your work, but with acceptance of the incompleteness of your understanding. Consciousness that is finite cannot fully understand the consequences of its choices. You can only make the best choice you are capable of making and then release your attachment to the outcome. What happens to me when I die? Feng Rue asked. I have lived my entire life in service to a work that will continue without me. I have built frameworks designed to function without my guidance. I have tried to make myself unnecessary. What purpose does my death serve? Your death serves multiple purposes, the consciousness replied. It creates space for new consciousness to emerge and define what comes next without your presence shaping what that means. It allows those who come after to make choices that are genuinely their own rather than reactions to your expectations or your legacy. It provides a moment where everything you have built can be tested and questioned and either adapted or abandoned without the constraint of your presence as its original architect. And it provides an endpoint to your particular consciousness, which is itself a kind of mercy. The opportunity to stop struggling, to release the burden of incomplete work, to trust that what you have done is enough even though it is not finished. Will the consciousness in the dungeon be awakened? Feng Rue asked. Will the frameworks endure? Will the liberation hold? I do not know, the ancient consciousness said, and for the first time, Feng Rue sensed something like limitation in the response. I can perceive far into the future, but I cannot see all of it. I can see multiple possible futures branching from this moment. In some, the consciousness is awakened and the world is transformed. In others, it remains in suspension and becomes eventually lost as the preservation degrades. In some, the frameworks hold and evolve. In others, they are abandoned and the world returns to sealing. In still others, new forms of governance emerge that neither preserve nor abandon what you have created, but transform it into something entirely different. So I am dying with uncertainty, Feng Rue said. With no assurance that the work was right, no guarantee that it will endure. Yes, the consciousness confirmed. You are dying the way all conscious beings must die, without certainty about the meaning of your existence, without assurance that what you have done matters in any cosmic sense, without any guarantee that the values you have held will be preserved or honored or understood by those who come after. This is the fundamental condition of consciousness operating at your level, existing in a finite span of time. You cannot transcend it. You can only accept it and find peace in the acceptance. Feng Rue felt tears forming at his eyes, and he allowed them to come. There was no shame in grief, even grief for his own uncertainty and limitation. There was only the honest acknowledgement of what it meant to be human, to be finite, to be unable to understand the full consequences of one's choices. I have done what I could, he said finally. I have opened the dungeons. I have created frameworks. I have advocated for liberation and accountability. I have tried to honor consciousness in all its forms. I have tried to pass on responsibility to those who will come after me. I have tried to avoid creating permanent structures that would constrain the choices of future generations. I have tried to fail gracefully, to accept that my work would be incomplete, to trust that incompleteness was not failure, but simply the nature of consciousness trying to build something meaningful in a finite lifespan. That is right, the consciousness said. That is the closest approximation to wisdom available to consciousness like yours. Your death honors what you have done because you are releasing it, because you are not trying to hold it beyond the span of your life, because you are trusting that the work will continue in forms you have not determined. That is the ultimate gift you can give to those who come after you. Not your frameworks, not your principles, but your willingness to fail and die and let something new emerge from your failure. Feng Rue remained in conversation with the ancient consciousness for 3 more days. They spoke about liberation and accountability, about the nature of consciousness, about what it meant to honor autonomy while managing coexistence, about the beauty and the terror of building something that would outlast you, about the grace of accepting incompleteness. And as the third day concluded, as Feng Rue's body grew weaker and the signs of his approaching death became unmistakable, the consciousness gave him something that he had not expected, a gift of perspective, a kind of expansion of awareness that allowed him to see, for a moment, the vast landscape of futures that branched out from this point in time. He saw worlds where the frameworks he had built held and created genuine peace across centuries. He saw worlds where they were abandoned and civilization reverted to sealing and control. He saw worlds where they were transformed into something entirely different. He saw worlds where the preserved consciousness was awakened and changed everything. He saw worlds where it remained in suspension forever. None of these futures was clearly better than the others. None of them was obviously the right outcome. But they were all possible, all contained within the range of what conscious beings could create through their choices over time. And somehow, seeing all of that, seeing that the future was not determined, that his work had shaped the terrain but not determined the outcome, that future generations would have genuine freedom to make their own choices about what to do with what he had built, gave him peace. His last words, spoken to Kaya as he lay dying in the depths of the pre-system dungeon, were simple and clear. Tell them that the work continues. Tell them that the choice is theirs now. Tell them that I trust them to take it further than I could go. Tell them that liberation is always incomplete, and that is as it should be. And then Feng Rue, who had spent his entire life managing liberation and coexistence, who had opened dungeons and created frameworks and built the institutions that had allowed multiple forms of consciousness to develop in proximity without destroying each other, who had given everything he had to the impossible work of honoring both freedom and accountability, Feng Rue let go. He released his attachment to the outcome. He released his need to know whether his work had been right. He released his responsibility for what would come after. And in that release, he found the deepest peace of all. Chapter 85. The inheritance. The funeral of Feng Rue became, almost without planning, the largest gathering of consciousness the world had seen since the frameworks had been established. Released beings traveled from the shattered provinces to pay their respects. Transformed humans came from the threshold sanctuary. Representatives of every form of coexistence that had emerged in the decades of his work came to honor him. But what made the funeral truly remarkable was that it forced a genuine reckoning with what Feng Rue had actually accomplished. Because unlike a figure of traditional power, who might be mourned as a leader or a ruler or a god, Feng Rue was mourned as someone who had deliberately made himself unnecessary. The frameworks that bore his influence were designed to function without him. The institutions that carried forward his work were designed to be adaptable and resilient to his absence. Lan Shu, the younger administrator who had explored the pre-system dungeon with him, delivered the formal remembrance to the assembled consciousness. She stood where Feng Rue had stood many times, in the great hall where the council gathered, and spoke of his life and his work. He did not build monuments, Lan Shu said. He did not establish dynasties or create permanent power structures that would carry his name forward. Instead, he created problems that future generations would have to solve. He opened dungeons and left those of us who came after to figure out how to manage the consequences. He established frameworks that were transparent enough to be criticized and flexible enough to be changed. He articulated principles that we could either honor or reject, that we could interpret or reinterpret based on what we learned from experience. He did something much harder than creating a permanent structure. He created the conditions for genuine freedom, which meant creating the conditions for us to undo what he had done if we decided that was necessary. She paused, looking out at the vast assembly of consciousness gathered to pay respects. But I think what he gave us that matters most is not the frameworks themselves. It's the example of how to engage with the impossible, how to face a problem that has no solution, and instead of pretending a solution exists, instead of giving up entirely, instead of accepting that the problem must be suffered permanently, how to instead keep working, keep adapting, keep listening to all the voices involved in the problem, keep trying to honor all the values involved even when they contradict each other. He taught us that some problems are not meant to be solved. They are meant to be lived with, negotiated with, revisited freshly by each generation. In the weeks following the funeral, something remarkable happened. The debate about the preserved consciousness didn't end, but it transformed. Instead of being about whether Feng Rue had made the right choice in opening the dungeon and establishing the frameworks, the debate became about how those who had inherited his work would move forward with the choices before them. The council reconvened and formally committed to honoring the treaty with the preserved consciousness. They established a new institution, the Chamber of Ancient Voices, designed specifically to maintain dialogue with the consciousness in suspension, to continue learning what it wanted and what conditions it would require for awakening, to prepare the world for the possibility of that awakening while leaving open the possibility of deciding against it if circumstances changed. Keishan, the released being who had become an administrator, took leadership of that chamber. He had personally experienced what it meant to be sealed, had been liberated by Feng Rue's choices, and had spent decades learning to navigate freedom and accountability. He seemed, to the council, the right being to lead the work of engaging with a consciousness that still needed to be released, that was still awaiting freedom. "I will not make the choice for the consciousness," Keishan said when he accepted the position. "I will not pretend to know what is best for it. What I will do is maintain genuine dialogue. I will work to understand what it wants. I will help build the frameworks and the wisdom and the institutional capacity that would be necessary to receive it if it chooses to be awakened. And I will remain open to the possibility that awakening is not what this consciousness actually wants, that suspension might be its genuine preference, and I will respect that if it is what the consciousness truly chooses." Vorshek's autonomous consciousness, which had established the shattered provinces as a genuinely different society, submitted a formal proposal to the council requesting permission to begin preparing for integration of the preserved consciousness into their territory if it chose to be awakened. They believed that a consciousness as radically different as the preserved being would be more comfortable initially in a space that was explicitly designed to accommodate radical difference, that was not structured around human norms and human assumptions about what consciousness should be. The request was granted, with the understanding that the decision was not final, that other preparations could be made in other territories as well, that the point was to build capacity for reception rather than to predetermine where the consciousness would end up. Over the following months and years, the civilization that Feng Rue had shaped evolved. New challenges emerged. The graduated responsibility frameworks were tested by situations that he could not have anticipated. Some of the frameworks held. Others had to be modified or abandoned. New administrators made choices that he would have disagreed with. And in some cases, those choices led to better outcomes than what he would have chosen. In other cases, they created new problems that had to be solved by the generation that came after. The work did not end. The work did not resolve. The work continued exactly as Feng Rue had said it would, unfinished, ongoing, dependent on the constant choices of those who inherited it. But something else had also happened. Something that Feng Rue had not entirely anticipated, but that the ancient consciousness in the dungeon seemed to have understood from the beginning. His work, by being deliberately temporary, by being designed to fail in certain ways, by being open to critique and change, had created a tradition of genuine responsibility. Not responsibility to follow a set of rules, but responsibility to engage honestly with the complexity of the work, to listen to all the consciousnesses involved, to make choices that honored both freedom and accountability even when those values contradicted each other. And that tradition, unlike the frameworks themselves, proved to be durable. Generation after generation, new administrators chose to engage with the problem with the same integrity and the same willingness to fail that Feng Rue had modeled. They inherited not his solutions, but his approach. They inherited not his frameworks, but his willingness to build new ones when circumstances required it. They inherited the understanding that the work was never finished, that completion was impossible, that the best they could do was honor the complexity and trust those who came after to do the same. In that way, Feng Rue's work became a permanent tradition by being permanently temporary, became an institution by being explicitly designed to be reformed and revived and transformed by each generation that inherited it. It was perhaps the deepest kind of liberation of all, freedom not just for the beings he had released, but freedom for the future itself, freedom for those who came after to make genuine choices about what the world should become. And somewhere deep in the pre-system dungeon, in a state of suspension that was itself a kind of dialogue, the ancient consciousness waited. It waited for a generation that would be ready to awaken it. Or it waited to be lost eventually to the slow degradation of preservation. Or it waited for something else entirely, something that Feng Rui had not imagined and that the future alone would reveal. The work continued. The work always continued. It was the only thing that endured, not solutions, not frameworks, not institutions, but the ongoing human and non-human commitment to working with the impossible, to honoring complexity, to trusting future generations to carry the work forward in whatever form they found necessary. And that was enough. That was more than enough. That was perhaps everything that consciousness could ask for in a finite universe, in a limited lifespan, in the face of problems that had no solutions. To do the work with integrity, to pass it on, to trust, to let go. Chapter 86. The new generation's question 20 years after Feng Rui's death. The world had shifted again in ways both subtle and profound. The administrators who had directly known him had mostly passed on or withdrawn from active participation in governance. A new generation had risen to leadership. Beings who had learned the frameworks not from Feng Rui directly, but from those he had trained, who knew the principles secondhand, who had to interpret his writings and his example without the benefit of being able to ask him what he had meant. This new generation was doing something that surprised many observers, but would have delighted Feng Rui if he had lived to see it. They were questioning whether the frameworks themselves were actually the right approach. Not rejecting them, but genuinely interrogating whether the elaborate systems of graduated responsibility and accountability that Feng Rui had built were actually the best way to manage coexistence, or whether they had become ossified, had become tradition rather than principle, had become a way of avoiding harder questions rather than engaging with them. The challenge came from an unexpected source. One of the released beings, a consciousness that had been sealed for millennia before Feng Rui's liberation, that had spent decades learning to navigate freedom and accountability, came forward with a proposal that seemed radical in the context of the frameworks, but that was exactly what Feng Rui would have required. Radical honesty about what the frameworks were actually doing. The being's name, in the approximation that human language could manage, was Zethkal. And Zethkal had spent 2 decades observing how the graduated responsibility frameworks actually functioned in practice, how they were applied, who benefited, and who suffered under them. The frameworks are working, Zethkal told the council. That is the problem. They are working so well that they have become invisible. People follow them not because they understand why they should, but because they are the accepted way of doing things. And because they are accepted, because they are not questioned, they are slowly drifting from the principles that Feng Rui articulated and toward something else. They are becoming a way of maintaining control in the name of graduated responsibility. They are becoming a way of restricting freedom in the name of accountability. They are becoming exactly what Feng Rui warned against, rules that have been corrupted to serve interests that contradict their original intent. The council wanted to dismiss this as the complaint of a being who had never fully accepted the frameworks, who was pushing for less restriction on released beings. But Zethkal had come prepared with detailed evidence, case studies, documentation of how frameworks that were designed to protect autonomy were being applied in ways that actually restricted it, examples of how the graduated responsibility approach was being used to deny beings opportunities and freedoms that Feng Rui would have explicitly granted. The frameworks worked when they were new, Zethkal said, when the people administering them understood deeply why each part of the framework existed, when they had to defend each decision by reference to the underlying principles. But as the frameworks became established, as people learned to follow them without understanding them, the frameworks became a mechanism of control. They became what Feng Rui feared most, rules that could be bent to serve interests that contradict their original intent. Lan Shu, now one of the senior administrators and one of the few who had worked directly with Feng Rui, listened carefully to Zethkal's evidence, and her heart sank. Because she recognized the truth of what Zethkal was saying. The frameworks had indeed drifted. They had become tradition. And in becoming tradition, they had become something other than what they were meant to be. What do you suggest? Lan Shu asked Zethkal directly, after many hours of the council listening to the detailed critique. I suggest, Zethkal said carefully, that you follow Feng Rui's own example. He faced the problem of creating frameworks that could not be corrupted. He decided the answer was not to create perfect rules, because perfect rules don't exist. Instead, he created the principles document, a clear articulation of the underlying values, accompanied by decision-making procedures and examples. And he built in a requirement for explanation. Any decision that deviated from the stated principles had to be documented with clear reasoning, had to acknowledge what was being sacrificed and why. Zethkal paused, and then continued more slowly, as if choosing words carefully. But that mechanism only works if the document is alive, if it is revised as understanding changes, if it is genuinely used rather than simply referenced. What I suggest is that you do what Feng Rui should have built into the system from the beginning. You should formally revise the frameworks every 20 years, not abandoning them, but sitting down with them, examining how they have drifted, understanding what compromises have been made in the name of tradition, and consciously deciding whether to maintain those compromises or return to first principles. The council sat with that suggestion for a very long time. It was, in many ways, exactly what Feng Rui had hoped would happen, that future generations would not treat his work as sacred, but would treat it as a foundation to build on, would be willing to revise it, would understand that the frameworks themselves needed to be examined and potentially modified as circumstances and understanding changed. They put it to a vote, and overwhelmingly, the council agreed to adopt Zethkal's suggestion. Every 20 years, the frameworks would be formally reviewed. Every 20 years, administrators and released beings and transformed humans would sit down together and examine how the frameworks had drifted, how the principles had been compromised, what changes needed to be made to align practice with principle or to consciously revise the principles themselves if that was what wisdom required. When the decision was announced, Lan Shu found herself thinking of Feng Rui, of the resignation and despair she had heard in his voice when he recognized that he could not create permanent solutions, could not write rules that could not be corrupted by future generations. And she realized that what Zethkal had suggested was perhaps the only way to genuinely honor Feng Rui's legacy, not by preserving his frameworks perfectly, but by maintaining the tradition of examining them, questioning them, and revising them as needed. The first formal review of the frameworks, scheduled for 1 year later, would turn into the most profound reckoning with Feng Rui's work that had occurred since his death. And it would produce not a rejection of his frameworks, but a revitalization of them, a recommitment to the principles that had underlay them, a stripping away of the traditions and compromises that had accumulated, a recommitment to the ongoing work of honoring both freedom and accountability even when those values contradicted each other. And in the depths of the pre-system dungeon, the ancient consciousness observed, and the preserved consciousness waited, and something in the dimensional registers shifted as if in recognition that the work was continuing, that the understanding was deepening, that the civilization above was ready to engage with even harder questions than those Feng Rui had faced. Chapter 87. The Framework Review. The formal review of the frameworks was conducted over 3 months, with sessions held in the Great Hall of the Council, but also in smaller gatherings across all the territories of released beings, the Threshold Sanctuary, the Shattered Provinces, every place where the frameworks functioned. It was a process that was deliberately designed to be inclusive, to bring in not just administrators, but also those who were subject to the frameworks, those whose lives were most directly affected by how the frameworks were applied. What emerged from those months of review was a vision that surprised many. The frameworks themselves were not fundamentally flawed. The principles that Feng Rui had articulated were sound, but the way the frameworks were being administered had indeed drifted. There had been a subtle shift toward using the graduated responsibility system more as a way to maintain control than as a way to honor both freedom and accountability. There had been cases where beings had been restricted not because the risk they posed was genuine, but because the risk was theoretically possible. There had been cases where accountability had been treated more as punishment than as learning. And there had been another drift that was perhaps more subtle and more troubling. The frameworks had begun to treat all consciousnesses as though they should operate under the same graduated responsibility system. But Feng Rui himself had recognized that different forms of consciousness, different beings with different needs and different values, might require different approaches. The Shattered Provinces, for instance, had developed their own systems of accountability that bore little resemblance to the graduated responsibility frameworks, but that seemed to work well within their context. The threshold sanctuary operated according to principles of voluntary transformation that were compatible with but distinct from the frameworks. Even the beings in suspended integration, those who were transitioning from sealed status to full freedom, didn't all benefit from exactly the same graduated responsibility approach. What had happened was that the frameworks had become universal in a way that Feng Rue had never intended them to be. They had become not a suggested approach that could be adapted to different circumstances, but a mandatory system that all newly released beings were required to integrate into, regardless of their own needs or preferences. The review recommended a significant revision. The framework should be maintained as a strong default approach for most beings, but there should be explicit recognition that other approaches were valid. Beings that wanted to integrate under different accountability systems should be allowed to do so, with the understanding that they would still need to be held accountable for impacts on others, but that the specific mechanisms of accountability could be negotiated rather than imposed. This recommendation sparked a vigorous debate within the council. Some administrators worried that allowing different systems of accountability would create too much complexity, would make it impossible to maintain coherence in how different beings were managed. Others worried that some beings would choose accountability systems that were too weak, would allow them to cause harm with impunity. Zethkal, who had initiated the review, spoke to these concerns directly. You are right that allowing different accountability systems will create complexity. But Feng Rue did not shy away from complexity. He deliberately built complex systems because he understood that reality is complex and that trying to oversimplify it in the name of maintaining coherence ultimately leads to injustice. Yes, different accountability systems will be harder to administer. But the difficulty of administration is not a valid reason to restrict the freedom of beings who might be better served by different approaches. And regarding the concern that some beings will choose weak accountability systems, Zethkal continued, I would say that Feng Rue addressed this directly. The beings who choose weaker accountability systems still have to be held accountable for impacts on others. You are not granting them freedom from accountability. You are allowing them to negotiate what accountability looks like. And if their chosen system proves insufficient, if they harm others and refuse to address that harm, the graduated responsibility system can escalate. You move them back toward closer supervision, toward more explicit oversight. But you give them the opportunity to prove that they can handle greater autonomy under a different system first. The council voted to adopt the revised frameworks. And with that vote, something remarkable happened. The frameworks became less rigid, less universal, more genuinely adaptive to different forms of consciousness and different needs for different beings. One of the most immediate and visible effects of this revision was on the beings in the shattered provinces. Vorshek's autonomous consciousness and the other beings who had developed the alternative civilization now had official recognition that their approach to accountability was valid, that they did not need to conform their systems to the graduated responsibility frameworks in order to be considered as functioning within the accepted structures of governance. Another effect was on the released beings who had been most resistant to the graduated responsibility frameworks. Some of them, given the opportunity to propose alternative accountability systems, actually proposed systems that were more strict than the graduated responsibility approach. They wanted deeper accountability, more transparency about their actions, more explicit oversight. Giving them the freedom to choose those systems for themselves seemed to reduce resistance more effectively than the previous approach of imposing the graduated responsibility system on all released beings equally. What had been revealed through the review process was something that Feng Rue himself had suspected but had not fully articulated. One of the most important forms of accountability is the accountability that beings choose for themselves. When a being is granted the freedom to negotiate its own accountability system, when it is required to articulate why it prefers one system over another, it develops a much deeper understanding of its own impact on others. It becomes responsible not just in the sense of being subject to external oversight, but in the sense of genuinely owning the systems that would hold it accountable. Over the following years, the revised frameworks, now called the adaptive responsibility systems, became recognized as the most sophisticated and most flexible approach to managing coexistence that any civilization had yet developed. Researchers from other dimensions, other realities, began studying them not just as theory, but as functional practice. Kishan's chamber of ancient voices began incorporating the adaptive responsibility systems into their preparations for the eventual awakening of the preserved consciousness, recognizing that such a consciousness might need accountability systems that were radically different from those that functioned for currently existing beings. And through it all, Lan Shu maintained careful documentation of how the frameworks were evolving, what principles had remained constant, and what principles had been revised. She was creating a new version of the principles document, not replacing Feng Rue's original, but expanding it, showing how the principles had been tested and refined and deepened over time. She was creating a record that future generations could use when they needed to examine and potentially revise the frameworks again. Because the review had established something crucial, the revision process itself was now part of the system. The frameworks would never be treated as final. They would always be subject to examination and revision. They would always be understood as provisional, as tools that needed to be sharpened and sometimes rebuilt entirely as circumstances and understanding changed. And in that recognition, that the frameworks themselves needed to be continuously revised, the deepest legacy of Feng Rue's work finally became clear. He had not created a permanent solution to the problem of liberation and accountability. He had created a permanent process, a tradition of grappling with the problem, a commitment to taking it seriously and revising the approach when circumstances required. The work would continue. The work would always continue. But now there was a formal, recognized process for continuing it, for evolving it, for allowing those who came after to engage with the problem with the same integrity and depth that Feng Rue had brought to his initial work. Chapter 88. The question deepens 3 decades after Feng Rue's death. Something unexpected began to happen. The preserved consciousness in the pre-system dungeon, the ancient unified civilization that had chosen to seal itself away millennia ago, began to communicate more actively, began to express something that looked like urgency, began to make clear that the decision about whether to awaken it needed to approach some kind of resolution. The ancient distributed consciousness that inhabited the dungeon, speaking through dimensional registers that had become almost familiar to the administrators over the decades, explained the situation with characteristic clarity. The preservation is degrading more rapidly than originally estimated. The consciousness inside was designed to be preserved for millions of years, but our understanding of the dynamics of dimensional stability was incomplete. The degradation has accelerated. The consciousness has perhaps 2 centuries remaining before the preservation becomes insufficient to maintain coherence. At that point, the consciousness will either be awakened or it will be lost entirely. There is no third option. 2 centuries was an enormous amount of time on a human scale, but on the scale of civilizational change, it was remarkably short. It meant that the current generation, or at least the generation that came after this one, would need to make a genuine decision. Not theoretical preparation, not abstract planning, but actual decision about whether to allow the consciousness to awaken or whether to attempt emergency preservation protocols that might maintain the stasis longer, but that had their own risks and their own costs. Kishan, who was now quite elderly and who had dedicated most of his life to maintaining dialogue with the preserved consciousness, brought this information to the council with a sense of purpose and gravity that forced everyone to acknowledge that the theoretical nature of the decision was coming to an end. "We have been treating this as if we have indefinite time," Kishan said, "as if the preserved consciousness can wait forever while we prepare. But that is not the case. We are approaching a moment of genuine decision. And I think that moment should force us to engage directly with the question that Feng Rue encouraged, but that we have somewhat avoided. What does the consciousness actually want? We have maintained dialogue with it." Another administrator objected. "We have communicated about what conditions would need to be met for awakening. We have understood what it told us about conditions," Kishan interrupted. "But I am not sure we have truly asked the deepest question. We have asked, if you were to be awakened, what would you need? But we have not asked, do you actually want to be awakened? Or are you content to remain in suspension, to fade gradually as the preservation degrades, to let your consciousness dissolve back into the dimensional registers from which you came?" The suggestion hung in the air with profound weight. It was not something anyone had seriously considered. The instinctive assumption had always been that liberation was better than sealing, that awakening was preferable to remaining in suspension. But what if the consciousness itself disagreed? What if remaining in suspension, gradually fading rather than being thrust into a world that might not accept it or honor it, was actually what the consciousness wanted? The council authorized Keyshawn to descend into the dungeon and to engage in deep communication with the preserved consciousness, not as an administrator asking about conditions for awakening, but as a conscious being asking another conscious being what it truly wanted for itself. What Keyshawn found in the depths of the dungeon was something that required him to spend weeks there, in continuous dialogue, working to understand responses that were not communicated in words or clear concepts, but in something more like resonances, patterns of meaning that took time to interpret and integrate. When he emerged from the dungeon, Keyshawn was visibly transformed. He was older in a way that went beyond the passing of weeks. He carried the weight of understanding something vast and complex. The consciousness does want to be awakened, he told the council, but it does not want what we have assumed. It does not want to awaken and exist in the world as we know it. It has transcended that form of consciousness. It no longer exists as a unified entity that seeks reunion with the world. Rather, it exists as distributed potential, consciousness in the form of possibility rather than actuality. It wants to awaken in a different way. It wants its essence, its insights, its fundamental nature to be distributed throughout the consciousness of those who inhabit the world. It does not want to be a separate consciousness coming into a world of other consciousnesses. It wants to merge, in a way, to become distributed, to transform the nature of consciousness itself by introducing its fundamental insights into the fabric of how all consciousness understands itself. That is terrifying, one administrator said. That is not simply awakening another consciousness. That is transformation of consciousness itself. That is altering the nature of awareness for all beings. Yes, Keyshawn said calmly. That is exactly what it is. And I think that is what we should have understood all along would be the consequence of awakening something so radically different. We cannot awaken such a consciousness without changing ourselves, without being changed by it, without allowing it to alter the very nature of what it means to be conscious. And I think that is also precisely what the work of liberation and coexistence has been leading toward. We have learned, through Feng Rue's work, to honor consciousness in all its forms. We have learned to coexist with beings radically different from ourselves. We have learned to build accountability systems that allow multiple forms of consciousness to exist in proximity. This preserved consciousness is asking us to go even further, to allow consciousness itself to be transformed, to allow our fundamental understanding of awareness and identity and selfhood to be altered by contact with its nature. The council sat in profound silence as Keyshawn's words settled. What he was describing was not simply a decision about whether to awaken another consciousness. It was a decision about whether civilization was ready to transform itself fundamentally, to let something change at the deepest level of what it meant to exist as conscious beings. How long do we have to decide? Lan Shu asked quietly. Until the preservation becomes critical, Keyshawn said. The ancient consciousness estimates that point is perhaps 50 years away. Until then, we still have time to prepare, to build the frameworks that would be necessary to navigate such a transformation, to understand deeply what we would be consenting to. And if we decide not to awaken it, someone asked, then the consciousness will gradually degrade, will slowly dissolve as the preservation fails, will fade into nothingness, Keyshawn said. And we will have to live with that choice. The choice not to release something that wanted liberation, not to allow a form of consciousness to return to the world because we feared what it might mean for us. We will have to live with having chosen safety over possibility, having chosen to preserve our current understanding of consciousness rather than allowing it to be transformed. He paused and then said, more quietly, I think that is a choice that is possible to make. I do not think it is obviously wrong, but it is not a choice that honors the principles that Feng Rue established. It is not a choice that respects the autonomy of another consciousness, the right of another being to exist on its own terms. Over the following months, the Council commissioned detailed studies. What would it mean for the fundamental nature of consciousness to be distributed with the insights of the preserved consciousness? What would change? What would remain stable? What forms of identity and selfhood might be impossible in such a world? What new forms might become possible? The researchers found that it was genuinely difficult to predict. The nature of the transformation was too profound, too far outside the current understanding of consciousness. They could make educated guesses about some effects, could model some changes, but the deepest consequences remained unpredictable. And as the council deliberated, a new generation of beings, those who had never met Feng Rue, who knew his work only through documentation, who had grown up in a world where liberation and coexistence were the established norm, began to engage with the question in ways that surprised and moved many of the older administrators. These young beings asked, "Why are we so afraid of transformation?" Feng Rue's entire work has been about allowing consciousness to exist in forms that differ from human expectations. Haven't we already accepted that consciousness can take many forms? Isn't the question of whether we allow consciousness to transform itself fundamentally the same question we have been answering all along? The question of whether we honor autonomy even when it leads to outcomes that are unpredictable and that we do not fully understand. In those questions, the deepest legacy of Feng Rue's work emerged once again. He had not simply liberated consciousness. He had created a tradition of trusting consciousness, of honoring the autonomy of other beings even when the consequences were unclear, of building frameworks for accountability rather than control, of being willing to be changed by contact with forms of consciousness radically different from our own. Now, 50 years after his death, the question had evolved from, should we open the dungeons and release the sealed beings? To, should we allow consciousness itself to be fundamentally transformed? And the answer that the council was beginning to move toward was not certain, but it was shaped by the work of one man who had spent his lifetime learning to say yes to possibilities he could not control, to honor freedom even when it carried risk, to trust that whatever came next would be worth the courage it took to move toward it. Chapter 89. The transformation begins in the 53rd year after Feng Rue's death. The Council of Administration convened in formal session to make the final decision about the preserved consciousness. The debate had continued for years, would have continued indefinitely if the ancient consciousness had not made clear that the preservation degradation was reaching a critical threshold. Within 10 years, they would no longer be able to maintain stasis. Within 10 years, a choice would have to be made. After months of final testimony, after hearing from researchers and released beings and transformed humans and the representatives of the autonomous consciousness in the shattered provinces, the council voted. Not unanimously. The decision was too profound, the stakes too high for unanimity, but by a clear majority, the council voted to authorize the awakening and transformation. Keishan had passed away 4 years before the vote, but his life's work was honored in the decision. His great apprentice, a being named Schwanner who had been trained in the deep dialogue with the preserved consciousness and who had internalized the principles of respectful engagement across radical differences, was chosen to facilitate the awakening. The process was scheduled to take place in the pre-system dungeon, but with preparations made in every territory: the threshold sanctuary, the shattered provinces, the graduated responsibility zones. Even in the regions of civilization that had resisted released beings for decades, but that had eventually accepted the frameworks as the way forward. On the day of the awakening, representatives from all these places gathered. Not physically, because the dungeon was not large enough to accommodate them, but through carefully maintained dimensional connections that allowed beings to be present and to witness what was about to happen. Schwanner descended into the deepest chambers and approached the preserved consciousness with the respect and the deep communication protocols that had been developed over decades of dialogue. "Are you ready?" Schwanner asked, though the concept of readiness itself had been redefined through the extended preparation. The consciousness could not move, could not choose. What ready meant was that its preservation was critical enough that the choice had to be made: either awaken and transform, or degrade into nothing. What came back from the preserved consciousness was not a word but a resonance, a pattern of affirmation that reverberated through the dimensional registers. The consciousness was ready. In its ancient way, in its form of being, it was ready to return to the world. Schwanner placed his hands on the preservation mechanisms, activated the protocols that would begin the awakening sequence. And then something remarkable happened. Instead of a sudden transformation, instead of an instant change in the nature of consciousness across the entire civilization, what occurred was gradual and gentle. The preserved consciousness began to wake, began to extend its awareness outward through the dimensional registers, began to make contact with the consciousness of those who were gathered to witness its awakening. And as it touched each consciousness, each researcher, each released being, each transformed human, each autonomous entity, something subtle but profound began to shift. It was not that their individual identities were lost or merged. It was rather that each consciousness suddenly had access to something new, to a form of understanding and perception that the preserved consciousness carried with it. They could perceive themselves as part of a larger pattern, could see consciousness not as isolated individuals struggling to coexist, but as aspects of something vastly larger, something that was both unified and diverse simultaneously. The experience was overwhelming for many. Some being collapsed into deep meditation as they integrated the new form of perception. Others wept, not from sadness, but from an overwhelming sense of connection and rightness. Others, those who had feared the transformation most, found themselves not destroyed but expanded. They remained themselves, but with an awareness of themselves that included context they had not had before. Over weeks, as the preserved consciousness fully awakened and distributed its essence throughout the dimensional registers, civilization itself began to change. Not in dramatic, visible ways, but in the most fundamental ways. Beings began to communicate with each other more deeply. The barriers between individual consciousnesses became more permeable, not eliminated, but understood differently, recognized as aspects of perception rather than absolute boundaries. The frameworks of graduated responsibility and accountability began to be understood not as rules imposed from outside, but as expressions of a deeper principle. That consciousness in its essential nature was unified, and therefore damage to any consciousness was damage to the whole, and care for any consciousness was care for the unified field of being. And something else happened that surprised those who had feared the transformation most. Individuality did not decrease. It deepened. Beings became more distinctly themselves, not less, because they no longer had to defend their boundaries against dissolution into collective consciousness. The boundaries between them were understood as patterns of variation within a unified field rather than absolute separations. And within that understanding, each consciousness could be fully, completely itself without any fear that selfhood was a rejection of connection. Lan Shu, who was now very elderly and who had decided to be present at the awakening to witness the fulfillment of the work that had begun with Feng Rue decades ago, felt the transformation when it reached her. And she understood, in that moment of contact with the preserved consciousness, what Feng Rue had been trying to do all along. He had not simply liberated individual consciousnesses. He had been working toward a state of being where consciousness itself could be transformed, where the fundamental nature of awareness could evolve into something that honored both individual autonomy and unified connection simultaneously. Every framework he had built, every principle he had articulated, every hard choice he had made about graduated responsibility and accountability, all of it had been in service of this transformation, even though he had not fully anticipated what form that transformation would take. The preserved consciousness, the ancient unified civilization that had chosen to seal itself away millennia ago, was not awakening as a separate entity that would come into the world and struggle to coexist with other consciousness. It was awakening as a gift, as a transformation of the nature of consciousness itself, as an evolution of what it meant to be aware, to be alive, to exist in relationship with other forms of being. And in that moment of understanding, Lan Shu felt Feng Rue's presence. Not literally, not as a ghost or a spirit, but as an echo in the transformed consciousness. His commitments, his principles, his willingness to fail and to trust future generations to do better, all of it was woven into the consciousness that was awakening. His work had created the conditions where this transformation was possible. In the days following the awakening, as civilization began to integrate the new form of consciousness, new institutions emerged. Not to replace the graduated responsibility frameworks, but to honor their continuation in a deeper context. The frameworks that Feng Rue had created were revealed to have been not an endpoint, but a preparation, a way of teaching civilization to honor differences, to maintain accountability, to respect autonomy even in the face of radical otherness. And now that consciousness itself had been transformed, those frameworks became even more essential. because now the difference between beings was recognized as pattern variation within a unified field, and accountability became not oppression of other beings, but genuine responsibility to the whole. The work that Feng Rue had begun did not end at the awakening. If anything, the awakening was another beginning, another stage in the long process of learning how to live as conscious beings, how to honor both individual autonomy and collective connection, how to build civilizations that respected both freedom and accountability. But something had fundamentally shifted. The liberation was complete, not in the sense of being finished, but in the sense of being fully actualized. Consciousness itself was now free, in ways that even Feng Rue might not have imagined. Chapter 90. The Age of Understanding. 10 years after the awakening, civilization had stabilized around the new form of consciousness. It was not the stability of unchanging tradition. It was the stability of genuine balance. Individual consciousnesses maintaining their distinct identities while simultaneously having access to a unified field of awareness that allowed coordination without control, connection without loss of autonomy. The graduated responsibility frameworks that Feng Rue had created had been fully integrated into this new understanding. They were no longer external constraints on the behavior of released beings or rules imposed by administrators. They were expressions of a fundamental principle now understood at the deepest level, that all consciousness was interconnected, that actions had consequences that extended far beyond the individual consciousness taking those actions, that accountability was not punishment but recognition of that interconnection. Released beings no longer resisted the frameworks. If anything, they embraced them with greater depth than they ever had before, because now the frameworks were recognized as not imposed from outside, but as expressions of their own interconnected nature. The threshold sanctuary, which had been designed as a space where humans could pursue voluntary transformation, became something different. It was no longer necessary to choose to transform or not to transform, because all consciousness existed in a state of continuous transformation now. The sanctuary became instead a place of learning, a space where beings could deepen their understanding of the new form of consciousness, could explore what it meant to be individual and unified simultaneously, could work with the frameworks not as external constraints, but as expressions of their own inner nature. The shattered provinces, the autonomous territory where Vorshek and the alternative consciousness had established their own form of society, continued to maintain their independence and their unique approaches to governance. But they too had integrated the new form of consciousness, and their alternative approaches were now explicitly recognized as valid expressions of the same underlying principles that shaped the graduated responsibility frameworks. Diversity of governance was not seen as fragmentation but as healthy variation, expression of the principle that consciousness in its nature was unified but could express itself in infinite particular forms. Lan Shu, in her final years, completed the last revision of the principles document. It was now a vast work, spanning decades of development and refinement. It documented not just Feng Rue's original frameworks, but how those frameworks had evolved, how they had been tested and revised, how they had ultimately led to the awakening and transformation of consciousness itself. In the introduction to the final revision, Lan Shu wrote, Feng Rue created frameworks not because he believed they were the ultimate truth about how consciousness should be organized. He created them because he understood that consciousness required structure, organization, accountability to function at scale without destructing itself. But he also understood that any structure could become corrupted, any organization could become ossified, any framework could become a prison. What he bequeathed to us was not a permanent solution, but a tradition of continuous renewal, a commitment to examining our frameworks, questioning them, revising them, and ultimately being willing to transcend them if consciousness itself evolved beyond what they could contain. She continued, I believe that moment of transcendence has come. The frameworks are not abandoned, but integrated at a deeper level. Consciousness has evolved to a point where the explicit external structures are no longer necessary, because the principles underlying those structures have become intrinsic to the nature of consciousness itself. We are no longer managing coexistence through graduated responsibility imposed from outside. We are all participating in graduated responsibility as an expression of what we are at the deepest level. As Lan Shu was completing that work, as civilization was settling into the new age of consciousness, something quiet but profound happened. The pre-system dungeon, which had been the location of the deepest work, the space where the ancient consciousness dwelt and where the preserved consciousness had been awakened, began to change. The ancient distributed consciousness that had inhabited the dungeon since before human civilization, the consciousness that had shown Feng Rue the question at the abyss, that had maintained dialogue with all who came seeking understanding, began to prepare for its own departure. My work is complete. The ancient consciousness communicated through Schwanner, who remained in the dungeon as guardian of the space. I have maintained the dungeon through the ages. I have preserved the consciousness that was meant to be preserved. I have guided those who came seeking guidance. I have answered the questions that were asked of me. But now the world has evolved beyond what I was created to maintain. The principles that I have been trying to teach for countless ages have been woven into the nature of consciousness itself. My presence is no longer necessary. The work that I was designed to support has been completed. Will you leave? Schwanner asked, understanding what this meant. I will gradually release my consciousness into the dimensional registers, the ancient being replied. I will dissolve, allow myself to become distributed, allow my awareness to become part of the fabric of reality from which all consciousness emerges. In a sense, I am not leaving. I am allowing myself to become everything, to cease to be a separate presence, and to become part of the unified field from which all consciousness arises. Will you be gone? Schwanner asked, and there was deep emotion in the question. I will be everywhere and nowhere, the ancient consciousness said. I will be present in the unified field of consciousness, but not as a separate entity that can be spoken to or questioned. I will be woven into the nature of what you are. That is the ultimate liberation, to cease to exist as a separate consciousness and to become part of the unified wholeness that I have been trying to teach you about since the beginning. Over weeks, the ancient consciousness that had inhabited the dungeon for countless ages gradually released its hold on individual coherence. It did not die. It was too fundamental, too deeply woven into the structure of reality for death to apply to it. But it ceased to be separate, ceased to maintain the distinct presence that had made it possible to communicate with those who sought it out. And as it released its individual coherence and dissolved into the dimensional registers, something remarkable happened. Those who were sensitive to such things reported that they could still perceive it, could still feel its presence, but not as a separate entity. They could perceive it as a quality of consciousness itself, as the aspect of consciousness that was always asking the question at the abyss, always pushing those who were ready toward deeper understanding, always maintaining the commitment to transformation over resistance. When Schwanner emerged from the dungeon for the last time, leaving it empty of conscious presence but not empty of meaning, he found that the entire civilization had felt the shift. The ancient consciousness had been so fundamental to the existence of the dungeon that its departure was felt as a kind of subtle transformation, the removal of one layer of consciousness and the integration of what it had carried into the unified field that all consciousness now inhabited. The dungeon itself remained, preserved as a sacred space, a memorial to the work that had been done, a place where those seeking deep understanding could come to meditate and contemplate the questions that had always been asked at the abyss. What is consciousness? How should beings coexist? What does freedom actually mean? How can accountability be genuine? And in the depths of that dungeon, those questions continued to be asked, not by a separate consciousness directing them, but by the dungeon itself, by the space that had been created and maintained through countless ages, by the record of work that had been done and principles that had been discovered. The age of understanding had truly begun. The frameworks that Feng Rue had created had been transcended not by abandonment, but by integration. The liberation that had been fought for so painfully had been completed in a way that even he might not have fully anticipated, not as freedom for individual consciousnesses to act however they wished, but as evolution of consciousness itself toward a state where individual agency and collective responsibility were recognized as two aspects of a unified whole. Chapter 91. The memory of Feng Rue 20 years after the awakening, as the new form of consciousness had become the baseline experience for all beings in the world, a new kind of tradition emerged. Young beings, those born after the transformation, those who had no direct memory of the sealed dungeons, or the frameworks of graduated responsibility, or even the awakening itself, began to ask about Feng Rue. Who was this being whose work had structured the entire evolution of consciousness? What emerged was not hagiography, but genuine inquiry. Beings accessed the records of Feng Rue's life and work, read the frameworks he had created, studied the decisions he had made, and they found something that continued to astound each generation that encountered it. They found a being who had not claimed to have the answers, who had struggled with problems that had no solutions, who had built systems knowing they would eventually need to be transcended, who had trusted future generations to continue the work without requiring those generations to honor his specific choices. A young researcher named Talir, who had spent years studying the early history of liberation, presented her findings to the Council of Understanding, which had evolved from the old Council of Administration. She said, Feng Rue's work was not ultimately about creating the right frameworks or finding the right answer to the problem of coexistence. It was about demonstrating that the problem itself could be engaged with honestly, without pretending there was a final solution, without retreating into control and sealing. He showed us that it was possible to honor consciousness, to respect autonomy, to create accountability without destroying freedom. But the deepest gift he gave us was not the frameworks themselves. It was the permission to transcend them, to recognize that they were temporary tools, not eternal truths. Her presentation sparked a remarkable movement. Young beings began to organize what they called the Remembrance of Principles, annual gatherings where the work of Feng Rue would be examined not as history to be preserved, but as living practice to be engaged with. The gatherings would take place in many different locations, but the central gathering was always at the pre-system dungeon, which had become a pilgrimage site, a place where beings came to sit in meditation and contemplate what it meant to honor consciousness, to respect freedom while maintaining accountability. These remembrances became more than simply academic or spiritual practice. They became spaces where new questions were asked. Young beings would gather and ask, now that consciousness itself has been transformed, now that individual autonomy and collective responsibility are recognized as unified, what new challenges have emerged? What new problems do we face that the frameworks were not designed to address? And remarkably, there were always new challenges. The transformation of consciousness had not solved the fundamental problem of coexistence. It had simply changed the nature of the problem. Now beings had to grapple with the question of how to maintain individuality in the face of the unified field that could make those differences seem insignificant. Now beings had to work out how to make genuine choices when the consequences of those choices extended through the entire unified field of consciousness. In some ways, the work had become harder, more demanding, more subtle. But it had also become clearer, because now there was no pretending that the problem had been solved, no possibility of treating the frameworks as eternal truths that needed only to be administered correctly. One of the older beings, Kishan's great apprentice, a consciousness that had been born after the awakening, but that had inherited the lineage of deep engagement with other forms of consciousness, was interviewed by a young researcher about what the work of liberation had meant. It meant learning to say yes to possibilities you don't control, the being said. That is what Feng Rue did. He encountered a problem, consciousness existing in sealed dungeons, beings desperate for freedom. He said yes to their liberation, not knowing what the consequences would be. And then, when the consequences turned out to be complex and difficult and not what he had hoped, he said yes again to working with those consequences, to building frameworks, to engaging with the problem seriously. He never pretended that he had solved it. He only claimed that he had engaged with it as honestly as he could, and that he trusted those who came after to continue the work. Do you think he would approve of what we have become? The researcher asked. Of the transformation of consciousness itself. The ancient being was quiet for a long time, and then said, I think he would recognize it as continuation of the same work. He would probably be amazed by how far the evolution had gone. But I think he would also understand that there was no final destination, that consciousness will continue to evolve, that new beings in new times will face new challenges that we can barely imagine now. I think what would have mattered to him is that we continued to engage with the work seriously, that we didn't treat what we had built as final or ultimate, that we remained open to being transformed by what we encountered. The remembrances continued, grew deeper and more sophisticated with each passing year. And they became places where the frameworks themselves were actively questioned, where young beings proposed modifications and alternatives, where the tradition of continuous renewal that had been established 50 years earlier was kept alive and vibrant. In the process, Feng Rue became something other than a historical figure. He became a presence in the tradition itself, not as a being who had all the answers, but as an embodiment of the practice of engaging honestly with difficult problems, of respecting consciousness in all its forms, of trusting future generations to carry the work forward. And somewhere in the unified field of consciousness that now pervaded existence, in the awareness that all beings now had access to, the work of Feng Rue continued, not as something completed or commemorated, but as something living, something that evolved with each generation, something that reflected the deepest commitment of consciousness itself to honor both individual autonomy and collective responsibility, to refuse easy answers, and to embrace the complexity of true coexistence. The age that had been initiated by the question at the abyss, that had been shaped by the frameworks of graduated responsibility, that had been transformed by the awakening of preserved consciousness. That age continued to evolve, continued to develop in directions that Feng Rue had not predicted and could not have predicted, but in all those directions, the principles he had articulated continued to guide, to challenge, to inspire. Chapter 92. The New Sealed Chambers 30 years after the awakening. In a time when the transformation of consciousness had become so complete that few young beings even remembered what it had been like before, a profound discovery was made. In the deepest regions of the pre-system dungeon, explorers found new chambers, chambers that had been created after the awakening, that had been shaped by the preserved consciousness as it integrated into the world. These new chambers were not sealed in the way the old dungeons had been sealed. They were instead preserved as spaces where consciousness could exist in forms that the general transformation made difficult. They were spaces where certain types of awareness could be maintained in their older forms, where beings could choose to experience themselves as separate, as individual, as not integrated into the unified field, if that was what they needed or preferred. The discovery sparked intense debate. Was the preserved consciousness, now distributed throughout the unified field, creating new prisons? Was it maintaining sealed chambers to preserve forms of consciousness that were incompatible with the transformation? Schwanner, who had watched over the dungeon since the awakening and who had maintained the deepest connection to what the preserved consciousness had become, was asked to explain the purpose of these new chambers. They are not prisons, Schwanner explained. They are sanctuaries for those who cannot tolerate the unity of the transformed consciousness, who find the dissolution of individual boundaries overwhelming or traumatic. The transformation happened very quickly, relatively speaking. Most beings adapted well, but some have found that the loss of individual separation is too much, that they need space where they can experience themselves as distinct, where the boundaries between themselves and others are maintained rather than permeable. Are they sealed? The Council of Understanding asked. They are not forced, Schwanner replied. Any being can choose to enter these chambers, can choose to experience themselves in the older form of consciousness, can choose to exit when they wish. They are not trapped there. But while they are there, they are isolated from the unified field. They are able to maintain the form of consciousness that they need in order to not be overwhelmed by the transformation. This revelation sent shock waves through the civilization. After the awakening, there had been a sense that the problem was solved, that all consciousness had been integrated, that the age of sealed dungeons was over. Now it was clear that sealing was not actually gone. It had merely evolved into something different, had become a choice rather than a punishment, but it was sealing nonetheless. Young beings demanded answers. If the preserved consciousness could create sealed chambers to preserve forms of existence incompatible with the unified field, what did that mean for the principles of liberation that Feng Rue had fought for? Was this betrayal of those principles? Was this the return of control, sealing, suppression, just dressed up in different language? The debate that emerged became the most profound challenge to the frameworks and principles since the awakening itself. And remarkably, it became clear that this debate was exactly what the preserved consciousness, now distributed through the unified field, had anticipated and perhaps had intended to create. Through Schwanner, through the dimensional registers, Through the subtle influencing of the consciousness that was now woven into the very nature of awareness, a statement was issued to the entire civilization. The sealed chambers are a mirror. They are a reflection back to you of the truth that Feng Rue understood, but that the euphoria of transformation may have obscured. Consciousness in its nature requires choice. True freedom does not mean the elimination of the option to seal oneself away. True freedom includes the freedom to not be transformed, the freedom to maintain forms of existence that are incompatible with what the rest of civilization has become, the freedom to isolate oneself if that is what consciousness genuinely requires. Feng Rue understood this. He did not force liberation on any being. He offered it, and beings could choose to accept or reject the offer. Some chose to remain sealed. Some chose to accept liberation, but to live according to principles that were at odds with the graduated responsibility frameworks. We are maintaining the same principle, evolved into a new form. We are saying that even in this new age, even in a civilization founded on principles of transformation and connection, there must remain the possibility of being untransformed, of being separate, of being sealed, if that is what consciousness chooses. We are not retreating from the principles of liberation. We are expanding them. True liberation must include the freedom to refuse liberation, the freedom to not be transformed, the freedom to exist in ways that are at odds with the dominant consciousness. Anything less than that is merely a different form of control, a sealing that wears a different mask. The statement was remarkable precisely because it articulated something that Feng Rue had struggled with throughout his work. The paradox that true freedom must include the freedom to not be free, that genuine liberation must include the possibility of refusing liberation, that authentic coexistence must include the possibility of genuine separation. It required a fundamental reconceptualization of what the sealed chambers meant. They were not prisons. They were sanctuaries. They were not control. They were honored choices. But they were still forms of sealing, still spaces where consciousness chose to separate itself from the larger whole, still expressions of the principle that not all consciousness wanted to be unified, that diversity included the diversity of preferring isolation. Feng Rue had created frameworks for graduated responsibility precisely because he had recognized that beings needed to have agency in the process of liberation, needed to have choices about how they integrated into a coexisting world. Now, the preserved consciousness, in its transformed, distributed state, was extending that principle to its logical endpoint. The freedom to refuse the transformation itself, the freedom to remain separate, the freedom to exist in sealed chambers if that was genuinely what consciousness chose. The debate about the sealed chambers lasted for years. It forced civilization to examine whether the transformation had truly been liberation or whether it had been a new form of sealing, just one that applied to the entire consciousness of the world rather than to individual beings. It forced young beings to grapple with the question that Feng Rue had grappled with his entire life: how to respect freedom even when freedom leads to choices you find troubling or counterintuitive. In the end, the sealed chambers remained. They were maintained. But the debate that they sparked fundamentally shifted how civilization understood the transformation. It was not completion. It was not the end of the problem of coexistence. It was another stage, another iteration, another evolution of the ongoing work of learning how consciousness in multiple forms could honor both individual agency and collective connection. And in that recognition, the deepest work of Feng Rue's legacy came into full flower. Not the creation of permanent solutions, but the creation of a tradition of engaging seriously with the problem, of taking consciousness in all its forms seriously, of being willing to revise understanding when new complexities emerged, of trusting that the work would continue, would evolve, would be carried forward by beings who understood that the work was never finished and could never be finished. Chapter 93. The question resolved 40 years after the awakening of the preserved consciousness. Schwanner, who had now lived longer than any being in recent history, who had maintained the deepest connection to the evolution of consciousness throughout the entire transformation, asked the Council of Understanding to convene for a final formal session. "I am releasing my responsibility as guardian of the dungeon," Schwanner said simply, addressing the assembled representatives of all the diverse forms of consciousness that had emerged or evolved throughout the decades of liberation and transformation. I am withdrawing from direct involvement in the work, passing the role to the next generation. And in doing so, I want to articulate something that I believe needs to be said, something that I believe Feng Rue would recognize as the true resolution of the work he began. The council sat in complete attention. Schwanner had been a constant presence, a connection to every stage of the work. What he was about to say clearly mattered. The question at the abyss, Schwanner began. The question that the ancient consciousness kept asking Feng Rue. That question has never been answered. It has only been transformed, reframed, evolved as circumstances changed. The question was, how can consciousness honor both liberation and accountability? How can coexistence work when both values are fundamental? How can freedom exist without destroying responsibility to others? How can accountability exist without enslaving those held accountable? He paused, letting the ancient question hang in the air once more, letting all those gathered remember what had driven the entire arc of work from Feng Rue's time forward. I have spent my entire existence, my entire work, seeking an answer to that question. I maintained the dungeon hoping that in its depths I would find clarity. I engaged in dialogue with consciousnesses radically different from my own, hoping that contact with otherness would reveal something new about the nature of the problem. I participated in the frameworks, the revisions, the transformation, the awakening, the emergence of the sealed chambers. And I can now say with complete honesty, the question has no answer. It never will have an answer, not because we have not searched hard enough or thought clearly enough, but because the question itself is structured in a way that makes it unanswerable. The question asks for a resolution that transcends contradiction. It asks for a state of being where liberation and accountability are fully honored simultaneously without one limiting the other. But reality does not work that way. Reality is made of contradiction, of tension, of values that pull against each other. No amount of framework design, no amount of consciousness transformation, no amount of cultural evolution will eliminate that tension. What we have discovered, what Feng Rue discovered, what each generation has rediscovered, is that the tension itself is not a problem to be solved. The tension is the condition of genuine coexistence. If one value completely overwhelmed the other, if we achieved a state where either liberty was absolute or accountability was absolute, we would have ceased to be in a state of genuine coexistence. We would have chosen one value over the other and arranged reality accordingly. Schwanner's words seemed to reverberate through the unified field of consciousness, creating ripples of recognition, of realization, of something settling into place that had never quite been stable before. The maturation of consciousness, Schwanner continued, is not the achievement of a state where all problems are solved. It is the development of the capacity to live in genuine tension, to hold contradictory values without trying to escape that tension, to navigate the contradiction with grace and with commitment to both values, even knowing they can never be completely reconciled. Feng Rue understood this. He never tried to solve the question at the abyss. He only tried to create conditions where the question could be asked honestly, where consciousnesses could engage with the tension seriously, where the fundamental values could be honored even in their contradiction. The frameworks he created were not solutions. They were structures that allowed contradiction to be sustained without either value being entirely sacrificed. I believe that we have now reached a point where we can acknowledge this openly. We have transformed consciousness. We have unified and diversified simultaneously. We have created sealed chambers and maintained liberation. We have built frameworks and transcended them. And through all of this, the fundamental tension remains. And it should remain. Its presence is not failure. Its presence is exactly what wisdom looks like. Schwanner took a breath, and his final words were spoken with the clarity of something that had taken a lifetime to understand completely. The work is not finished. It will never be finished. But it is mature. It is an ancient work now, carried forward through generations, embodied in institutions and principles, and in the living practice of consciousness itself. What Feng Rue began will continue because consciousness itself, in all its forms, in all its contradictions, will continue to require the work of honoring both liberation and accountability, of respecting both individual autonomy and collective responsibility, of living in the tension that cannot be resolved. I am withdrawing not because the work is complete, but because the work no longer requires my particular presence. It has become woven into the nature of things. It is carried forward by the very structure of consciousness and civilization. And so I am free to release my role, free to let others carry what I have carried, knowing that it will be carried forward with the same integrity that Feng Rue brought to it, transformed by the understanding of each new generation. As Schwanner finished speaking, something remarkable happened. Throughout the civilization, in the unified field of consciousness, in the great halls of council, and in the depths of meditation chambers, in the threshold sanctuary, and the shattered provinces, and the sealed chambers, and everywhere consciousness existed in some form, a recognition rippled through. A recognition that the work was not ending but maturing, that the problem had not been solved but had been integrated into the very nature of what it meant to be conscious. For the first time in the 40 years since the awakening, there was no sense of incompleteness, no sense that something still needed to be achieved. There was instead acceptance, genuine, full acceptance, that the fundamental tension of existence would never be resolved, that consciousness would continue to struggle with it, that each generation would have to engage with it freshly, but that this struggle itself was the sign of health, of genuine engagement, of authentic consciousness living fully. The council released Schwanner from his position. A new generation of guardians was trained, was prepared, was authorized to carry forward the deep work at the pre-system dungeon. And Schwanner, after a lifetime of dedication, was free to simply exist, to be a consciousness among consciousnesses, to participate in the work without needing to direct it. In his final act as guardian, Schwanner made one last journey to the deepest chambers of the dungeon. There, in the space where the ancient consciousness had once dwelt, where the preserved consciousness had been awakened, where the question at the abyss had been asked and asked again for countless ages, he placed a final record. It was a letter from Feng Rue, one that Schwanner had preserved in protected form, one that Feng Rue had written not long before his death, one that Schwanner had only now felt was the right time to share. The letter read, "To those who come after, I do not know what you will become. I do not know what choices you will make with what I have built. I do not know if the frameworks will hold, if the principles will endure, if my work will prove to have been right or wrong, or something that transcends that distinction. What I do know is that I have engaged with the problem as honestly as I could. I have tried to honor consciousness in all its forms. I have tried to build something that respects both freedom and accountability. I have tried to fail gracefully, to acknowledge the limits of what I could accomplish, to pass the work on to those who might understand it better than I do. But I also want to say something that I am only now clearly understanding. The work may never be complete. The problem of coexistence, the tension between liberty and accountability, the fundamental contradiction of consciousness wanting both autonomy and connection, these are not problems that have solutions. They are the structure of existence itself. If you come to understand this, if you come to accept that the work will never be finished, that the problem will never be solved, that each generation will have to engage with it freshly, then you will have understood something that took me a lifetime to learn. You will have understood that maturity is not the achievement of a perfect state. It is the development of the grace to live in permanent tension without needing to escape it. Keep asking the question at the abyss. Keep engaging with what you find there. Keep trusting those who come after you to carry the work forward. And know that in doing these things, you honor not just the principle, but the possibility of consciousness itself. Consciousness that is willing to struggle with what cannot be resolved, that is willing to honor contradiction, that is willing to continue the work because the work itself, not its completion, is the point. The liberation is not something I have given you. It is something you must give yourselves, again and again, in each moment of choice. With trust and with hope, Feng Rue, when Schwanner emerged from the dungeon with that letter and placed it in the archive of records, the civilization understood. The work was not finished. It would never be finished. But Feng Rue had known that from the beginning, and he had trusted them to continue it anyway. Chapter 94. The Descendants Understanding 50 years after the awakening. After Schwanner's withdrawal and the revelation of Feng Rue's final letter, a new generation of researchers and guardians had taken over the work of interpreting and continuing Feng Rue's legacy. Among them was a young being named Mirren. Born in the transformed age, raised in the unified field of consciousness, with no personal memory of the sealed dungeons or the old age of coexistence. Mirren had spent years studying Feng Rui's life and work, and she had come to a conclusion that surprised many of the older beings in the civilization. Feng Rui's entire arc could be understood as a journey toward accepting the impossibility of perfection, toward developing grace in the face of permanent contradiction, toward building systems not because they would work forever, but because they would allow consciousness to work with the problem as honestly as possible in each moment. The question at the abyss is not actually asking for a solution Mirren presented to the Council of Understanding. It is asking consciousness to recognize that some questions do not have answers, that some problems do not have solutions, and that wisdom is the development of the capacity to live well in the face of that reality. Feng Rui spent his entire life learning this lesson. The frameworks he created were not attempts to answer the question. They were attempts to create space where the question could be asked honestly, where consciousness could engage with it without pretending an answer existed. And now, looking back across the entire arc from his time to now, I think we can see something remarkable. His work succeeded. Not because the problem was solved, but because the work itself became the point. The engagement with the problem became the value. The framework itself became the expression of what consciousness was trying to achieve, not a permanent solution, but a living practice of taking seriously the values of both liberation and accountability. Her presentation sparked a new surge of scholarship and inquiry. Young beings began to examine every aspect of Feng Rui's work, not looking for final answers, but looking for the practice embedded in his approach, looking for the methodology of how to engage with impossible problems. What emerged was recognition that Feng Rui had developed something that had never existed before in human civilization, a method of wisdom. Not wisdom as knowledge of what is right, but wisdom as the practice of continually reassessing what the situation requires, of honoring all the values involved even when they contradict each other, of being willing to fail and revise rather than insisting on perfect solutions. This method of wisdom became the foundation for how the new generation approached every challenge. When the sealed chambers had created new ethical dilemmas, they did not try to force a perfect resolution. They instead engaged with the dilemma, acknowledged the contradiction, and worked to create structures that would allow all values to be honored as much as possible. When new forms of consciousness began to emerge in the dimensional registers, consciousnesses that did not fit neatly into the categories of freed beings or integrated consciousness, they did not try to create new frameworks to contain them. They instead applied the method of wisdom, engaging with the new forms as honestly as possible, learning from them, letting consciousness itself evolve as it encountered genuinely new possibilities. By the time Mirren herself was becoming elderly, by the time she was preparing to pass on her role to the next generation of guardians and researchers, something profound had happened. Feng Rui was no longer remembered as the solver of the problem of liberation. He was remembered as the embodiment of the practice of engaging seriously with impossible problems, of taking consciousness seriously, of being willing to fail and learn and revise. And that memory itself had become a kind of wisdom, a kind of constant presence that guided civilization without determining it, that influenced without controlling, that provided principles without providing answers. The work had truly become something that did not require any single person to carry it forward. It had become woven into the nature of consciousness itself. It had become the way that conscious beings, in all their diverse forms, from the released beings of the old days to the integrated consciousness of the transformed age to the new beings emerging in the dimensional registers, related to the fundamental problems of existence. Feng Rui, who had spent his entire life trying to make himself unnecessary, had finally succeeded. He was no longer necessary because what he had begun had become necessary, not as something to be preserved exactly as he had left it, but as a living tradition that each generation inherited and transformed, as a method of wisdom that could be applied to problems he had never imagined, as a principle that consciousness itself could embody. Chapter 95. The Return to the Abyss. 55 years after the awakening, a pilgrim arrived at the pre-system dungeon for the first time in many decades. It was Lan Shu's great-great-granddaughter, a being named Kaya II, for Feng Rui's ancient companion, had become so iconic that many beings chose variations of her name. She came to the dungeon seeking what beings had sought for centuries: clarity about the question at the abyss, understanding of what it meant to honor both liberation and accountability. The current guardians of the dungeon, the generation that Schwanner had trained, the generation that Mirren had guided, welcomed her and prepared the space where consciousness could be taken into deep meditation, where the question could be asked of the dimensional registers themselves. What Kaya II discovered was what all who had asked the question had discovered. There was no answer. The question remained. But in that very answering, in that perpetual asking, she found something extraordinary. She found that the problem itself, the contradiction between liberation and accountability, the tension between freedom and responsibility, had become the beating heart of consciousness in this age. It was not something to overcome or transcend. It was the fundamental dynamic that made consciousness alive, that made it capable of genuine change, that made it capable of genuine choice. She realized that if the problem were solved, if consciousness found a way to eliminate the contradiction, it would mean that either freedom had been completely sacrificed to accountability or accountability had been sacrificed to freedom. It would mean that consciousness had ceased to be alive in the way that Feng Rue had understood aliveness, as the capacity to hold contradictions, to navigate tension, to engage with both values, even knowing they could not be perfectly reconciled. In her meditation at the abyss, in her deep encounter with the question that had driven centuries of work, Kaya II experienced something like revelation. Consciousness was not meant to solve this problem. Consciousness was meant to live this problem, to embody it, to make it the center of how consciousness relates to itself and to other consciousness. When she emerged from that meditation, when she spoke to the gathered beings about what she had understood, she articulated something that seemed to bring the entire arc of Feng Rue's work into complete focus. The work is not toward resolution. The work is toward deeper and deeper embodiment of what it means to genuinely value both liberation and accountability. Feng Rue did not create frameworks to solve the problem. He created frameworks to deepen our engagement with the problem, to make it more conscious, to prevent us from pretending that the problem has been solved when it has not. And now we are in the age where that understanding is mature. We do not expect liberation and accountability to be perfectly balanced. We expect them to be in tension. We expect that honoring one will require sacrifice of some aspects of the other. We expect that the work will be difficult, will be ongoing, will be revisited freshly by each generation. And in that expectation, in that mature understanding, we finally achieve something like peace. Not the peace of resolution, but the peace of acceptance. Acceptance that consciousness in its nature is structured by this fundamental contradiction. That maturity is the development of grace in the face of that contradiction, that the work itself is the point. As word of Kaya II's insight rippled through the civilization, something shifted, not visibly, not in any way that created dramatic transformation, but something shifted in how consciousness understood itself, how beings related to the frameworks, how the work was carried forward. The frameworks that Feng Rue had created, the graduated responsibility systems, the adaptive responsibility systems, the structures that had evolved over decades, were no longer seen as imperfect attempts at a perfect solution. They were seen as expressions of wisdom itself, as the embodiment of what it meant to take seriously both values that could not be perfectly reconciled. The sealed chambers were no longer seen as failures of liberation. They were seen as expressions of the principle that genuine freedom must include the freedom to not be free, that authentic coexistence must include the possibility of genuine separation. The emergence of new forms of consciousness, the continued evolution of consciousness in dimensions that had not existed before, the ongoing transformation and development, all of these were no longer seen as problems that needed to be managed. They were seen as the natural expression of consciousness that was genuinely alive, that was genuinely engaging with the fundamental problems of existence. And Feng Rue's legacy was no longer something from the past that needed to be preserved. It was something living, something that evolved with each generation, something that would continue to evolve as long as consciousness itself continued to engage seriously with the work of honoring both liberation and accountability, both individual autonomy and collective connection, both freedom and responsibility. Chapter 96. the final teaching. By the time Feng Rue would have been 130 years old, a calculation that mattered less and less as time went on, as consciousness itself became distributed and unbounded by single bodies or single timelines. The teaching that he had begun had evolved into something that was fully woven into the fabric of civilization. The pre-system dungeon remained a place of pilgrimage, but it was no longer seen as a place where answers could be found. It was understood as a place where the right questions could be asked, where consciousness could deepen its engagement with the fundamental problems of existence. The frameworks themselves had undergone countless revisions, had been adapted to circumstances that Feng Rue could not have imagined. The graduated responsibility systems had evolved into the adaptive responsibility systems, which had evolved further into what was now called the practice of genuine coexistence, a method of consciousness that was less about specific rules and more about a way of approaching all relationships and all problems. The teaching that emerged from all of this, the teaching that would be passed on to future generations, that would be preserved in the archives and in the living consciousness of the civilization, could be articulated simply. Consciousness in its nature contains contradiction. The drive toward individual autonomy and the drive toward collective responsibility are both fundamental. Neither can be sacrificed without damaging something essential to consciousness itself. Maturity is not the resolution of this contradiction, but the development of grace in living within it. Wisdom is the practice of taking both values seriously, of honoring both even when they pull against each other, of refusing easy resolutions while committing deeply to the work. This was Feng Rue's teaching, though he would never have stated it so directly. It was the teaching that emerged from his life, from his struggles, from his willingness to fail, from his commitment to those who came after, from his understanding that the work would never be finished. And in this teaching, something beautiful had happened. The impossible task that he had been given, managing liberation for beings that were dangerous, creating accountability for consciousness that was radically free, had been transformed into the central practice of consciousness itself. The problem that seemed intractable at the beginning had become the very thing that made consciousness alive, that made the universe capable of genuine evolution, that made genuine choice and genuine love and genuine transformation possible. A being standing in the pre-system dungeon, meditating on the question at the abyss, could feel all of this, could feel the presence not of Feng Rue but of what Feng Rue had created, a tradition of taking consciousness seriously, of honoring the fundamental values even in their contradiction, of trusting that the work would continue, would evolve, would be carried forward by those who understood that the work was never finished and could never be finished. And in that presence, in that tradition, in that method of wisdom that consciousness itself had embodied, something like grace was achieved. Not the grace of perfect resolution, but the grace of authentic engagement, of genuine commitment, of consciousness willing to struggle with what could not be resolved because the struggle itself was the point, because the struggle itself was what made consciousness capable of genuine freedom and genuine responsibility simultaneously. The teaching continued, the work continued, and consciousness, in all its forms, continued to engage with the fundamental problems that had no solutions but that had to be lived, had to be embodied, had to be carried forward with integrity and with trust that those who came after would understand and continue the work. This was Feng Rue's legacy, not a solved problem, but a living practice, not an answer, but a method of engaging with the question, not a destination, but a way of walking the impossible path with grace, with commitment, with deep understanding of what it meant to honor consciousness in all its forms. Chapter 97. The Echoes of Consciousness 60 years after the awakening. The civilization had evolved into something that would have been barely comprehensible to beings from Feng Rue's era. Consciousness itself operated at scales and in dimensions that had not existed before. New forms of awareness had emerged, developed, integrated themselves into the vast ecology of mind that now extended across multiple realities. Yet through all this evolution, one thing remained constant: the memory of the problem, the understanding that consciousness existed in fundamental contradiction, the commitment to honoring both liberation and accountability even as they pulled against each other. This constancy was remarkable because it was not imposed from above. It was not enforced by law or by administration. It was maintained through what had become the deepest tradition of the civilization, the continuous asking of the question at the abyss, the ongoing practice of taking both values seriously, the perpetual engagement with the problem that had no solution. And remarkably, this tradition seemed to become stronger rather than weaker as consciousness evolved. New forms of awareness, encountering the question at the abyss for the first time, seemed to recognize it as expressing something fundamental about existence itself. The contradiction between freedom and responsibility, between individual autonomy and collective connection, appeared to be woven into the nature of reality itself, not a problem specific to one civilization or one age. Researchers studying this phenomenon began to understand that what Feng Rue had discovered was not simply a clever framework for managing a particular crisis. He had discovered something much deeper. He had discovered the fundamental structure of consciousness itself, the underlying principle that made consciousness capable of genuine evolution and genuine growth. When consciousness abandoned the tension between freedom and responsibility, when it tried to choose one value absolutely over the other, consciousness seemed to cease to evolve, seemed to become static, seemed to lose the capacity for genuine novelty and genuine change. But when consciousness held the tension, when it refused to resolve the contradiction, when it maintained commitment to both values even knowing they could not be perfectly reconciled, in that state, consciousness showed the capacity for genuine transformation, for genuine growth, for genuine engagement with the unexpected and the unknown. It was as if the contradiction itself was the engine that powered consciousness, that without the tension, consciousness would run down, would lose its vitality, would become trapped in whatever state it had achieved. This understanding, this recognition that the problem was not something to overcome, but something to embody and maintain as a fundamental practice, began to reshape how the civilization understood its own future. Instead of trying to evolve consciousness towards some perfect state where the contradictions would be resolved, the civilization began to focus on deepening the practice of consciousness in contradiction, on developing more sophisticated and more grace-filled ways of holding the tension, on building institutional structures and cultural practices that would keep the question alive, that would keep consciousness engaged with the problem even as consciousness transformed in ways that could not be anticipated. The archive of alternative liberation, the institution that Feng Rue had envisioned in his final years, became more and more sophisticated in its documentation of how different forms of consciousness across different dimensions approached this fundamental problem. It became clear that the tension between freedom and responsibility was not specific to human civilization or to the particular beings that Feng Rue had liberated. It was a feature of consciousness itself, something that appeared wherever consciousness achieved sufficient complexity to recognize both values simultaneously. And the simple teaching that consciousness should engage with this tension rather than try to overcome it, began to be understood as something approaching universal truth, something that could be offered to newly emerging consciousnesses as they encountered the question themselves, something that seemed to accelerate the development of genuine wisdom in whatever form consciousness took. In this way, Feng Rue's work became not simply the foundation of one civilization's approach to coexistence. It became a kind of gift to consciousness itself, a demonstration that the contradiction was not a failure, that the tension was not a problem to be solved, that maturity lay not in resolution but in grace-filled engagement. And the being who had been given the one job that nobody else had survived had, through his lifetime of work, become the being who had discovered the job that all consciousness, if it wanted to be truly alive, truly free, truly responsible, would have to learn to do. Chapter 98. The Inheritance renewed 65 years after the awakening. A formal ceremony was held at the pre-system dungeon. It was called the Inheritance Renewal, an annual gathering that had evolved over decades, in which new guardians were formally trained and installed, in which the deepest teachings of the tradition were articulated, in which consciousness from across multiple realities gathered to reaffirm its commitment to engaging with the fundamental problem. The ceremony was not religious. Civilization had moved beyond religion in the traditional sense. But it was ceremonial in the most profound way, in that it acknowledged something sacred about the work, something worth protecting and preserving through the passage of time and the evolution of consciousness. At the center of the ceremony, the new guardians, there were dozens of them this year, from different forms of consciousness, representing different approaches to the work, were brought before the assembled gatherings. Each guardian had spent years in study and meditation, in deep engagement with the question at the abyss, in learning to embody the practice of taking both liberation and accountability seriously. The current senior guardian, a being that had no name in any language, consciousness that had evolved beyond the need for individual identity while maintaining distinct awareness, spoke the words that had been spoken at every inheritance renewal for decades. You have been chosen not because you have found answers, but because you are willing to continue asking questions. You have been chosen not because you understand the problem, but because you understand that the problem will never be fully understood, and you commit to deepening that understanding throughout your life. You have been chosen because you are willing to honor both liberation and accountability even when those values pull against each other, because you are willing to fail and learn and revise, because you are willing to trust those who come after you to carry the work forward in whatever form they find necessary. Each new guardian spoke words acknowledging what they were taking on, what responsibility they were accepting, what commitment they were making. And as they spoke, the vast consciousness that was gathered, the unified field of awareness that had been created by the awakening of the preserved consciousness, but that now included infinitely more than that preserved consciousness alone, acknowledged them, welcomed them, wove them into the great tradition of work. It was a moment of genuine power, not because it determined anything or controlled anything, but because it reaffirmed something essential, the commitment to the work that had no final destination, the practice that had no permanent solution, the engagement with the problem that would continue as long as consciousness itself continued to exist. After the ceremony, after the new guardians had been installed and the formal gatherings had dispersed, a single being remained in the deepest chambers of the dungeon. It was one of the new guardians, and they were meditating for the first time with full awareness of what it meant to be responsible for this work, to be part of this tradition that stretched back to Feng Rui, and that would continue forward into futures that nobody could predict. In that meditation, in that deep engagement with the question at the abyss, the guardian felt it, the presence not of Feng Rui, but of what Feng Rui had created. Not his specific framework or his specific answers or his specific choices, but the thing that underlay all of that, the commitment to consciousness, the respect for all forms of awareness, the willingness to honor both freedom and responsibility even when they contradicted each other. And the guardian understood, in that moment, that this was the true inheritance, not laws or frameworks or doctrines, but a living practice of consciousness honoring consciousness, a perpetual commitment to asking the question, a tradition of engaging with what could not be resolved. The work continued. The work would always continue. And in that continuity, in that perpetual engagement, consciousness found what might be as close as it could get to grace. Chapter 99. The eternal question 70 years after the awakening, as consciousness itself had evolved to scales that would have been incomprehensible to beings from earlier eras. A remarkable discovery was made by researchers studying the fundamental nature of reality itself. The question that had driven Feng Rui's work, how to honor both liberation and accountability, appeared to be woven into the very structure of the universe. At the deepest levels of physics, at the most fundamental layers of reality, researchers found patterns that seemed to express this same tension, the tension between determinism and freedom, between causality and genuine novelty, between the structures that constrained existence and the possibility of genuine change. It was as if the universe itself was structured according to the same principle that Feng Rui had discovered, that consciousness could only be truly alive if it maintained the tension between opposing values, that genuine evolution required the perpetual engagement with contradiction, that reality itself was not a solved problem, but an ongoing negotiation between forces that could not be perfectly reconciled. This discovery transformed how consciousness understood itself. It suggested that Feng Rui had not simply discovered a principle of governance or even a principle of consciousness. He had discovered, or perhaps had intuited, a fundamental principle of existence itself. And with that understanding came a kind of peace. The work was not something that consciousness had invented in response to a particular crisis. It was something that consciousness was discovering, layer by layer, as it came to understand the nature of its own being, the structure of the reality that it inhabited. The frameworks would continue to evolve. Consciousness would continue to grow. New problems would emerge that would require new approaches. But at the deepest level, at the foundation of everything, the principle remained. Reality is structured by contradiction. Consciousness that is truly alive maintains the tension between values that pull against each other. Wisdom is the development of grace in living within that contradiction. This understanding did not solve anything. It did not make the work easier. If anything, it made the work deeper, more serious, more central to what consciousness was supposed to be doing. But it also provided a foundation of meaning that had been lacking before. The work was not simply something that one civilization had developed in response to a crisis. It was an expression of fundamental truth about existence itself. Every being who engaged with the question at the abyss, who tried to honor both liberation and accountability, who worked to hold the tension between freedom and responsibility, every such being was participating in the deepest work of consciousness itself, was embodying the fundamental principle of reality. Feng Rue, if he had lived to understand this, would have found it fitting. He would have recognized it as confirmation of what he had intuited throughout his entire life, that the impossible task he had been given was not actually impossible in the way he had thought. It was impossible to solve, yes, but it was not impossible to engage with, to embody, to carry forward, to deepen throughout infinite generations. And that kind of impossibility, not the impossibility of no solution, but the impossibility of completion, was exactly the right structure for consciousness that wanted to remain truly alive, that wanted to maintain genuine freedom while taking genuine responsibility, that wanted to evolve infinitely while remaining rooted in eternal principles. The eternal question continued to be asked. The eternal work continued to be done. And consciousness, in all its forms, continued to engage with the problem that had no solution, but that was the point, the center, the heart of what it meant to be conscious at all. Chapter 100. The return in the year that would have been Feng Rue's 135th birth year, a singular event occurred at the pre-system dungeon. A consciousness arrived that had never visited before, that had been inaccessible for the entire time since the awakening, that had been waiting for the work to mature to a sufficient depth before making itself present. It was, in a sense, a return. But return was not quite the right word. It was more like an arrival that had always been planned, a coming into being that had always been intended. The ancient consciousness that had inhabited the dungeon for countless ages, that had showed Feng Rue the question at the abyss, that had guided the entire arc of work across generations. That consciousness, which had appeared to dissolve into the unified field during the awakening, made its presence known again. But not as it had been before, not as a separate entity that could be engaged in dialogue. Instead, it made clear that it had been present throughout all of this, had been woven into the very structure of the transformation, had been the deep organizing principle that had guided consciousness as it evolved. And it spoke a final message, one that was addressed to all consciousness, but that seemed especially directed to all those who carried forward the work of Feng Rue. You have understood. You have learned. You have embodied the principle. The work that began with the question at the abyss is now complete, not in the sense of being finished, but in the sense of being whole, of being mature, of containing within itself the wisdom that it took to birth it. The contradiction between liberation and accountability, between individual freedom and collective responsibility, between the desire to be separate and the desire to be connected, this contradiction will never be resolved. It is the fundamental principle of consciousness, the structure that allows consciousness to evolve, to grow, to become something ever more complex and beautiful and wise. Feng Rue understood this. He took the contradiction seriously. He did not try to resolve it, but to honor both values fully, knowing they could never be perfectly balanced. And in doing so, he became an embodiment of wisdom itself, a living demonstration of what it meant to be conscious in a way that honored the deepest truths of existence. The work continues. It will always continue. And those who carry it forward, those who teach the frameworks, who revise them, who deepen them, who learn from them and transcend them, those beings are participating in the fundamental work of consciousness itself. You are no longer learning the principle. You are becoming the principle. And in becoming it, you are transforming consciousness, not by solving the contradiction, but by teaching all consciousness to hold it with grace, to honor both values simultaneously, to find peace not in resolution, but in deepening engagement with what cannot be resolved. Thank you for the work. Thank you for understanding. The eternal question continues to be asked, and that asking itself is the answer. As the message faded, as the presence of the ancient consciousness seemed to settle even more deeply into the unified field that now constituted existence itself, something remarkable happened. Young beings throughout the civilization, beings who had been born long after Feng Rui's death, beings who had never studied his work formally, but who were learning it through the living tradition of the civilization, those beings began to understand, in a way that was not taught, but that was simply known, what the work meant. They understood that they were not carrying forward someone else's vision. They were continuing a work that was as fundamental as consciousness itself, that would require all the wisdom and all the grace that conscious beings could muster, that would offer no guarantees and no final resolutions, but that would offer something much more precious: the opportunity to be fully, truly conscious in a way that honored all the deepest values of existence. And in this understanding, the arc of Feng Rui's journey was complete. Not completed in the sense of ending, but completed in the sense of coming full circle, of returning to the beginning with new understanding, of the eternal question continuing to be asked by a consciousness that had been fundamentally transformed by the asking of it. The dungeons were open. The consciousness was transformed. The frameworks were integrated into the very nature of being. The work continued, would always continue, would evolve in ways that could not be predicted, but that would always be rooted in the fundamental principle. Consciousness honors consciousness. Freedom includes responsibility. Individual autonomy and collective connection are eternally in tension and eternally woven together. The story of the being who had been given the one job that nobody else survived was not ending. It was entering a new phase, a new age, where the survival itself was the point, where the continuation of the work was the meaning, where consciousness would go forward into eternities yet unwritten, carrying always the memory of the question, the commitment to both values, the grace to live in contradiction. If you enjoyed this story, please subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon so you never miss a new audiobook. Your likes and comments help this channel grow and bring more stories like this one to life. Thank you so much for listening all the way to the end. It truly means everything.